No, you go ahead. Finish your statement.
When he said whatever you believe he said, sometimes he didn't say anything. Sometimes he gave a hint, a clue. Sometimes he spoke, how you say, like a parable. Whatever you want to believe. When he said what he said, at the end of the day, did he know he was leaving, or did he not know he was leaving?
I don't know what that means, bro. Like, I don't know what that means. I think I understand a little bit what he says, but I'll tell you, right? He knew he was leaving, but like, since you want to know what Jesus said, let me quote something Jesus said, which I think is fire. Jesus says in Luke, he says, I have come to set the world on fire. And I wish it was already burning. I have a terrible baptism of suffering in front of me. And I'm under a heavy burden until it's accomplished. Do you think I came to bring the peace to earth? This is Bible. This is Luke 12:49. Jesus is saying this. Do you think I have come to bring peace to this earth? Nah. I have come to divide the people against each other. From now on, families will be split apart. 3 of my favor of me and 2 against them, or 2 in favor of 3 against. That's what Jesus came for. He came to destroy what's going on already. He came like
mother against mother, mother against daughter, father against son. Yes, right?
Right.
And he said, I came not to bring peace but a sword.
Right. He's against the powers that be.
But he also said the opposite.
But it's in context, right? Because people like to just give one side of the narrative. They don't know this other side of Jesus that flipped the table.
Flipped the table. Everybody knows Jesus.
He came for a political revolution. He was against.
He flipped the tables and whipped them with whips. Everybody knows that story.
I know, bro, but people don't state it. They say slap him on this cheek and give him the other. Forgiveness, love your enemy. Jesus didn't love his enemies. He was against his enemies.
But follow me. I understand what your narrative is, and I agree with you. But the one thing everybody knows, he flipped tables and whipped them with whips. Everybody knows that, and they don't even know what gospel is that.
Okay, so you agree with us, though?
Hamza, I have a question.
Well, I don't agree with you wholeheartedly. I agree with the narrative, with the ignorance of the others, but Jesus flipped tables and made a whip and whipped their ass and chased them out.
And that's what you should do with them, right?
And that's
those kinds of people.
That's what I do.
Yeah, my man. We agree then.
What's your? Jesus also did the opposite.
Look, fair enough. Pega, what's your question?
My question is...
What's your question? Go ahead, sis.
Are you talking? Go ahead.
No, go ahead, sis.
Okay. My question is, I'm a bit confused because I came late to the room. So, are you guys taking Muhammad's side or Jesus' side? I'm just trying to know what's going on to catch.
All of them, yeah.
I'm a Christian.
The philosopher king, okay? Plato conceived of the idea. He conceived it. Jesus tried it, but got
So
crucified.
you're telling me that Muhammad was here first and then Jesus came in?
No. Plato conceived it. Jesus tried it. Muhammad achieved it. Khomeini revived it.
So, who's God here?
As
Sorry?
me being a Christian,
None of them are God.
Okay.
he is God.
I just have a question. Do you...
He's coming from a theological background, man. She's not even understanding is the thing.
Well, he's bringing up a lot of stuff that nobody knows, because I don't even know
Which is fine.
you say.
You should ask him then.
Matt, that's what I'm trying to do. Matthew, do you take Khamenei's side? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, of course, he's my imam.
Oh, you take Khamenei's side?
Of course we do.
Okay, then fuck you and your mom for making you into this world.
Yo, it's all good. No one drop her. No one drop her.
Hamza, shut up.
Yo,
You
shut
go
up.
I don't even think she means that.
Nah.
No, she comes, it's fine. Well, it's just the way she's been socially programmed. We have no problem.
No. I am Persian.
We're not even mad.
Yeah,
she's pro-democracy. She's pro-democracy. Yeah, go ahead.
What person is?
Bro, right, one second. She attacked me first. 1 second. No, I just want to say this.
Bro, I don't even want you to talk. I'm talking to Matthew.
Pega, no, I respect
came to
this is
say-
your religion. No, let's respect Pega's religion. She's pro-liberal democracy. Tell me, Pega,
No,
under liberal
I'm not
democracy,
even saying that.
tell
I
me
just have
what
a
I should
question,
believe.
Matthew.
Force the belief on me, sister. Go ahead.
You take
Tell me, fuck me up, my mother. Go on. I want you to
No,
know
I'm not
your
gonna
religion
swear.
of liberal democracy. I want everyone to see.
Let me
I want
talk.
everyone to see your liberal democracy. Tell me what I should believe. I submit.
Don't
I
believe
submit.
whatever you want.
Matthew,
can you mute
No,
and let me
what's your
talk?
belief on me? No, you don't get to tell me anything. Right.
No, let me
Don't
talk.
interrupt. Don't
My
interrupt.
question is,
No, Pego, wait.
do you believe
Wait.
people should?
You've already lost your privilege to not just interrupt me, but to say fuck you and fuck your mother.
Yes, because you're taking Khomeini said that it's killing everyone. Do you support someone that is killing?
Khomeini is killing everyone?
Yes.
Killing everyone. Do you want to go into that little coloring book that you think is the world and
Or
what
you're in your
sentence do
coloring
you actually
book
want to say?
teaching all these people in this room bullshit.
Teaching what? What have I taught you?
Bullshit.
Okay, go ahead.
You teach us.
Matthew,
Thank you very much.
I teach you. Okay, let's start from here.
Yeah, you
People
support
are
Israel.
getting killed just because they want freedom, and I feel like everyone should have freedom. Because Matthew, right now you have the freedom to think who's your God and who's not, but other people in other worlds, they
That's a
don't
good
have
question.
freedom.
Yes. Let's see.
Condemn the state of Israel.
Pega.
Listen, I don't care. I don't care.
Oh, you're inside. Yeah, there you go. What a horrible human being.
These are Pavlovist, Zionist dogs. All they care about is what
That
makes
was crazy,
them feel
Elias. How
comfortable.
did you spot that?
Yeah, because they're all the same. Most of them are the same, I should say.
Yeah, so
These people, they do not care about democracy. They go around to Iranian shops and Iranian people and force them through democracy. This is democracy. This is what you shall believe. This is what you should do. If you don't do this, you don't support my view, fuck you and your mother. And your mother. This is liberal democracy. Why should I care about what Pega thinks about the world? Why? Why would I want Pega to be part of the process? She came in hot, because this is what they're trained to do, to not understand the context of the conversation. She didn't have a clue what the title is about, knows nothing, says really vague statements like, Khamenei is killing everyone. MashaAllah. There's no Iran left. They tell me 20,000, 50,000. Why are they lying? It's 6 million. They killed 6 million. Khamenei is killing 6 million people. Why do they reduce it down to 50,000 or 90,000? They're lying. 6 million people have died in Iran.
6 million.
If I say that she
There are torture chambers in Iran.
but did she
Right
speak
now
very
is putting people in
positively, but she also
concentration camps.
retreated at the same time?
Pahalists right now are getting in gas chambers. Pahalists right now are being put in gas chambers in Iran. 6 million Pahalists have been killed by now, unfortunately. We need to do something about this.
Tapioca says they'll just mute and kick anyone who doesn't agree. Tapioca. As we say in Farsi, agar vujud dari. If you have existence, come up, stop yapping. You're probably a Zionist. Disagree with what? She told me, fuck you and your mother.
She switched it up very
If you
fast.
have, Tapioca, if you have any sense, come up and tell us what you believe. Otherwise, you're
She
leaving the room.
switched up very fast, and then everybody heard it.
Tapioca, you have 10 seconds.
Not right side, no.
No, right side, you can speak. Go ahead, bro. You're on stage.
Yeah, go ahead, Rose.
So she did switch up. She came in hot, disrespectful, but she did switch up very fast. Very feminine, or she came in very, like, masculine voice, and then she like sat here and like noticed that she was like controlled, like that's like whatever happened, she listened for like a couple seconds. All I'm saying is that she did notice what she did, and she did notice she came to the wrong place, but she came here for a reason. She came here to talk to y'all, and she just blurred out whatever the hell she knows, but she did sit and listen a little bit. She's not going to say nothing. But
And that's why she got moved to the audience, bro, right? She needs to learn from us before she starts taking
you
money.
think that she's very ignorant of the
Very much.
Does anybody know that she's very ignorant and experienced in the topic or the context? Where
Very
she just
right
wanted
away
to
we
do whatever
noticed.
she did, and she did it. And
No,
she-
let me ask. I respect her religion. Her religion is Zionism. Her religion is liberal democracy.
Did she say she was
And
lying?
through liberal democracy, she wants to tell people what to believe and how to believe it.
Let
At
me-
least I don't
did she say she
even
was lying?
pretend. I'm saying no. I'm
Yes,
saying
she-
philosopher king. I'm saying you want to call it fascism? Okay, I'll call it fascism. Who I want at the top is someone who is grounded in philosophy, revolutionary, self-sacrificial, and the goal is maximization of global well-being.
All right.
That's what I want. We're not even going to get. We're not even going to get there.
I don't know what
We're
you're
not even
talking
going to
about.
get there. We're not going to realize Jesus or Muhammad or Plato. It's not going to happen
Talk
as
to
long
me.
as you have Israel and America. But anyway, Juho was on. Juho.
Now is your time to talk to a very good debate.
Are you hold on, Ray. Hold on, man. 'Cause I'm getting.
How much
Can you that's not what I'm asking. That's if you're a Christian atheist, it doesn't matter to us. Are you understanding our position? Like, can you steel man what Matthew just said right now? Because it's based what he said.
I'm against it, 100%.
So you're against, look how crazy this part is. You're against someone who has high conscientiousness. He's self-sacrificial. He's our leader. He fights for us and not himself for the betterment of global well-being. You're against that.
I don't like none of that shit.
Oh, so you like to be subjugated.
The way it works, I'm not. I don't
So
like.
you want to be subjugated for the greed of one person. That's what you're trying to tell me? Because that's the opposite.
Or one ethnic group, or America. Are you America first?
Whatever you want to say, I'm willing to debate.
Right side. You're not on the right side, but right side.
He's retarded.
You're on the left side, right side. Are you America first?
Black American first.
This is a terrorist pedophile.
I'm a black man. Black American first.
Well, no, retarded.
Are
Yeah,
you?
no.
Stand of your stay and say thank you.
Well, no, retarded. We don't care about your skin color, my bro. I know it means everything to you. We don't give a shit, man. We're not talking about that. We're talking about bigger concepts here.
Next guy, next retard, please.
Yeah, no America first, or Israel first, or black first, or white first, or brown first.
Only
Anyone who is humanity first, we're interested in talking to you if you're humanity first. Go ahead, Juho.
Yeah, I just have a small complaint because you kicked her out in order to speak 5 minutes against her without giving her
Do you know what she said?
to respond.
Do you know what she said? Right, 1 second. Juho, did you hear what she said?
I heard some of what she said, and I also heard some of what you said.
What did I say?
I'll answer any question.
Similar things.
Bro, who on God's green earth is bringing right side up?
Yeah, that's my bad. Because I just accepted it. That's my bad. I apologize.
Juho, what did I say to Pega?
Similar things that she said about you.
What did she say? Because you can say, I heard what you said. What did
I
she
didn't
say?
record all those words.
Okay, shall I tell you what she said, given that you don't know what she said? Would you like to know?
Yeah, please.
She told me, if you support Khamenei, fuck you and your mother.
I think you used pretty much the same level of language against her.
No, I was quoting her.
What?
I was quoting her, Juho. So do you want to start with
Yeah.
Hold on. What was equivalent to what Matthew said towards her? What the fuck are you on about?
Something similar. Well, okay, anyway, see what
No,
you
not
also
anyway,
using
no.
the same words.
Just see what he does.
Without
Just
saying
see what he
that.
does, Matthew.
Yeah, they exactly
we're
the
not
same
going to do
words.
this. No, you're not going to do this.
Yeah,
She
but
said-
be polite, please. I would recommend to be being polite too.
No, you're not polite if you're misquoting me.
I
When
didn't
did you say
misquote
fuck
you.
her mother in any kind of
I misquote
equivocation?
you.
You told me that I said to her what she said to me.
Similar things.
Go
What
ahead
did I
and
say?
state
Are you
it.
going to tell us or not? Are you
I
going to
told you that I didn't record what you said.
Okay, so let me tell you. I've already told you what she said. So now do you want to retract what you said about me?
No, I think you use similar sort of negative expressions against her.
But
Not
you're
just
so-
like
you're
tears,
so assured of
negative
that.
expressions.
Yes, it was negative in response to her toxicity. So
Yeah.
now that we've established...
Now you have to call her toxic.
No, well, even Matthew didn't
no.
even describe. I don't even think Matthew was being toxic, to be honest.
Juho has plenty of experience when he goes about his life. People say, Juho, fuck you and fuck your mother. He's good.
Thank you for calling me this. Actually, I don't care too much. I prefer rooms where people are
You
polite.
don't care. I know you don't care.
But if you expect others to be polite, please be yourself too.
Yeah, you're not polite. So let's just pretend. Let's stop pretending that either of us are polite. Go ahead and ask your question. Stop pretending you're polite. Given that you've misquoted me, go ahead.
Okay, you are calling me non-polite.
Yes, you're not polite. Go ahead.
At least he didn't say fuck your mother like the other girl.
Yes, exactly.
What are you on about? Correct, I usually don't. Well, going back maybe to the earlier topics, one point that I listened with interest was that you said that you need something like you need Khomeini and Khamenei to change the world so that, let's say change what's happening in Israel and USA. Couldn't you say that you also need USA and Israel in order to change what is happening in Iran?
No, you need to get rid of America and Israel to stop what's happening in Iran.
Yeah, and I guess Israel and USA think the same way about Iran, isn't that
Yeah,
correct?
they're liars, and Iran is not lying about that.
And you are not lying anything.
Yeah, no, Iran lies like every country lies, like your country lies, like America lies. Everyone lies, my brother. I'm so sorry to break this news to you.
Do you think it's a nice government in Iran?
Government or republic?
Whatever regime there is.
Well, yeah, so if you don't know about Iran, ask. So what do you actually think?
I was asking, what do you think about this regime?
What do you mean regime? Why using the word regime? Who taught you to
Because
use
you
the word regime?
get different alternatives.
Which education system, which news channel taught you to say regime? Which country do you live in, by the way?
England.
Finland, mashallah. So,
Yeah, but it's different expressions about whatever government there is, so I can use all of these here. So I think all of these expressions are valid.
Okay, that's fair enough, but you've been indoctrinated to say regime. Okay, so let me...
No, I have not. You encouraged me to say
yeah.
yes, that's
So
why, because you used other sort of this kind of dubious word.
Do an Abida check first. So do you condemn Israel?
Please answer my question first, then I will tell you.
Yes, I support the Islamic Republic. Do you condemn Israel?
Not in general.
This is so easy, bro. It's so easy.
You condemn Israel in
It's
general.
too easy, bro.
I swear to God, bro, the problem is...
These are the guys who claim to love humanity.
He had an issue. He had an issue. He had a very positive issue. Very positive that I was impolite against someone who told me to fuck me and fuck my mother. But Israel... You were very impolite against a woman who told you to fuck you and fuck your mother. But Israel... I'm from Finland. I'm going to debate you.
This is what kufr actually looks like.
This is literally kufr. I mean, if you want to know who the kuffar actually were against Muhammad, it's people like Juho.
Let's
We don't give a shit about humanity. We don't care about fairness.
Let's press him. Yeah, Joe, so you don't even know if you condemn Israel?
You kicked me out in order to bash me again.
But I brought you back up, right? We're fair in
Thank
this.
you for that.
You're welcome.
About Israel.
Yeah, so you don't even know if you should condemn them or not? Are you just
Not in general.
ignorant?
Not in general, in the sense that I would condemn everything that they do.
What do you condemn?
I think Israel is a country just like any other. I don't
Didn't ask
condemn
you if it was a
Iran
country.
in general.
1 second, I'm asking, what do you condemn from Israel? Since you said, well, there are certain things I condemn and certain things I don't, fair enough. What do you condemn?
If they do some bad things.
Can you be more specific? Or you're ignorant. Maybe you just don't know shit in the world. That's fine too. I accept that.
In the
Let's
last
say
few
if
years,
Israel would attack Cyprus, that would be bad.
do you think in the last few years Israel has done something bad?
So let's say some Israel people have certainly done something
No,
bad.
like the Israeli government has it done something
Certainly Israeli
bad
government has done also something negative.
in the recent past 3-4 years?
Yes, certainly. They are not sort of, well, let's say everybody does something bad.
Yeah, what bad thing have they done?
What would you propose?
No, what do you have in mind?
I don't have anything specific in my mind.
Fuck your entire intellectual family.
Yeah, well,
Anyone
it's a
who
fucking
agrees with
moron.
you, yeah, you are not a human. You are a disgraceful, absolute. The sad thing is you're not a retard. That's the problem. If you were a retard, I would be happy. Okay, this guy's just a retard. No, the problem is you are a cynical, evil human being. Does not care about the suffering of others. It's because of people like you the world is suffering. Yeah, even khanzir. This is what the modern world generates. Alhamdulillah.
It was so simple. You could have just said, like, the Israel-Gaza war is one of the most historic, worst crimes of all time. You could have just said that, but you couldn't even figure that part out. How dumb can you be?
No, it's not dumb. It's a kafir. There's a difference between being dumb and a kafir.
Yeah, it's true. He's not dumb. It's true. But the problem is that when these people, they profess, and honestly, it's not a problem. They're just doing what they need to do, right? They're putting out this propaganda. Everyone's doing propaganda. Their propaganda is that liberal democracy is the way. They care about kindness. They care about compassion. But when you push them, they don't. They don't.
They crumble.
So that's it. That's it. Like, well, how do you deal with these people? They're the ones who, he's probably, I don't know, but he's probably somehow a pawn for the Zionist propaganda machine. Probably.
Why? What advantage does he get from it? Right, I let you up. Don't embarrass me this time. It's like the other time, okay? You gotta be, like, sensible. Please don't embarrass me this time. You already made me look bad. We'll engage with you. We have no problem. But don't make me look bad. What advantage does this guy, Yuhu, whatever, get from being a pawn of Israel? I don't understand.
It's ideological. He's probably Eurocentric.
No.
I don't know.
He sounds like an immigrant, but okay, maybe. Yeah, right. You want to say something? Go ahead, bro. Or Necro. We have someone new on stage. Hello, Necro.
Hello.
Necrocancer 99.
Yes, that is my name.
So far, what do you think about what's going on?
Where?
In this room. What do you think about?
Well, I just got here, so.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So we're talking about trying to find people with high conscientiousness that appreciate some kind of type of government, like a republic, governed by the smartest of us, and we think that's the better position than a democracy. People brought up Iran, and they called it a regime. Yeah, Mechi, you want to say something?
Mika, I was going to say we've never been in the government smarter than the citizens. We're taught to be.
Elias, you know what we should do? You know the biggest thing we need to do is, like, just remind Muslims about what the historical Muhammad actually did, and remind Christians about what the historical Jesus actually wanted. That's it. We already have people who care about Jesus and Muhammad, right?
He said, if you love me, keep my commandment.
Mikai, Jesus wanted to bring Muhammad's republic, well, not even a republic, the philosopher king. He wanted to do it and he couldn't. He got crucified. He tried though. He tried. And if he hadn't been crucified, he would have done damage just like Muhammad did.
Book of Eight. What do you mean he would have?
He would have.
I don't understand.
He would. Yeah, Jesus didn't have primary influence. He had secondary influence, maybe even tertiary.
So if you loved him, you wouldn't miss the works that are going on now by Jesus Christ. But fair enough.
You know, of course.
Yeah, so Hamza, you asked me a question. It's interesting. I think you're touching on what is mentioned in the Republic by Plato.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Plato's philosophy.
That's probably one of the best books I read by Plato. It's been a while since I read it, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people who have been Enlightenment figures, I'm surprised that they hold Plato in such high esteem because, I mean, the book is pretty anti-democratic.
So, Necro, do you appreciate the Republic just because of the fact that this man just landed on the planet and came up with things that we're still talking about to this day, and things that obviously we as rationalist Muslims or Neoplatonists or philosopher king Muslims, that we still appreciate and we're advocating today? Or are you actually supportive of the idea of the philosopher king as well?
So, I mean, I do believe people should be educated to make decisions in a society. But I think really a lot of the times that it can come off as very elitist ultimately, which is essentially what Republics has definitely inspired. But I do like the idea that only educated people should be the people making decisions about what society should be like. But I think that everybody should be educated ultimately, that will lead to a better society than a society which is ruled by educated people.
Okay, so do you mind if I ask, do you live in America?
Yes.
So, and presumably you didn't vote Trump?
Hell no.
Okay, so like, I don't want you to say how old you are, but were you kind of active in the last 3 or 4 elections?
So the first time I was able to vote in a presidential election in 2020, I did not vote at all because I didn't like either candidate. I was sick of both of them, and I have my different reasons for voting for them. I don't think it's necessary, but since basically what happened, the reason I decided to vote in 2022 is because I saw how much of a danger Trump was to democracy after January 6th.
So would you kind of, like, other than, because honestly, that kind of, I guess you're relatively young, right? So.
Yes, I'm 26.
Right, so would you consider yourself, like, let's just put Trump aside, like imagine he never existed. Would you consider yourself a Democrat or a Republican?
I don't believe I affiliate with either party. There's a lot of people who would label me as a Democrat, but I mean, I'm actually more pissed off at the Democrats than I am at the Republicans for refusing to pretending to be the party of working people and doing absolutely nothing. But
okay.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, 1 second, right? I just have one more question because, like, thankfully, at least we've got someone. We've had someone on stage. You know, he's not going to agree with, obviously, our, like, particulars, but it seems that he's supportive of the general universal, right? And it may be the case that he'll kind of fall into the category of, yeah, it's great, but it's like, how is it ever going to happen? We're of the opinion, like, okay, whatever the ideal is, yeah, okay, the ideal is never going to happen. But let's get the best person, the most approximate person to that. Because the not doing that is a lot more problematic. But Necro, if I had to ask you...
Here I am.
1 second, right? Yeah, thanks, right. If I were to ask you, as impossible and implausible as it is, if you had to pick one person in America who you've got no choice, but you have to just pick one person who would be philosopher king for, let's say, the next 20 years, right? Where he's got the time, he's got the resources, he's got the experts in every field, whether it's climate change, whether it's sociology, he's got them around him, the medical profession, psychology, right? Everything. All of the 20 or 30 different experts in the different fields of economics and economy and politics and geopolitics and sciences. He's got the entire council of experts around him. Or her, maybe, right? I don't know. Who would you pick?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, this might be a minor issue for I'll get to answer it, but like, the term philosopher king, ultimately, I kind of have issues with, if I think really what I would prefer is philosopher president, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. You can call it prophet, philosopher king. I mean, Muhammad introduced himself as like a Nabi because that was like, you know, prophet. That was kind of like the going, you can use any term you like, right? Let's just call it president, right? But we're saying grounded in philosophy, charismatic, high conscientiousness, high, you know, openness, medium agreeableness, low neuroticism, all the kind of 20, 30 metrics that we would want for a philosopher king. No one matches that, okay? But who would you select if you had to in America?
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting because I mean the other thing about philosophers is as great thinkers, I think presidents should be. I just think that philosophers tend not to be people who are good public figures. That's just a fact. But so I mean, if we're talking about people who I would consider to be the best thinkers who I would like to be president, that's a good question. I hadn't really thought of that. But if and so
They don't even talk about it, do they? It's not even a thing in America, or actually anywhere, pretty much, except Iran.
no, I mean, because like I said, I mean, philosophers and like and people in politics, they're just in general aren't the same things. Philosophers aren't people who make themselves like run campaigns. People who try to make themselves known through messaging. They're people who are just known to argue about trivial things, or to the average person it seems pretty trivial, which is like most people are not concerned about in the world of politics. They're concerned about how they're going to afford gas, how they're going to afford groceries.
Does anybody feel uneasy about the conversation and the narrative when both sides are setting you up?
No. Elias, did you hear what Necro said, by the way?
When have I ever been ignored like they're
No, I
not?
answered your question. No, I'm not uncomfortable. I don't know, like...
My brother, you're not blind. I'm
Not
ignored.
yet. Hey, right, you're so funny, man. I don't know.
I'm not wondering, I'm ignorant and I'm an asshole, but I'm actually very straight up and nice.
You are a nice guy, you are.
I mean, do you wear glasses or something, Matthew?
But when have I ignored him? When I talk to women, they hate me and actually they cut me off. But when I talk to men,
It was great.
I'm just wondering why. I didn't say nothing wrong. I'm just wondering why the hell everybody doesn't me.
No, honestly, we're so glad you're here. Honestly, like, it wouldn't be the same without you. Wallahi.
I do agree, but listen, I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. I know I'm an asshole, but I also don't know why everybody ignores me.
No, I don't think you're an asshole at all. I think you're really
I'm
funny.
an asshole.
Well, you may be, but you are charismatic, you're funny, you're a nice guy. Like, you're better than
I appreciate it, and I'm straight up too. Yes, I am very funny.
Yeah, you are funny.
But let me
You're
ask
like,
you this.
Mika is very funny as well.
Yeah, but he's not as alpha male as me.
Oh. Anyway, Elias, Necro was making some really good points, which is, I don't want to talk about the thing, but
Let's talk
that's exactly what he's talking about, right?
Let's talk about the thing.
I can't write. I genuinely can't. So, Brett Hamza, we gave him 4 shots, right?
Fair enough, I won't bring him up any.
So, Necro was saying, like, obviously philosophy, because it's neo-philosophy. That's what Necro was getting at, right? What we're looking for is a bi-domainal genius. Creative, charismatic, revolutionary, sociable, compassionate kind, and has the intellect, has the wisdom, has the intelligence. Very rare, extremely rare.
Yeah, and so like I think it's interesting if you ask me like who would be the person I would ideally want to lead the country if I had to choose one guy for 20 years to lead the country. That would be an answer that I already know for right now. If you want to know that.
Yeah.
So the person I would think would be the best person to lead the country for 20 years, I think, would be Sean O'Brien of Teamsters.
I don't know Sean O'Brien. Let me have a look. Hamza, does anyone know Sean O'Brien?
Yeah. So basically, he's a union leader of the group Teamsters. It's the largest labor unions in the United States.
Okay, labor leader.
He's a labor,
Yeah.
American labor leader who is the general president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Okay, he formerly served as the vice president of the Eastern Region of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Early life. Okay, there's not much on him actually.
How would you describe his economics, economic policy?
Yeah, so basically his economic policy is going after corporations and big tech, which is kind of really what I mean to me, my greatest, I think really the thing that is poisoning our democracy above all is corporate greed, which is something that I think people who fight for, really fight for working people, not the, fake Democrats who have said that they're the team of blue collar like they used to be. He's the one who actually is fighting against the oligarchy that people like myself advise. So.
Okay, I'm actually interested. So I try to follow you, but apparently I've reached like a maximum or something. But I'd really like to honestly, at this point, I'm kind of getting desperate, right, for people to just understand what we're saying. It sounds like Necro at least gets it. Because most people would say, no, I don't want anyone leading for 20 years. They won't even engage, right? They won't even try. Mikai, I want to know, now Mikai, other than Jesus, who would you like to lead the UK for the next 20 years, other than Jesus?
Me.
You.
A clone of Jesus, Alex.
Clone of Jesus,
I
yeah.
think it's slow.
Mikai is the smartest person in his house right now.
I'm really like too hard Cheetos most of the time behind the phone.
Nagus, you're a catheter, so I'm not even asking.
The only way that can happen is if Mikai is alone in his house.
I am alone in my house at the moment, so I live by myself.
No, Mikai, bro, Jesus is with you. Come on, Mikai.
I don't live with my parents, so yeah.
You live with Jesus, bro. Come on, you know that. But Elias, did you know about the update of Nagus? She's become a catheter.
Why? Why are you saying that?
Because I presented the trolley problem to her, and she's pretty.
Oh no. Oh.
Not only did she pick the wrong side, but she even said that it's wrong to even pick the other side.
Which one? The one person?
Yeah, like she would happily let 1 million people die just so that she doesn't have to bear the burden of like killing one person.
Nargis. It's a trick question, Nargis.
Well, it's not trick. She's answered the question, and she doesn't care about human lives.
I hate people who sit on the fence. They're like, "Oh, I'm not even gonna touch the dial." It's like, what do you want?
No, it's
Sorry,
not. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah, so I guess-
heavy, right? I never.
I guess her rationalization.
So basically, what I'm taking.
1 second, Mika. 1 second. I just want to hear what Necro is saying because it's kind of on point. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is something that's a minority view, but it is something that a lot of people take because, if they think it's wrong because, it's worse to, to cause somebody to die than to let more people die. That's a position that some people take on that, because you're the one who's responsible for the other person dying.
Yeah. CM has made another claim. I think he's gone to reflect on his earlier blunder. But he's made another claim. And let's see if he's going to back it up. So let's bring him on it.
Yo, can I stump you real quick, Matthew? On the trolley problem?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say there's 1 million people on one side. Watch this, watch this. And on the other side, there's Khomeini.
Yeah.
Now what do you do?
Maximization of global well-being. If he's the only option to
Good
maximize.
answer.
Yeah, well, obviously that's easy. But what I was going to say, I wanted to bring CM up because he made another blunder. So he said, don't fold Nagas, you're correct. These Muslims are using secular utilitarian logic. So he's not going to be able to back up why he thinks. Let's see, I'm not talking to you and your mod abuse. Talk to me in a different room.
Yo, Sam, come up. I will not let him mod abuse. Come up. I'm going to defend you till I unalive myself. Come up, Sam. Okay. But you got it. Don't make me look bad, Sam.
Necro, yeah, thanks, bro. It's good to speak to you, honestly. And you're a minority.
That's it, yeah.
But it is, I mentioned it earlier, like we speak to 100 just to find the one who can at least we can engage with, like at least who agrees on the principle. But bro, we have to get through like 60 retards, 30
Brain rot.
main people,
Yeah.
right? Just to get to one person say, okay, like this is a cool idea, right? How is it going to even work? What do we even do?
Yeah, I mean, I think really a lot of it comes down to that, like, just in general, the average person isn't as in-depth into philosophy. And so, I mean, unlike people like myself, like, I read, I used to be interested in philosophy as pursuing it as a major. And even though I never got a degree in it, it's still something that, to me, it's like the average person, like, doesn't get through 25%. I get through like that 25%. While maybe I didn't go through what the 5% goes through, where they are much more sophisticated in a lot of the trivial problems that I don't have the passion to try to resolve. So.
Interesting. Okay, well.
But
that's Hamza and Elias, we found one.
But ultimately, if I could add, like with what you say in the comments, do you say something about how they're using secular utilitarian logic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what he might be pointing to is the fact that essentially the philosophy on debates about morality is something that, people have debated about for hundreds of years mainly, and his point, I guess, might be, I can't speak for him, but essentially, or at least what I would say is that specifically in the context of religion is that people have debated religious or non-religious pretty much, and so
yeah, no, the reason why he put Muslims in, but the problem with CM is he's pretty great in physics and math. He's close to awful at everything else. So he exhausts all of his mental capacity on like one or two domains. And it means that he's got nothing left for like social cues, reading the temperature of the room, tracking conversations, understanding, which is why it's like a pan-religious, pan-theistic, pan-atheistic, pan-religious agreement that he's just really annoying. But what makes it even more frustrating is he's already heard our position for well over a year. We are not traditionalist Muslims, so we don't hold to divine command theory. So we don't hold to aspects when it comes to morality that is grounded in like temporal or geographic. For us, if there's evidence that something leads to the maximization of global well-being, we believe it. If it doesn't, we don't believe it. Like, we don't support it. So it's grounded, social sciences, physical sciences, the hard and soft sciences, psychology, cognitive science, whatever actually maximizes well-being for a particular population, ultimately globally. So he's just not tracking like our position. He doesn't know. But yeah, of course, if we were traditionalist Muslims, then there'd be a tension there.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems to me like at least most people who are like philosophers, usually have accepted that it's simply, at least the Kitover problem is a problem that has just not been resolved, and so most of them usually accept other explanations other than divine command theory, usually, because the Kitover problem is just something that's a riddle that's not been solved. So yeah, I would agree with that. But I mean, it's interesting though. I have a particular moral framework that it's a bit broader than specifically simple utilitarian or deontology or contractarianism. But basically, my morality is I'm an individualist when it comes to morality.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe morality is grounded in specifically on respect for, the individual, the will of the self, pretty much. is that, you know, it's can't be grounded in purely happiness, because there are definitely things that would make people happy that aren't necessarily good for them. So.
Oh yeah, no, of course. No, I can see how we can reconcile that actually. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, when we talk about well-being, we're not kind of just considering that kind of like happiness, right? But yeah, Helen, welcome to the stage.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, I mean, I'd say my moral system is grounded in essentially concern for an individual's will, respect for what is a conscious agent desires. That's really where morality comes from.
Miguel asks, Miguel. Matthew, who would you think would be a good leader for the US? I have absolutely no idea. I would simply ask the supporters of philosopher king, rationalist Islam, you know, nucracy, Neoplatonism. So I'd ask like Ilyas probably.
Gotcha. You're in the UK, right?
I'm in the UK, yeah.
Gotcha. Who do you think, if I may ask, who do you think would be the best ideal prime minister?
Well, it wouldn't be prime minister, obviously. It'd be like, I mean, my king is already Neoplatonist, which is weird, but yeah, it wouldn't be Charles. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know of anyone who fits the criteria in the UK other than myself.
Gotcha. Yeah, because it's interesting though. It's like there's aspects of UK society that I wish we could implement in the United States, but there's some things in the United States that, from its founding, that I think are very important, and so I wouldn't want to cease being an American. But
yeah, that's the thing. Obviously, yeah. I mean, of course, there are so many things, but you wouldn't want to give up, right? But whatever leads to the question is, what is one prepared to give up in order to ensure that a particular thing is mitigated to almost oblivion? Let's ask the question, what would it take for everyone in the world? Everything stays the same, it's just everyone in the world has a comfortable, safe place to sleep, relatively comfortable, not like Egyptian cotton or whatever it is. It's relatively comfortable, there's no violence outside, there's no threat of getting bombed, right? A comfortable place to live and fresh, clean water. Nothing else. No space programs, none of the amazing, exquisite art, no the cheapest, thousands of different toothpastes, just a toothpaste that works, good for my teeth. One toothpaste, one toothbrush, one brand of fan heater. Now, immediately, the alarm bells start ringing. Oh shit, this sounds like communism. This sounds like no competition. This sounds like, all of the products will be ergonomic. All of the products will be tested. All of the products will be safe. All of the products are there to support you, not the shareholders. That when you buy your AirPods, that they don't end up, I watched this documentary, I can't remember what it's called, but just something as simple as AirPods, like our headphones. The places that they end up, they kind of traffic this shit out of the US and out of other countries, and it lands on a particular cluster of islands, another part of the planet, and it destroys their lives. It's literally plastic pollution. It's so many things we're unaware of, or at least I'm unaware of. I'll speak on behalf of myself. What would we give up? Just imagine waking up tomorrow knowing that you are part of a project, a global project, to make sure that every child, man, woman, and child, have access to fresh, clean. They have the shittest lives. Everything is horrible, but they have clean, fresh running water, and they have a comfortable place to sleep.
That would make such a difference in the world, my bro.
Imagine mental health improving. Imagine going to work knowing that as shit as your work is, you're contributing to a global system that's telling you this is what we're giving, this is what we're helping towards.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Americans and Israelis, the politicians, right? They are not only laughing, but they're enjoying the fact that there are Iranians that they say are having to sell their kidneys because of the sanctions. Who was that guy a few months ago? If anyone remembers, put it in the comments. He was saying, yeah, thankfully, the sanctions are working. I've heard there are people selling their kidneys. Bro, these people are sociopaths.
Yeah. And like to me, it's interesting though. It's like that's one of the things, like I said, how corporatism is destroying our democracy because these wars are not in the interest of the American people. They are in the interest of corporations who are trying to buy the White House. And and I think it's really interesting though. I wish it were true. But it is sadly trying to be bought. But like the Canadian Prime Minister of Canada back in when he met up with Trump, one of the things he told Trump when Trump was talking, because Trump had talked about buying Canada, he told him, as a person who understands real estate, there are some things that are not for sale, like this White House. I was like, I wish that were true, but sadly it's trying to be bought right now.
We have someone new on stage, Helen. Helen, you want to say anything?
Maybe she's asleep or something.
And we have Ali Ahmed. He's new on stage. Ali Ahmed, you want to say anything? I like that.
Yeah. I would like to say something. Yeah, equally, Helen or Ali, either of you can speak, of course.
What's up, guys? So I would like to start off with saying this title is incorrect because the only philosopher king is actually me, and I'm the only relevant philosopher king because I'm the only.
I love this fucking guy. I love him.
Ali, how come you don't come on TikTok?
Bro, because one time I came on TikTok and Hamza didn't even recognize me.
Yeah, because all of you Gen Z people just keep changing your names. Just use your name, bro. This is my name, Matthew. Hi, my name's Matthew.
Yeah, that's how me and Matthew maintain our fucking status. Exactly.
My name on TikTok is Saget.
I want to change my picture, but it's bad for PR.
Saget Ali.
Yeah.
Well, okay, fine.
Next time, you guys, I'm gonna join, and if you guys don't let me up, I'm gonna be upset because I'm the philosopher.
Matthew, this guy. Look, Matthew, this guy's young, but wallah, he has a future with us. I guarantee it. I can tell by his personality type, this guy will lead us into the future. I swear to God.
Well,
finally somebody recognized me.
I got his children. Yeah, his future children may witness Iran's progress economy. Hopefully his children will witness going from resistance economy into progress economy. If that happens, that's great. And he's going to kind of raise his children as nucratic Muslims, rationalist Muslims, inshallah. But he may need to hide some of his hagiography.
My hagiography.
I don't think he's going to hide his hagiography. And honestly, as long as you're philosophically grounded, mindful, and grounded in science, then you can have all the mythicization you want. It's what moves people ultimately, I guess.
I think I can move people through my mythology.
Inshallah. Man,
so, what do you guys need the philosopher king to fix for you guys today?
First priority is we need to cut the head of the snake, bro.
Yeah? Why?
Why? Tell me why.
I'm gonna let the snake lay its eggs.
Let me speak in symbolic terms. Okay?
Yeah.
We need to remove the door of Khaybar.
Yeah. And then do what?
And then we go to the next priority.
Which is conquering Khaybar and killing Marhab.
Sure.
Okay. I want to let Khaybar dissolve the whole world.
I mean,
people don't deserve to live in prosperity.
Well, prosperity. Let's get to safety for all. Let's reach there. We may not even get there for another 200 years, right? I mean, that's never going to happen. The crazy thing is, none of these ideals will ever happen. That's the crazy thing. And so you have Miguel, right? And this is 90% of all the objections. Miguel says that's never going to happen. That's very utopian thinking. Bro, any goal that you have is utopian. It's the whole point of goals. Utopia should be the goal. The question is, what is the vision is maximization of global well-being. If you agree to that fundamentally, and you're not America first, or Israel first, or Iran first, or Persians first, or Californian Persians first, if you actually want all groups, all people, all plants and animal and wildlife and the planet, whatever is as good as it gets. We'll never know what is as good as it gets. We don't know that. We are ignorant. We're always going to be ignorant of, is this as good as it gets? But we have to try, right? So the question is, how is liberal democracy going to be mapped? How does it map? How does it translate into even beginning to maximize global well-being? What's the mechanism? Now, what we're always told is, everyone get educated. Well, bro, my guy, not everyone even can get educated. There are people who don't even want to get educated. The schools are there. The books are there. There are people who still don't, well, I don't know, I better stop here. So yeah, education is one thing, but just having millions and millions and millions of educated people, even if that were possible, given that the distribution of intellect is spectral anyway, then again, how does that translate? Let's say that everyone's educated, but you have an actual tyrant who just cares about a particular group or a particular family or whatever. How are you going to topple that? How are you going to get rid of that? You're still going to look for the philosopher king, aren't you? You're not going to do it. I'm not going to do it, although I could do it. Maybe I could. In the end, you're going to want someone to revolt. It's always the case. So we just have to be clear about what we actually want for the world.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting though, as far as Plato, he also gave his allegory of the cave, where like essentially you have people who like want to go back into the cave to help people, that they get confused. They think that he's like a monster, like the people they see in the shadows or something like that. And that's essentially, to me, is that kind of like essentially what he thinks about. A lot of people see people who want to help people get educated. These people see them as people who are infringing upon their lives. So.
Yeah, and also, if you have, people have intellectual ceilings. So, like, we can wait another 1,000 years, like the traditionalist Jews, like the traditionalist Christians, like the traditionalist Muslims, for the perfect, actual, literal, divine Messiah to come back, or to come, or to appear. We know that's not going to happen. So, but it's a cool ideal, right? The idea of a perfect Messiah coming. Okay, so either become that person or identify that person and support them in their Socratic effort. Given that none of us, like, if we had to, Necro, I asked you, you said, I forgot his name now, Sean O'Brien. Why didn't you say yourself?
Because I know for sure that, to me, I'm not the person who could lead a country. I mean, I'm not the best communicator. I just don't have the public image, or at least the way I am right now, to be able to lead a country.
Public image.
Yeah, that's a lot. When you're a person in politics, your image matters a lot.
Yeah, of course. It's probably 90% of it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I think it's interesting. In the next election, he will predict that. I predicted that in 2028, the two candidates, that Gavin Newsom of California is going to be the Democratic ticket. And I think Trump is going to try to break the 22nd Amendment, but people say it's very unlikely that he's going to succeed if he tries to do that. And so very likely it's going to be J.D. Vance, people have said, as the nominee. And if that's the case, it's like, even though I'm not voting for either candidate, I wouldn't vote for either of them if you paid me. They're at least going to be a breath of fresh air because of them being much younger than a lot of the presidents we've had in recent years.
Miguel says the problem with the US is that half the population don't care.
Well, I think really to me, like I used to say stuff like that myself, but I think really it's like, you know, the fact is people just feel like their vote does not matter ultimately, and that's because they just see that both candidates do not, you know, are mostly the party that, you know, abandons their interests, and so that's why they don't feel too any useful to vote. So.
Just out of interest again, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but did you say what you do? Like, are you working or studying?
Yeah, I'm in art school, so.
Oh, you're in art school. My jab at, like, art earlier wasn't, you know, I support art, of course, but what I'm saying is that if, you know, I'm just using that as an example, if we have to get rid of, I don't support Nargis's Kofri art, but I would definitely support Necro's Philosopher King art. But Nadia, also, I was kind of interested that you at least were engaging as well. Do you mind if I ask, what do you do, or are you studying or working?
Yeah, so I'm working. I'm 35, so I'm past studying now. In a sense. I'm a civil servant, so policy advisor, economist, that kind of role. My background's in economics and more recently criminology and police management.
Fantastic, very interesting. Very, very interesting. What a great background.
You know, the competence. So, at least have some sense.
Yeah. That's why I asked. I didn't ask anyone else. I just asked Necro and Nadia. I mean, why would I care what Zephyr does or CM? I know what CM does. How's it gonna help? Like, she's actually involved.
Oh, come on, that's a bit harsh. You should always be curious.
Nadia, so did you study PPE?
No, I wish I had done, but no, I didn't even know that existed. I fell into economics. I was going to do actuary and chickened out, you know. Yeah.
So you're good with numbers?
My best subject at school was actually English, but my parents didn't think it was the best career choice, so I compromised.
Yes.
Economics.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
No, that's great. No, it would be good to have you on stage, or both of you actually, for like future rooms. I mean, just to have like the full diversity. You know, obviously we're coming from, well, at least I'll speak on behalf of myself. I definitely see myself as a propagandist, and I think it's necessary. But yeah, it's important to kind of like balance it, at least for people who kind of understand the subject matters. So yeah, it'd be really good. I try to follow you, Necro, but it keeps saying I've reached the maximum number, but I know you followed me, but I'll try to follow Nadia as well later. We usually have like kind of discussions. I mean, more and more we've been kind of really trying to pin this down about the Philosopher King, and I think that what we usually find is out of every 100, at least one or two people can engage, and we don't think that we're going to transform. Our main target is traditionalist Muslims who, you know, we usually try to talk to them about evolution and try to, you know, educate them out of the creation of Adam myth. We try to talk to, I'm traditionally, I come from a Shia background. I was a traditionalist 12 Shi'i, so we're trying to speak to traditionalist 12 Shi'as to get them to wake up and just realize, okay, I don't think the 12th Imam is coming back. Same with traditionalist Christians, although they seem to be a bit more kind of dogmatic, so it's a bit more difficult. But I think that we have to kind of prepare for at least identifying that conversations around this need to happen. Maybe the world is wrong. Maybe liberal democracy is not the way. And let's just handle the objections, the actual objections. And there are many objections, but just know that there are also many objections to liberal democracy. And if we want to stop the problems that we have at the mass scale, it needs to happen foundationally. So.
Well, I mean, essentially, yeah, I mean, I think really there are problems in liberal or at least that have been debated on by pretty much everybody in the Enlightenment. And so that's why there's different types of democracies that have been proposed. That's why the United States, we, say the word republic is because we, elect essentially people who are going to, where we have a procedure by which we choose who we're going to have represent us. It's also why we have a constitution, because we realize that there are some things that should not be left up to a vote, because it would violate the rights of the minority. So.
Yeah.
And so I agree, it's like there are things about that I definitely believe should not be left up to the opinion of the majority. Like, I think really, and it was laid out by people like John Stuart Mill as to why freedom of speech, it's like if the majority can take away, can silence the minority, then when they get power, would it justify the minority silencing the majority? And that's effectively, it seems like what we have is corporations in the country trying to erode that by doing things like making it illegal to boycotting the state of Israel in response to us continuing to send funding for their war. And it's actually gone back much farther. You had during the Vietnam War, you had the protests against us continuing to send young men to go fight in Vietnam by the overwhelming majority. But of course, the neocons who wanted to, have us try to fight, communism, it found it more probable to end regimes that were fighting against them maximizing profits. So, that's ultimately why I don't engage in debates about things like abortion or things like LGBTQ debates or ones about gun control. It's not saying that there are issues that are not important, but to me they just seem like wedge issues to distract the average person, because I don't think that these are solutions that are going to ever be answered. Because there are always going to be discussions about what are the best solutions to these problems that the average moral person is going to disagree on. There's never going to be a solution on them. Because focusing on these issues, which is what the media tries to do, tries to get people to get the idea that we are hopelessly divided, which is just not the case. We are not hopelessly divided on the economy.
Are you saying we, as in America, they're not hopelessly divided? Or?
Yeah, we're not hopelessly divided.
We're not. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so on economic issues, we agree on so many things. It's we have at least 2/3, if not higher, support on economic policies. On environmental protections, most people overwhelmingly believe that there should be taxation on companies based on how much carbon that they're putting into the atmosphere, that there should be more trees put into the ground to absorb carbon. Most people in America, as much as we get the record of, we do have a massive oil empire that has been buying Congress, but the fact fact is most Americans think that the government is not doing enough, both conservative and liberal. I mean, they disagree on the solution, but they believe that the government, most people overwhelmingly believe that the government is not doing enough to fight the effects of climate change.
So it sounds like you're talking about the goals, the kind of like the benefits of an economy as opposed to the mechanism of the economy. Because, for example, if I asked Nadia, for example, about, I would say that from my perspective as a layperson, it seems that Britain is hopelessly divided on the economy. If you were to ask 100 people in Britain about what kind of things should we want, yeah, everyone would probably pretty much agree, right? It's fairly obvious. But if you were to ask them how to get there, you'd probably get 30, 40 in terms of whether it's conservative or different fiscal policies, right?
Yeah, I think it might be divisive, but I think really to me, it's I think even on common ground issues, there's economic issues that I think Americans would agree on, a policy. Take for example something like paid family leave. Almost every other country in the developed world has guarantees that every mom shall get, a certain number of time to bond with their newborn after giving birth. And in the United States, there's guaranteed zero time. Moms go immediately back to the coal mines or back to the assembly line.
I mean, to be fair, in California, it's not like that. Both parents get
Yeah, I mean, California it's different, but in the United States, there's no guarantee that's set, which is, and most states do not, pass any sort of law that guarantees that businesses have to give moms time off from work to be able to bond with their newborn. While countries like Estonia, they get 82 weeks off to be with their newborn.
Dude, that's so not you.
You don't get 6 months in California. Where'd you get that?
My teacher.
You get 3 months.
Really?
I thought it was just 6 months.
90 days?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
I thought it was 6 weeks.
Well, it's 6 weeks. That's correct.
Yeah.
And more parents don't get it. One parent gets it.
There's another room. I just went into the hallway for some reason. I just wanted to see what's going on. And there's a room. It's called "How to Beat Your Wife Properly According to the Quran."
I saw that and I dropped in. I didn't hear anything, but I was curious.
I think that's phonics.
Yeah, you use the toothbrush. According to that.
Like a really.
I feel like it's being run by phonics.
Yeah, that's some kinky stuff, bro.
The traditionalist key position is that you use a toothbrush, miswak.
Whereas rationalist Muslims, we say use a truth brush, right? All right.
Or just a
Just use your fist.
I would say fresh ones.
I've always wondered what the significance of, because I know it's people say it says hit her light with a toothbrush. I've always wondered what the significance of that is. Hitting your wife with a toothbrush to get her to stop.
It's symbolism for distance.
No, man, these are all just copes. They're just lazy. I used to freaking believe. Obviously, it's hitting, right? That's obviously what it is.
Yeah, but who hits a woman with a toothbrush?
Use your hands. Central Arabia, bro. Obviously,
why don't they just use their hands?
I don't know. I don't know what just people coping and trying to read stuff into the text. Clearly, it says hit them, right? But there's, it was appropriating, presumably, well, not presumably, but it seems like it's just another example of appropriation of a Jewish kind of domestic discipline, thing, and then, he kind of, it seems that Muhammad actually improved it, so. this idea of no, it's metaphorical. That people say no, it's just metaphorical. Just come on, like, just stop coping. Just wake up to the reality that Quran also presents. This room, by the way, previously was flat Earth cosmology, and there are dogmatists pretending, lying to themselves that it doesn't present a flat Earth cosmology. Just waking up. Let's wake up.
To get back to morality, one debate I would recommend watching on morality was a debate between philosopher Shelley Kagan and between apologist William Lane Craig.
What's Shelley who?
Shelley Kagan.
Kagan. Oh, why does it sound familiar?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's pretty much known. I mean, the way he looks, he wears Converse shoes, and he has a beard. He looks kind of like Mandy Patinkin from what I remember. But yeah, basically, I think really he, I mean, unlike a lot of people who debate William Lane Craig on morality, I feel like specifically he gave like the most. I think he gave the most philosophically sophisticated, grounding that I think really just, illustrated essentially it addressed a lot of the questions that William Lane Craig always puts forward as, as to what grounds morality. I think really just the way he answered the questions, I think were the most I think they just stuck with most of Craig's audience, unlike previous other people who debated Craig on the subject, where they just say specifically that Christianity's moral claims a lot of times they divert to emotional arguments, which I understand the appeal of emotional arguments, but I just think for people who are philosophically sophisticated, we're a lot of Christians who are trying to engage in philosophical discourse. Usually it's not going to work. Usually they're mostly interested in what grounds morality, not necessarily of what is the things that appeal to us the most ultimately. So I just felt Shelley Kagan was way more effective.
Yeah, I've made a note.
Yeah, the only other debate I think with William Lane Craig, where I feel like was very persuasive even to Craig's audience, was his debate with Sean Carroll.
Oh, he had a debate with Sean Carroll? No way.
Yep, he did. Sean Carroll, I thought specifically, he addressed William Lane Craig to a lot of this, because Sean Carroll also, even though he's a physicist, he is also more versed with philosophy than most people who debate Craig on physics, and so he addressed a lot of the points that he made, specifically when he brings up the Kalam specifically, and he didn't just do specifically saying, talking about quantum physics, so that's kind of why I would debate, but I think also he as a physicist, he just brought up a bunch of models that show how particularly all the different explanations for how the universe could have started without under the framing that is always first under the Kalam.
So I see one which is 2014, but I'm assuming you mean the one that's 2023.
Yeah, I'm talking about the one I think, the one back in 2014.
Oh, 2014. Maybe this is, maybe that, okay, 2014. Okay. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah, Sean Carroll, overall, he's just, to me, he wasn't just people like Lawrence Krauss or people like, what's his name? Sam Harris on morality. I think really just Sam Harris, I think one of the problems he has is that,
he's subhuman. Sam Harris and Eric Weinstein, they're just subhuman. Let's be frank about it.
Well, Eric Weinstein, I would say that, he's a guy who I can't stand. Sam Harris, I mean, I don't know. He's a cut above the Weinstein Bros, but I still don't like him.
By the way, Hamza, who are you addressing in the FTH?
This guy FTH, I don't know what he's on about.
Can Matthew pronounce the word Quran one more, please?
Well, you're saying it perfectly.
Quran. Yeah, when I speak to like non-Arabs, I just say Quran. You know, like when you speak to non-Arabs, you can just say Quran. It's fine.
Like Muhammad.
Yeah, like Muhammad. You know how like Muhammad also used non-Arabic words? It's kind of the same thing.
All the angels are Hebrew names.
Allah, it's so funny.
Like, what's the deal with
True. Yeah, these are kind of bro. These
I think probably the best moral that Muhammad taught was probably caring for the elderly.
Necro, I'd like to
Necro's
send. I'd like to send Necro. Elias, you know, Elias, are you there? He's gonna sound always there.
Brother, he's always there. I'm telling you, he's always listening.
But I genuinely think they may be asleep right now.
No, you see? You know what I mean?
Elias, you know the paper regarding particularism? I just wish that we could somehow get Necro to read it. And maybe, I don't know if it's... Maybe not.
It's still a good paper.
Sorry?
Send him the link to read it.
I don't have the link.
Matthew needs a link from you first.
Brad.
Yeah, I just have the PDF. I don't have the link.
Me too.
Brad. That's great.
That is crazy. But
I'll just put the link up.
okay.
Sajid, nice to have you on stage. We appeal to new people. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, what's up, buddy? I hope everybody's good.
Doing well. We hope everyone's good, but unfortunately, it's always the case that some people are really good, some people are really bad, and everyone else is just in between.
He posted it in the top Necro if you want to read that.
Oh wow, you actually pinned it. Okay, amazing. So this is a paper written by someone, and it's pretty much like if anyone, Nagus, you should read this too.
What is it?
This is our position on.
Yeah, let me download
Yeah,
it.
and if you don't read it, you're a kafira.
You already pronounced me careful.
Yeah, but you're like doubly kafir.
Downloading it. Hold on.
It's basically just Sharia is the law of the philosopher king.
Mm. It should be good. I don't open it.
I have a question. Like, there are different sections of the religions, and different religions have different sections. Like, if we go to Muslims, we have Shia, we have Sunnis. Then in Sunnis, we have different sections. I mean, who created this? Like, why there was people like after Muhammad, when Prophet leave the planet. So different Ummas came on the planet, like Tabatabin and those people. And they write the books and in different forms, like Imam Hanafi, he wrote the different hadiths and all those things. But I'm just confused. One thing is why there is no one unique thing. I mean, if we follow the same prophet, same God, so why there are different methods? Why there are different imams we have to? I'm myself following the fiqh of Hamli. So, yeah, I'm following the fiqh of Hamli because I think that is one of the most correct. There is no, we can say, impurity in that, because if we go to find out the whole structure of the universe, in Asia we find different shrines around different countries, like in India, in Pakistan, in most of these two countries we find different shrines. And that is a big problem we have, because if we visit to Saudi and other places, they don't have this type of things. They don't have this concept, because that is the truth. And that one hints me. That one hints me a good thing to follow them. But Prophet never said he was Sunni, he was Shia, he was Shia.
One second.
Matthew,
Do you see the exemplification of what you're saying about regular people? Like, this guy doesn't even take into account like social pressures at the time, individual greeds, and like biases that come into play. They're going to derive different ideas into different stems of that idea, right, for individual gain. Like, this is what really makes me mad, that no one incorporates these kinds of ideas, psychological states, into perspective, bro. They don't understand how human beings work at all. They think there's going to be some kind of unholy or like a holy way of there should be the truth and there's nothing besides the truth. Like, come on, man, that's not how reality works, Sajid.
Yeah, Sajid, look, I think you already know. So one way to answer the question would be you yourself, right? You're an example. Why did you pick the Hanbali jurisprudence?
Because I read the
Why was it needed? Why was it needed?
Because Prophet followed it. Prophet did whatever he did in his life. So after that, they research on that. Imams research on those theses and those ideologies.
Yes.
And that is one of the reasons.
Yeah, the problem is that we have the Quran that we all have today is a fairly good representation of the collection of features that Muhammad made in the 7th century. This thing that I'm saying, 90%, maybe 85% of Muslims, obviously all of them traditionalist Muslims, will immediately oppose. They're like, Astaghfirullah Rabbi, this Quran is identical to the words that left Muhammad's mouth. That's the first problem. I can't even progress to the next point. Why? Because of dogma. Because there is a dogma that all traditionalist Muslims have, same with traditionalist Christians and traditionalist Jews and irrational atheists. I mean, it's just dogmas everywhere, right? The dogma is that not only are the words of Muhammad the literal, actual, in every respect, words of God, but also that we have it between our hands. That's the problem. The problem of that is identical to that you're citing as why is there Shi'i, Sunni, Akhbari, Usuli, 12er, non-12er, Ismaili, Nazari, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, right? All of those problems stem from dogma. The paper pinned at the top is the answer to all the questions. Because, why? Morality is simply, or should simply be, whatever leads to well-being, actual well-being. That's it. So obviously that's going to be contingent and dependent on the cause and effects of the time. That's it.
Yeah, but
there's nothing objectively moral about anything in the Bible or in the Quran. Unless we want to say, okay, the meta morality of seeking truth, taking care of people, and like maybe 5 other things. Because those are the goals, right? Those are the goals. Everything else is going to be contingent on Muhammad's understanding at the time in 7th century Arabia. and maybe, beyond, right? I mean, there's not much change between classical and late antiquity, between the 7th century and the 8th century. But in the last few hundred years, we know more about the nature of reality. And people didn't even have names for these tens of thousands of sciences. So Islam, at its essence, is simply submitting to reality when it's presented to you. If the reality is presenting itself to me that the world is spherical and is not flat, as the Quran suggests, then I submit to that. That is reality. If reality presents itself that humans originated from common ancestors and evolution theory is the best explanation for the origin of life, then if I am Muslim, I submit to that reality. Does that make sense, Sajid? So my point is more foundational. Your question about why Shia, why Sunni, none of that is important. Understand the foundational principle first. It all goes back to dogma. All of it. Go ahead, Nadia.
That is right thing. That is right.
Hold on, let me hear what Nadia has to say, dog. Let's appeal to women first. Go ahead, Nadia.
I was going to say, I think more broadly, where you get people, you can be looking at the same thing and they'll interpret it differently. So this isn't even just a religion thing. With science, all the time, you'll get people looking at the same data, the same evidence, and coming up with completely different policy options as to what you should be doing with it and how you're driving impact. So I don't think this means that, and I'm not a religious person, that doesn't mean that, just because religion, everyone doesn't believe in the exact same truth, there's no value in it. And I think it's more because of the way people naturally are, we do all think differently, we're not all the same. And part of that difference means that whatever discipline you're looking at, whether it be religion or science or philosophy, you can be looking at the exact same thing and you'll have 100 different interpretations and views on it.
Yeah, right. And isn't it the best way that it should be grounded in one of or multiple sciences? Let's say we have someone called Tony. He's 7 years old. He's lost his father. There are millions of ways that his life could go. Millions. And there are millions of variables where he grows up, what his genes say, what his family says, what his family does, his ideas, his expressions, the school he goes to, whether he sees a particular commercial at a particular time. Millions, billions and billions of different variables. Truly, no one knows the best that's going to maximize his well-being and the well-being of his peers, right? No one knows. We can say some meta truth, God knows, right? The question is, how does that translate to earth? How do we bring God's knowledge down to earth? It's going to be channeled through a mechanism of apprehending truth. Apprehending truth is going to be science, one of the, or multiple of the tens of thousands of science, and all of them are going to be grounded in philosophy. So the question is, how do we know? How do we best approximate? It's not going to be based on ancient texts, right? How's that going to map onto Tony? What's going to be is going to be a knowledge and an understanding and a wisdom about, because we know there's one path that's going to maximize his well-being. We have no idea which one it is. All we can do is approximate which one of these millions of different paths is going to maximize his well-being.
I agree. I think even with the sciences, though, you're still going to have a prioritization. So I know some people think economics is complete nonsense, and fair enough, it is an ad hoc collection of things that are quite sort of situated in a context. Some people will be very reductionist and take it back down to, physics and the, particles and atoms. I think even you end up sort of thinking about how to think, because it is really difficult to come to consensus on a framework that actually achieves that outcome, because there are so many different lenses, even from a scientific perspective, to view things, right?
And so, yes, and then that's where legal theory comes in, because legal theory kind of knocks all of the. So this is the problem that obviously a lot of traditionalist religions have, right? Because let's say traditionalist Shi'i Islam says as long as the girl has completed 9 years, she's kind of ready for marriage, which we know is ridiculous, right? Completely against science, completely against our understanding of the world. completely immoral today, right? So when we start to challenge them, what they usually object with, well, how do you know? Well, firstly, this was okay. Okay, fine, let's get rid of what this was okay in 7th century Arabia. What should be the age today? Well, in reality, it's going to be dependent on the particular individual. But that doesn't work at the level of law. This is where legal theory comes in, because now we're not dealing with one particular individual, we're dealing with a particular population. And the goal is to maximize the protection of girls, to make sure that we're protecting minors, make sure that we're also not making marriage and companionship impossible, making sure that we address, the physical needs of
But that's based on the state law, right? So really, I think that there's a limitation there, assuming that you're basing it on state law. Because if the state law then argues that, let's hypothetically say state law says, yeah, it's okay to marry somebody at 10.
Oh, no, I'm talking about state law. Yeah, I'm saying what should state law be is what I'm saying, right?
Oh,
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. Like, one of the biggest problems is that this works independently of state law, which itself is like an absurdity, right? No, absolutely. Yeah, I'm talking about at the level of state law. So if we say something like 18, their immediate objection is, well, how is that scientific? How is that rationalist Islam? How is that this? Because they're not understanding that, yeah, bro, I'm sorry, like, for the guy, because they'll say, well, the guys, they need to kind of get with a woman. Yeah, okay, isn't the whole point of Islam to practice restraint and to improve willpower? Okay, let the guys not screw around until 18. Is that okay? Until the girl is 18. So that's it. Like, why? Yes, of course, 18 isn't going to be like scientific, but the whole goal is to maximize the chance of well-being. Because when it comes to legal theory, now it's a whole new level of inquiry. It's a whole new level of a layer of reality. So you're trying to protect as many people as you can and not make it crazy like the age of 35, because you also have to think about other variables. There's millions of variables. So 18 is a pretty good starting point. I think it's pretty fair. Maybe it's a bit high, I don't know, but I think 18 it's okay. It's okay as like an age of consent thing.
Yeah, and I think there are a few things you need to consider here. So biology is a really good one. That would be a good way to okay, when does, somebody physically mature on average, and maybe setting it there. But then there's also the way people expect a society to run. So you'll have some people think, actually, no, you need to get your women married off young and pumping out babies younger, because they can handle their body can physically handle those babies better when they're younger, as opposed to having what we're seeing more of now, which is women giving birth perhaps more in their 40s, even 50s, where you get other complications. So I think part of it is biological, part of it is also how do people feel society best functions, and there's going to naturally be a trade-off there between what the individual wants and what's good for society. Because a lot of people say, and I'm not one of these people, but women going into the office and having careers and putting off having children is a bad thing. Other people say, no, it's a really good thing. You should have, women should be independent and earn their own money and be educated. But depending on your school of thought, that will then feed through into your state laws.
Talking about state laws, I just wanted to point something out ridiculous in the UK. So they recently increased the minimum age of marriage to 18. Now this is law, but the ridiculous thing is the woman at the age of 16, she can sleep with whoever she wants to. She can get pregnant. She can give birth and be a mother at the age of 16, but legally she's not allowed to get married. So she could fall in love with a guy at 15, whatever, or something. Legally, they can have sex at 16. She can give birth to his kids, but she's not allowed to marry him until she's at least 18.
I think there's a difference there, I guess, in somebody controlling their own body and their own emotions and their own feelings versus entering what people see as a social contract, which has sort of other types of accountability. I agree, like it does feel strange that if somebody is able to make a decision to have a child with someone else, then if they then should wish to get married, fine, but I also get that because of the way society works, you've got financial implications, all these other things to consider, why marriage then, some people might think actually you need to be a bit mature before you enter that kind of commitment, because it is a societal commitment, whereas having a child with somebody is more of a biological individual commitment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does seem absurd, actually. I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, I don't know what the... You see, the thing is, like, Original, did anyone ask you for your opinion about this?
No, nobody asked my opinion. You mentioned the age 18, which is like just a subjective number that you just brought up.
No, sorry, I meant like, sorry, what I meant was like, did your local MP ask you for your opinion on this, right? Did we have any role to play in this?
No.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, I don't know, I mean, because the idea is, look, we get elections, this is what they say they're going to do, they never really do it anyway, and it just feels that we're pretending something with liberal democracy, honestly. I genuinely think that it's the feeling that it gives us, but it has also so many problems. There's problems in everything. Philosopher King for the win, I don't care, I'm done. I'm going to start a revolution, or maybe I'll find someone. I'm out, I'm done with like liberal democracy. I can't even see like the arguments for it anymore.
I think the problem is in practice is that this concept, like, I don't think it works because people, they don't often trust intelligence. Like when you look at who's actually in charge, like who is sort of looked at as a leader, it's rarely the people who've got like 100 million PhDs under their belt who've spent a lot of time doing the research on this. Quite often, no, they're put in a corner somewhere and they're drawn on as an advisor. So people who are actually closest to having those values that you'd want in a philosopher king, I just don't think in reality they're often respected or revered. Quite often people will go for...
Yeah. And this is why we're here. We're here to bring philosopher king back, Nadia. Yeah, of course. Who even talks about this? I mean, we've had this room for hours. I've been propagandizing so much. I put my, Hamza's done some work, Ilyas has done some work, he's put a fantastic, beautiful paper for traditionalist Shias, and so needs to go and read. Like, we're putting our time in, I'm genuinely trying, I'm glad that we had one person earlier who, at least, he's kind of someone who, I think would be supportive. But yeah, of course, no one's going to talk about this stuff, this sounds insane. And you see the kind of people who object, right? Obviously, this sounds fascist, it sounds like it's worrying. Immediately, people start thinking of tyrants and brutal dictators and all that kind of stuff. But bro, we're just asking, like, don't you want the person to be charismatic, philosophically grounded, and hit all the metrics that we mentioned earlier? Timothy agrees, don't you, Timothy? Or Timothy? Or Timotheus?
I mean, or is it just in principle?
You agree in principle?
No, I'm asking you, I'm saying, are you still, is your ideal candidate still the supreme leader?
Of Iran?
Yeah.
For Iran, yeah.
Yikes.
Why? Why yikes?
I don't know, because they're killing thousands of protesters and stuff, maybe.
How would you police it?
How would you stop it on
insurrection?
How would you just kill thousands of
insurrection orchestrated by Zionists?
I wouldn't be standing accused of orchestrating.
Would it be rubber bullets?
Thousands of people.
How would you do it?
How would I don't know. I mean, I don't have.
Do you have any?
That's like asking. That's equivalent of when Zionists ask, well, how would you prosecute this war in Gaza? How would you respond to October 7th? I mean, you don't have to genocide people. I don't have to offer an alternative.
No, it's not the same. It's not a genocide.
It is.
You're saying what happened in Gaza is a genocide.
I'm not saying that. Follow. Track on.
No, you said it's the same. You said it's the same.
Just slow down.
You mocked.
Slow down.
So what's your solution?
Look. The words are moving fast in your brain.
No. Tell me to substantiate what you just said. They're killing thousands of people.
It's really difficult for me to explain anything.
Tell me what's the difference.
It's impossible for me to explain anything to you if you talk about.
Okay, stop being less vague and just make your point.
Okay, I'll try. If you give 30 seconds without you speaking,
okay, go ahead.
Explain it. Okay, thank you. I said it's equivalent to somebody saying to you, and then do Zionists say or ask, well, what would you do if you were in Israel's position? I don't need to offer you an alternative to condemn genocide. In the same way, I don't need to offer you an alternative to condemn people who are slaughtering fucking protesters and torturing them. I don't need to offer you, I don't need to, I will tickle them. I'll tickle all their feet. Like, I don't fucking need to say that to you. I say, he's not a good candidate because of these human rights abuses. That's it.
Okay, slaughtering. That sounds great. That sounds amazing. So, do you want to explain the slaughtering?
So what would make a good candidate then if this is occurring?
You want me to, I just want to clear, like, you want me to provide what exactly? Witness testimony, all of the human rights abuses they stand accused of by the international community. What do you want? Because presumably what's going to happen here is I send you article after article and you say it's all propaganda. You say, oh, they're just condemning Iran because of nuclear X, because of Israel X, because of what? So that's what's going to happen.
No.
The reality is
they care.
The reality is there's many Iranians, okay, go on.
Yeah, no, of course, the outlets that you follow, they care about human rights.
Yeah,
that's why they're talking about all the human rights abuses, right? Of course, it's human rights.
Except Israel.
It's nothing to do with Iran like being Israel's public enemy number one. It's nothing to do with the fact that Israel wants to get rid of Iran. It's nothing to do with, of course, of weapons of mass destruction. Sorry, I mean nuclear weapons. It's nothing to do with that. It's human rights abuses, of course.
They just are human rights abuses. Like, regardless of whether or not Western sanctions are the reason for the unrest, and that's the cause of Iran fucking cracking down brutally on the citizens. Regardless of that, just it is the case that he is the person that is presiding over the torture and fucking.
Okay, so let me understand. So let me understand.
That's just a fact.
Tell me what's the timeline? What happened? Do you know what the timeline was? Like, what happened generally? Someone came out protesting. They started just like hacking these protesters to death. Is that what happened?
So there's a guy in a petrol station or something who started a protest of obviously economic hardship, strife.
Okay.
And then it progressed from there. I guess even if you want to say it's some like Arab Spring coordinated, like,
No, go on.
It's irrelevant. It's the fact
we're all listening. No, it's not about.
This is just an actual fact.
No,
the person that you're advocating for being the supreme leader of Iran.
I'm pinning you.
Lots and lots of
I'm pinning you down on your claims. I'm trying to demonstrate to you that you're no different to the Pahlavists, right? Who basically regurgitate the same propaganda. I want you to tell me what the timeline is. You just told me some guy at a petrol station. Tell me.
You're not talking about the most recent protests.
I'm
talking just in general, like the timeline.
No, I'm talking about since December.
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, since December. Oh, as in you mean 12-day war?
No, that was summer last year, December. What?
You're saying the most recent. I asked you this earlier.
Iran. Let's say Iran, because you want to use vague language. Iran, the nation state, killed protesters. Right? That's what you want to say. Why did they do that?
Because they were protesting.
They killed them because they were sick. Yeah.
No, so what did you expect? Because they were starting an insurrection. Like,
you don't know what happened.
You're gonna make an argument.
I'm demonstrating that you just come up onto stages and you just blurt out nonsense. That's what I'm.
But it's not nonsense.
I'm demonstrating.
I'm not when have you challenged anything.
I have. I'm challenging you on your. I'm challenging you.
That was a credential check. I'm asking you. Okay, so what is the challenge? What is the actual challenge?
Yeah, if you be quiet, I'll tell you.
Okay.
It's the same thing that I asked you. What's the timeline? What happened?
That's not a challenge if you're asking me a question.
Yes. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know. Basically, you decided to be an ultra-crepidarian. You decided to give a potent view and opinion about something of which you don't know. You don't know. What you did was...
You know nothing about... You knew nothing
about... Timothy's becoming hysterical.
He does the same thing. He does the same thing. He does the same thing over and over again. Who denies evolution?
We not do this dance the last time, but now you're better well researched.
You said he denies evolution. We said he didn't. You then produced the article where he doesn't deny evolution.
You said you don't know. You tap danced around it. You said, well, no. Maybe he's not the best. And Neil had to defend you, an atheist.
No, that's not true. Again, you're wrong in that timeline as well.
That's exactly because imagine you had.
I can't demonstrate right now how you were wrong in that timeline. So I'll demonstrate you on this, and then you'll ignore this as well. You'll deny me 3 times. You'll deny me on this one as well.
All right, Peter.
So tell me what happened in Iran. So
what do you mean? You just said you were going to give me a challenge, and you said let you speak. So I let you speak.
Yeah, I'm
challenging you. You came up here hot.
You know how he's looking at his friend and he's like, hold on. He's trying to challenge you.
Habibi.
No, this is love you. Let me boom. He's trying to challenge you.
You can have a normal discussion. Why does it have to become like this?
Exactly. He panics when you make the claim.
Exactly. And now slow down. Hold on. Let's hear Elias is right. Let's slow down. Look, so you keep trying to look. He's challenging in the way that when he asked this question, what's the timeline? He's actually trying to refer that you don't know the timeline.
I asked for clarification. I said, what are you saying? Are you saying the most recent sort of civil unrest?
Yes.
Right, there we go.
From December 2025.
And he said, no, December in his condescending tone. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna say, look, if you've got a way to challenge what I'm saying, as in to say, look, this just undercuts what you're saying, then say it. Don't do this fucking Q&A bullshit where you actually don't have, like, it doesn't seem like you actually have any destination. You're just aimlessly asking.
No, but he can actually.
So I trip myself up. Why don't you just tell me, genius?
He can kill two birds with one stone, right? He makes his point by asking the question.
When he's asked to challenge me directly, what does he do? He goes, I will, give me a second. And then proceeds to continue asking questions.
No, but he's knocking out two birds with. He's knocking out two birds with one stone. He's trying to make.
Listen.
Yes.
Timothy, do you have any evidence for the claims you made?
That's what I said. I said, do you want me to just, like, what I can predict what's going to happen? I'll do it for you if you'd like. I'll just send you articles. You're just going to say, oh, propaganda, Western propaganda. Oh, they don't know what they're dealing with in Iraq. You won't just play that game? We can do that. But ultimately, that just besmirches the reputation of the ideal candidate that you're proposing.
Yeah. So,
what would you say to that?
Yeah, just to respond to his absurd claims earlier, I made it very clear what the objective was. I made the objective clear in this room, just like I do with any time you come up attacking anything that we're saying other than like evolution, which is you'll usually criticize or mock and then you'll mimic, and then you'll make a really vague, almost like propagandized claim. In this case, Iran is slaughtering its own people just for protesting. And then when we pin you, you start like panicking and you start attacking everything. So what I'm doing is I'm demonstrating how in this room, you're doing exactly the same thing. You made the claim that Iran is slaughtering its people simply because they're protesting. So what I want you to do, instead of you saying, don't ask me questions, demonstrate that you even have the prerequisite to even come up on stage and make those claims. What was the timeline? What happened in Iran? And you keep mentioning, yes, I'm pushing it back to December. And then you mention the 12-day war. It had nothing to do with the 12-day war in terms of the timeline. That was in summer. Although, yes, of course, they're all related. But I'm talking specifically about what you came up here talking about, which was the unrest, the protests, the riots, the killings.
Are you ready?
So tell me what the timeline was, and tell me what you're critiquing. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. If I was to just comment for a moment on the meta, firstly, none of that was like kind of really relevant. Secondly, I came up and I just offered the judge. The point in response to me saying like full protesting is you kept saying, why are they killing the protesters? So I was like, I don't know, isn't that fairly obvious as in identifying them as protesters? Secondly, you don't need to be like a historian or someone or like a fucking war correspondent to be able to come up and present. Oh no, I'll just finish one thing. I allowed you to finish, did I not? Was I not? Did I not allow you to finish?
Put you down if you're Bro, you're a smart person, just respect yourself. Matthew's talking to you, why don't you just respect yourself and have a normal freaking conversation? Why do you have to like say fucking this and that and use
I apologize. That was okay.
I'm trying to
Yes, I apologize for the
I assume both of you, and I know for a fact both of you have the capacity to engage in a rational discussion, and I wanted to continue in that manner, not
Yeah, I love Mike. Yeah, Mike's not great. Don't worry about it. This is he's just completely wrong on this issue. But anyway, so if you want, I can just read you. This is from Human Rights Watch from 2 days ago. So the article is entitled "Iran's Tsunami of Arbitrary Arrests, Enforced Disappearances." So I'll just read you the bullet points. So Iran's intelligence agency security forces carried out mass arbitrary violent arrests and detention protests, including children, since 7/28. Tens of thousands are reported to have been arrested across the country. Authorities have subjected detainees to torture and other ill treatment. Those detained are at serious risk of death in custody, grossly unfair trials, and secret summary and arbitrary executions. Authorities have systematically refused to provide any information about the fate or whereabouts of the detainees, thus forcibly disappearing them. It goes on some bullshit about the UN condemnation, essentially, of these alleged executions. Okay, so now that's Human Rights Watch, and presumably that's a source that you and I would use to criticize and condemn Israel, namely on the charges of genocide and apartheid. Now, do we think they're lying?
Do we think Human Rights Watch has all the information about what's happening in Iran? Is that your question?
Obviously not my question, Matthew.
Okay, so
Clearly not my question.
yeah, I don't appeal to authority. If I trust Human Rights Watch, it's not because I'm just some dogmatist and trust a particular report.
Yeah.
No, I actually think about things that I read, Timothy. Yeah. Do you?
So evidence examined by Human Rights Watch shows that senior officials, Iran security and intelligence agencies, including police known as just FARJA, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, IGC, and its intelligence organizations, the Ministry of Intelligence and prosecutorial and judicial officials have orchestrated a coordinated, brutal mass clampdown to quash further dissent and conceal their atrocities. Now presumably, what they're alleging there is that they have access to evidence, and they've gone through it fine-tooth comb, and that's what they've concluded. Now, do you think that you're in a more privileged position than the legal experts, the people who are reviewing the testimony, all this kind of stuff that's coming out of Iran? Do you think you're in a better position than these people who work for these human rights organizations?
Yes, because I have access to the other side as well.
Boom, fucking boom. Hamza, boom, dog. Calm down. Listen, man. And this is, your mom, but just this is why it's like, this is actually terrible. Because ultimately, this is all you're going to do. You're going to whack on your the tinfoil snapback, and we're just going to do conspiracy theorizing. In the face of any evidence, you're just going to predict this evidence.
No, I've witnessed the evidence.
The West is against them, not the sanctioning.
No, I've witnessed the evidence.
This is all Israel's master plan. Like,
no, I've witnessed the evidence.
Legit, people dying.
Hemati, bro. You need to calm down on that, bro.
Why?
Yeah, just
really calm.
Just stop with the meta and just kind of get the
How
point.
is that meta? I just made the point. You just went straight to
this is what happens. So you make the claim, which is usually really vague. You then bring up a source, right? And then you just appeal to the source without any kind of critique. And then you make the claim, which is even worse.
TikTok videos.
And then you make it even harder for yourself by saying that, bro, we accept this for Palestine. Let's just accept it for anything. No, bro, I'm not an idiot. I'm sorry.
You're engaging in the same.
I'm not gullible, Timothy. I'm not gullible.
You're the most gullible person I know.
No, well, okay, but you're the one fighting.
Leader of Iran.
You're the one fighting.
You're the supreme leader of the world. That's like the height of fragility.
Stop the better, bro. Just stick to the point. Stop panicking.
Do you think it's possible? Okay, do you think it's possible for a rational person to present something or a type of skepticism against the nature of evidence that you have? Is it a conceivable notion?
What do you mean conceivable? It's trivial, of course. Like you can be skeptical.
Sure. So could you then ask Matthew what is going to be his purchase for the skepticism? How are you trying to cash it out, and then you can have a discussion on that.
Yeah, but lay out the skeptical case.
As an observer of this thing, see Himati's
Human Rights Watch, when they referred back to Iraq. Why is Neil talking, bro? 1 second, man.
Why not? Because
okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point. Fair enough. Go ahead, Neil. I'm interrupting. You should interrupt too. Go ahead.
So Hamza, so Himati's brought out a human rights source, and what I heard from Matthew is that he brought up a source which he hasn't given very specifically. He said that I have heard the other side and what it is. So
yeah, he's not here now.
So let us hear Matthew's reason for skepticism. That's only going to be fair.
Yeah. So just to give it the foundation again. So unfortunately, what Himothy thinks is that simply because we are united against Israel on Palestine, and we will circulate articles and human rights reports, that we have to always just believe that, because how Timothy approaches this is that he likes the look of it and he'll just believe it. But I'm not gullible. I'm not naive. I consider every source. I don't just believe things just because it happens to correspond with what I want it to make to be true. I question everything that I read, but Timothy doesn't do that. So the reason why I'm skeptical, not just about Human Rights Watch, but on any institution, any newspaper, any journalist, is because I just do a very basic thing. When it comes to any intense religious or political or sometimes sociological event or sociological analysis, no one is going to be free of agenda. I don't just believe what Khamenei says, or what the IRGC says, or what the Iranian newspapers say, or what Human Rights Watch says, or what Israel says. No. What you have to do in politics, and I worked in news media, particularly in political affairs, for nearly 15 years, what you have to do is you kind of have to start off somewhere in between. Unless you have, and at least you know, okay, fine, I'm going to start somewhere in between, and I'm going to look for evidence that is more probable, right, is more likely. As you may remember, as you probably will remember, a lot of these sources, they use kind of sources like from Iranian human rights activists. They initially said things like, 5,000. At the time, it was only like 600 or 700, which, by the way, already is horrible. I don't want a single person to die. I mean, let's just, I think that should be fairly obvious. I don't want anyone to die. No one wants people to just die, right? Obviously, there's always a reason. Now, the question is whether those reasons are justified or not. Unfortunately, in these events, it's difficult, right? How do we get to the bottom of it? But what I'm not going to do is simply look at a human rights report, because I know how these things work. I've worked in the industry. In terms of the evidence, yes, I've sat through hours and hours and hours laboriously looking at the actual footage that was, by the way, already presented to some of these human rights groups, and they didn't mention it. We know this. If you had bothered yourself to even enter into these different groups, the Iranians, by the way, are fighting among themselves now for many different reasons. But one of them is they're accusing each other, as they usually do in these situations, of not being Iranian enough, not looking at the evidence enough, blowing things out of proportion, saying things like 20,000, 50,000, some are even saying 90,000.
In the pursuit of dollars, they've compromised their integrity. That's what Human Rights Watch is.
So, yes, there were thousands of deaths, probably over 10,000, right? I don't know. Neither you know, nor Human Rights Watch knows, right? No one knows. Probably not even the IRGC know. But we can't just believe in institutions and channels, whether they are Iranian or non-Iranian, whether they are Palestinian or non-Palestinian. If you respect yourself, Timothy, you have to look at everything and try to look at the best explanation possible. Now, regarding slaughter, yeah, like if you're a layperson, which you are, you will regurgitate the same propaganda. If you happen to have kind of any interest in Iran, you would just regurgitate the Islamic Republic propaganda because you're a propagandist. And I am a propagandist. I get it. But this is what we need to do if we're speaking about something that's so politically charged. We have to look to see who most likely benefits from this, and what is the type of information that is coming out. A lot of these reports were written at a time when the AI fabricated video footage was already in circulation. Institutions in Iran, they approached either one or two, I can't remember, of these human rights groups, and they said, the evidence that you're relying on is fabricated. They distributed on X. I saw it myself. I've also watched hours of footage where you can clearly see, I can't remember what the name is, but they show how there is a leader, there is a group of three on the outside, and there's a group of three on the inside. And you go and you see one signaling to the other one responding, taking out a knife, stabbing someone, taking a gun and shooting 3 or 4 protesters. I've seen it. Now, the question is, how do we get different groups to at least begin appreciating that and then questioning the numbers that are actually killed? But what I cannot do is tolerate when someone comes up and says, protesters came out, Iran started slaughtering them, which is your words. No, that's not what happened. There were protests for many days, and then there were riots, and then there was an armed insurrection orchestrated by Israel. We have evidence that they were saying the Zionists are walking with you. The Zionists, we are with you on the streets, and the Zionists are with you. Mossad is walking with you. So yeah, of course, if you're dealing with that kind of armed insurrection, what are you going to do? You're not going to use like rubber bullets. What are you going to do with that? Unfortunately, you're going to have to use live rounds. That's the only way that you can protect the country from an armed insurrection. If you and I started doing that, Timothy, you and I started doing that in London, do you think we would make it even 1 hour? Within 1 hour, you and I would be dead. You and I in London would be dead. In Washington would be dead. In any country would be dead. In your country, Timothy, in your country, if you were the head of state, and me and Hamza started like just unloading bullets at people and stabbing people and setting shit on fire, we'd be dead within an hour.
Yeah, so it's a self-defense argument. Okay, firstly, just number one, you haven't actually provided any evidence. You sort of opined on the issue. So if you have anything that corroborates what you're saying, anything that supports it, feel free to drop it in the chat. That's what Neil initially asked you. It feels like this is like very one-sided. He spoke for like 10.
Just a second. Just give me 1 second. Could you please engage with Matthew's argument on a conditional basis? If what Matthew says is true, what are the implications? Because if we have covered that, then we can easily go and Matthew can bring the evidence.
Yeah, I think what he should do is provide the evidence, because clearly, why? We can entertain anything conditionally.
Timothy, you're not providing evidence. No, hold on.
Like you guys are interested in sincere conversation.
No, I want to have a conversation. Timothy, I want to have a conversation. But don't say evidence.
My brother, you spoke for 10 minutes uninterrupted.
You provided evidence. That's not evidence, my brother. So you haven't provided evidence either. What have you provided evidence of?
You're actually right. I'm wrong.
Okay.
I'll put the human rights link in the chat 1 second.
No. The link isn't evidence, bro.
It literally is evidence. I mean,
it's evidence.
It's like literally evidence.
It's evidence of the report. It's not evidence. It's not the truth of the claim, right?
It's obviously evidence of the claim.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever. This is
evidence you expect from me. You want the...
Yeah, I'm not looking for any evidence, bro. I'm not looking for anything other than...
Evidence of what?
Don't give me an op-ed.
Evidence of what? I need to understand what you're asking for.
Do you not see this as like utterly...
Evidence of an armed insurrection?
You spoke in this meandering, rambling way for the past 10 minutes. No one interrupted.
All right, go ahead.
When I start speaking, you start talking.
Yeah, you do have to allow Timothy to talk, because Matthew, you did talk quite a long
Jesus Christ, and almost none of it contacted anything that was requested. We asked you for evidence of the claim, and you started telling us, you started hypothesizing about potential self-defense claims. All right, cool. Just on this point, what's being alleged is that these people are being kidnapped, essentially, and then arbitrarily, summarily executed, okay? Now, you can't use the defense of, oh, well, you'd be killed by SO19 or something in the streets if you ran around, if you I don't know, try to start an insurrection, try to march on Downing Street, with an armed militia. Yeah, of course, that's not what's being said here. We would hold our government responsible if, after arrest, we were all executed in Belmarsh without trial. And that's the claim, that's the allegation. The human rights abuses are not that the military essentially defended itself and defended the upper apparat of Iran. The charge is that they're committing human rights abuses by essentially kidnapping people or protesting. They don't need to be peaceful protesters. You can show me videos of them violently protesting. The point is, once they're arrested, a functioning country, a civilized society shouldn't just be arbitrarily keep killing people without giving them their due process or trial. So that's another charge being leveled against them by these human rights organizations is the fact fact that they're torturing people. Again, we wouldn't think it appropriate. We would think that our government had committed had violated international law if they were torturing us, right? If they were torturing us prior to sentencing us, we would think that that was a violation of our human rights as well. So these are two charges that are not explained by the fact that there was a violent protest or violent uprising. Similarly, imagine the charges that would be leveled against Donald Trump if, Joe Biden, sorry, if they tortured the J6ers. Not only did they torture them, but they killed, half of them went missing. Hundreds of the J6ers went missing without trial, okay? Were executed essentially without trial. Yeah, these are the charges that we're talking about. So no, it's not explained by self-defense. But I would like to see the evidence that you have for self-defense, because you want to kind of position yourself now as someone who has access to more information than Human Rights Watch and any of these human rights organizations, some of whom have, agents, if you like, stationed in Iran, right? So presumably you haven't been back in the past 12 months. I'm gonna take a guess, stab in the dark, and say you haven't been back in 12 months. So what I would like from you now is, one, why are you in a better position than the people in Human Rights Watch? And two, the evidence for the claim that it's like all self-defense. That essentially I'll even do you the solid of saying just the vast majority of those killings was just all in self-defense essentially. What's the evidence for that?
So just as a reminder, that was just a lot of yapping. He came on stage saying that Iran is slaughtering protesters. I asked for his evidence. He still hasn't provided it. He hasn't provided evidence of his claim.
It's in the chat.
I don't. Yeah, that's not evidence. So if you want, I can send you links of Iranian institution, but you won't accept that either. So now we have a problem.
Go on then, do something. Send something.
Yeah, you're presenting evidence of your claim, and I'm presenting evidence of my claim. The problem is, we don't trust each other's sources. So what do we do now?
Yeah, mine is an internationally recognized human rights organization. It's as close to neutral. You're international. Hands up, stop. You are a literal insane Shia propagandist.
I love the compliment. Appreciate you.
You're like.
But I can say the same thing about your westernized thoughts.
I'm obviously not. And
you're literally a
propagandist. In fact, I've fallen out with people who I think are quite the opposite. Who are talking about Iran showing fucking bestiality videos to children and all this kind of nonsense. Okay?
What do you want about?
So I'm not supporting the demonization. I'm not supporting the demonization of IRGC. In fact, I've famously fallen out with someone on this app who denied the fact that the
Human Rights Organization has been penetrated by the side.
That must have threatened the children of high-ranking IRGC members when they hijacked the National Broadcasting Service of Iran. So I'm not hell-bent on demonizing the IRGC. The fact remains that someone that you're proposing should be the ideal supreme leader of the world, the ideal candidate to rule the world, is guilty of human rights abuses, and that's what we're discussing here today.
No, Are the protesters? Hold on. Okay, I'm paying attention. I'm tracking. Are the protesters equally responsible for their human rights?
I have a question. I want to ask Timothy a question. Imagine he was living in a world where there is a clear genocidal force, which is brilliant in its propaganda, and you are head of a nation that is attempting to resist it. But unfortunately, you do not enjoy at least universal support in your country. So there is a faction that has been funded, deluded, whatever causal mechanisms of initiatives and incentives there are to, form the human psychology in a certain way. They have been provided to these protesters, and now they are basically arguing against you, they are acting against you, and they are even willing to kill other civilians or destroy property. What would you do? And keep in mind,
listen, respectfully,
just let me finish that.
It's just
Just keep in mind that you know for a fact that if your country survives, right, in the long run, it's going to be beneficial for the human well-being, right? You're pretty certain about that. So would you tell me, and you also know for a fact that if you let this happen, your state, as you as the head, or anyone similar to your psychology as the head, would not survive if you let these.
Just like, yes, are you able to engage empirically? If not, we can just shake hands and all go our separate ways. Like, what's the point in this hypothetical stuff? I'm just saying, what is the point? Like, if I agree with you, are you going to quote mine me and say, look, Timothy agrees conditionally? Okay, so it's trivial what you're saying. It's just trivial. Could you show me the empirics? It's trivial.
No, because I'm trying to listen. Because I am very, I don't sugarcoat anything. I support mass murder, right?
I love this guy. I love him.
Yeah. And this is very simple.
Yeah, I win.
Yes. If I am put in a condition where I have the option between X and Y, and X is murdering 50 people and Y is half of humanity getting murdered, I would gladly murder 50 people, and wallahi, I would not even feel a bit of guilt about that, right? So that's why I try not to sugarcoat these things. That's why I first ask you the fundamental usul, the principal question. What is the principal ethical judgment here, right? Because if your principal ethical judgment is some kind of like fancy pacifism, then you can shove it somewhere where the sun does not rise, and that's fine. You can stay happy with that. But the thing is, with you, the people who actually choose pacifism, they are intellectual moral masturbators, right? Because what they're actually doing is...
I'm not a pacifist. Like, you're just having a conversation by yourself. Yeah. I'm not passive.
Yeah, so would you answer my question then? Okay, if you're not...
It's the same way.
You're not going to answer my question.
I am. It's self-defense. I agree. It's self-defense. I mean, I don't like. What do you?
No, I'm not talking about self-defense.
It is though. You're saying if Israel and America are going to just propagandize, but what's really going on there is they're defending against the fucking insurrectionists. Can they do?
Okay, ask the question again. 1 second.
It's not a question of self-defense.
Okay.
Right? The question is, I laid out the whole scenario. I'm not talking about Iran or anyone right now. I'm trying to understand your moral intuition, first of all, because that's what fundamentally matters to have a conversation. So if you were in a situation like that, where you are the head of the country, and you know the protests are going to lead to you being deposed, not only you, the whole system that you represent. And you know that the existence of your system with extreme likelihood is going to entail the maximization or at least a substantial increase in human well-being, right? And you know that the existence of the current system or the subsistence of the current system is going to entail a humongous lack of human well-being.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. What would you do in such a situation?
Would I fight to preserve human well-being? Yes, I would do that. And I feel like, unfortunately, there is an empirical question on the table. There's an empirical question on the table, which is whether or not this maps
onto... We can go into the empirical question. Would you kill people to preserve human well-being?
Bro, why are you 7 years old?
No, you gotta answer this. You gotta answer this.
We sincerely have a dispute about whether or not...
You gotta answer this, because this makes no argument.
Hypothetical questions, because you're afraid to defend... You're afraid to defend the human rights abuses of the...
Hypothetical question. Would you kill to maintain human well-being?
You're the fucking leader of the free world, you lunatic.
I think abusing human rights is...
Yes, you can kill. Yes, you can kill to save... You can kill to save...
No, you can't. No, we are not asking what you...
I think it's good to kill to save people. Now what? No.
That's what matters.
Okay, thanks.
So I support mass murder. Alhamdulillah. You support mass murder.
No, I don't. Killing is a murder. Unlucky. You support the unjustified killing of thousands of people because you're a little psychopath. I don't. Like this is but you no. No, but it was so predictable. I told you wanted to quote my me earlier. Like the fact that people think you're smart, you're literally a 7-year-old engaged in an adult conversation.
Now, let's not get into
We're talking about whether or not a crime has been committed, and you're asking some hypothetical, dumb, trivialized question about like whether or not killing can be good in self-defense. Right. But the point is that you need to prove it's self-defense. That's the point. You know, that's the actual goal of the conversation. So if you're like an intellectual midget, you're like incapable of doing that. Why don't you just go and fuck off and do some research and then come back? Like, Jesus Christ, you guys have been talking for 20 minutes.
Okay. Alright. Just let me know when you've calmed down everything.
I'm very calm.
No, you're saying everything as usual except for...
But I think you haven't provided a link. Like, why are you wasting everyone's time? Just show something.
No, you've backtracked and just demonstrated.
I haven't backtracked anything. I'm making the same claim.
You've made the claim. You've made the claim that Iran slaughtered protesters.
Yes. I've backed it up. So can you say something?
I've waited 35 minutes for you to
provide link in the chat. Do you want another one?
I've waited 35 minutes for you to provide evidence of your claim. You haven't provided evidence of your claim. You provided evidence of Human Rights Watch's claim about what's happened.
But then you haven't provided evidence by that thing.
It doesn't matter. I didn't make the claim. You made the claim.
What? Like, oh my God, man. Look, this is why no one should ever listen to any of you people's recommendations for who should lead the world. You can't even have a normal conversation. Like, you trip over yourself. Like, think about the ideal candidate is someone who stands accused at present of killing gays, killing protesters, can barely run his country. They're in an economic crisis. You people are like the height of ridiculousness. If you actually think that you should be taken seriously,
you're so ignorant.
Sober opinion.
You're saying ignorant shit, bro.
You're talking about philosopher kings. None of you can do philosophy. Like none of you can do philosophy.
Well, you're saying ignorant shit, bro.
Yeah, just yapping.
It's like what that means. You don't know what evidence is.
Yeah,
like, can you give me a technical definition of what evidence? Where's evidence?
Yeah, just stop yapping. Stop yapping.
Yapping?
And just provide...
Man, you spoke for 10 minutes and said nothing. We asked you for a link and you spoke for like 5 minutes.
You made a typical Timothy claim, which was absurd. You realized it was absurd.
A claim made by human rights organizations.
Yeah, and
classic Timothy.
Yeah, provide evidence of your claim. If you can't do it, then just...
You literally are going to use the same evidence.
Timothy, everyone here...
Like you're literally going to do that, and I'll give you like 3 days, and I'll catch you doing it.
Timothy, everyone on stage and in the room is a clown, is 7 years old, is a child. You're right.
No, I'm not.
You're correct.
Not Augustine. Nazi's not. David's not.
Whatever works for your...
MJ's not. Everyone else I met.
Whatever works for your vacuous rhetoric. Just let us know.
Join the conversation. I can actually show you why. Join the conversation.
No, you made
trivial hypothetical questions in a desperate attempt to quote me while putting his foot in his mouth and saying he would mass murder. Bear in mind, he's meant to be trying to absolve and exonerate the guy who stands accused of mass murder.
But you agree.
The irony is completely lost on this. The irony is completely lost in this sweet summer Asian child. He's
beautiful.
He doesn't realize how stupid his contribution was. You, on the other hand, are claiming that I haven't presented evidence. What you attempted to do was give evidence, which was just you opining on it, and you provided absolutely no.
All of the poetry.
Meanwhile, the only person who's posted any credible evidence is me from a human rights organization that outside of this argument, you would fucking completely endorse. You actual ridiculous person.
Yeah, amazing.
All because you are just the most insecure, fragile Shia who can't just actually just, promote hadith or whatever, promote traditional Shiism. You want to promote your own unique, ridiculous brand of it. And by doing so, you're just offering your unfettered support for this lunatic in charge of a failing state.
Yeah, all of the words...
And you think I'm being silly? You're just being the most ridiculous person ever. Philosopher king. None of you guys know philosophy.
No, you're not being silly. You're not being silly. You're just being ignorant, and we're here to help you.
You're not allowed to say that to black people. You know that, Matthew.
Yeah. Well, I can say it to you. So you made a claim, and it was bad. It was childish. So if you want to retract the claim, and you don't want to say something so bad,
thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. If that makes you sleep at night, that's fine. We're all children. We're all inept. But ultimately, you're the one that's demonstrated you don't have the prerequisites to have this conversation because you're too emotionally charged. So whenever you're ready, let's have a conversation one day. But you won't do that.
But I'm having it. Where is your evidence? Innumerable human rights
evidence for what?
I predicted
you made a claim.
Discussion. Wait, can I get you predicting this at the beginning of the discussion? I would give you links, and all you're going to do in response is just gonna go, well, propaganda, I've seen video, Like, you've got private information that you haven't shared with anyone here. Whenever you're ready, you should share that. You should undermine my claim. Do you know the difference between like an undercutting defeater and a rebutting defeater?
Oh my god, just words.
Because you know the difference between the two.
Do you know the difference between getting cooked and getting baked? Because you get cooked and baked in every one of these conversations.
Yeah, that's
you made the claim.
Response to my
You made the claim.
Bear in mind, you were the one who was running the QA credential check at the beginning of the discussion.
Nothing you said even borders on anything intellectual. So stop pretending. What's your evidence of your claim?
But if you claim it's the truth, it's actually fucking
made a claim.
You actually
made a claim like a Zionist.
You sit up here like a fucking ivory tower, and when people come and actually challenge you, what do? You just run.
You didn't know what the timeline was.
Run for the hills.
You didn't know what happened in Iran. You don't have the prerequisite knowledge to even discuss.
There is an
all you want to. All you're interested in is
that was composed by people that are considered to be authorities in the when it comes to determining whether or not human rights abuses have occurred. Now you're someone who's saying that they have not occurred, and I'm saying, have you got a shred of fucking evidence to support your claim? Or is it just you opining? Is it just you meandering, fucking talking about?
Whenever you stop spazzing out, just let me know. Because everyone's working.
I'll stop now. If you got evidence, I'll stop now. If you got evidence,
okay. Yeah.
I doubt we're gonna get.
So again, you made the claim that Iran is slaughtering protesters. Just typical Zionist vacuous claim. I asked you for evidence. I didn't make any claims. You made the claim. And if you don't have the evidence,
what's the standard of evidence you want? Just let's start there.
Both of you, should we try to find out what actually happened? So we know something, right?
No one here.
No, give me 1 second, please. What's the standard of evidence you want? Because let's just start there, and then I can uproot. Then you can reciprocate. So what do you want? Do you want like Instagram videos, TikTok videos? Yes.
Yeah, the kind of evidence that I saw with Palestine, which is
the difference between you and me. I'm gonna send you a video right now. Someone sent me. I actually didn't want them to send it to me. It was against my consent. But I'm gonna send you something now, and then I want you to commentate and narrate. Well, not narrate, but describe what you're seeing. Bear in mind, it's fine. You give me a second. Go on, Neil. You take.
I just want to know. I really want to know what happened, right? So, what I know is that there were some peaceful protests that was started by shopkeepers because of currency devaluating, and then that evolved into violent protests, most likely aided by foreign interference. So you could name Mossad, maybe CIA. But then after that, there was a blackout, and then we don't really know what ensued, right? So, and then Timothy's provided a Human Rights Watch account of, some view on what probably ensued. Okay, we also know that the Iranians themselves have claimed that, more than 3,000 or thousands of people have been killed.
Yeah.
But, so these are the hazy thing. And then I've heard certain people, Iranians themselves, who have claimed on the platform that, somebody they know has been, so the numbers are that high that they actually...
Yeah, no one's denying loads of protesters and rioters were killed. No one's denying that.
Yeah.
What I'm asking for, and I'll also ask Robert, who's in the audience, since he seems to be on Timothy's side as well, I'm asking for the evidence of the usually very vague, vacuous, usually highly charged claim that Iran slaughters or slaughtered protesters. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get people to appreciate the difference between reporting events responsibly and people just barking propaganda. Now, Timothy's not aware of this because Timothy is a propagandist. You saw him spaz out for 45 minutes. I'm trying to get people to be more mature, more level-headed, more composed than what Timothy demonstrates in almost every room that he comes into. Now, I'm not going to expect Timothy to be...
No, why is this all about me? He's trying to talk to you about Iran. What's wrong with you? He's obsessed, bro.
Yeah, I'm obsessed.
It's because you have nothing else to say, so you just...
No, Timothy, the problem is that for you...
Unfortunately for you.
Yeah, for you, this is all just intellectual masturbation at the end of the day. For me and my family, people that I care about, our country is under attack, and it has been for many years. And people like you play the mood music, play the soundtrack to our country getting fucked. That includes sanctions. It includes, all of this is supported by Zionist propaganda. All of it. Every single bit.
Dude, like, hypothetical where, when there are
protests, where there are no killings, you don't hear about it. You don't care about it. What you hear about, and what you seem to care about, is when it does lead to killing. But at the very least, what you should do, if you are responsible, and if you do want to dismantle Israeli apartheid, and if you do care about the plight of Palestinians, you should recognize that obviously Israel wants the end of Iran. And they're doing,
Iran not the good guys because Israel the bad guys. You know that, right?
And they've been doing everything they can.
You have to have like a childlike, quixotic view of the
Timothy, I'm so sorry to break it to you, but the way that you view geopolitics is beneath childlike. It is extraordinary.
But yours is more infantile than mine. Right?
It is extraordinary. It is extraordinary how juvenile you see geopolitics. Are you an insane person? You think
a philosopher king, and you're pretending that Iran are the good guys. Like you think be a literal child. You're a literal child in the state with two other children.
That's fine. Whatever works.
Ask any person who is like, I guess, familiar.
I didn't put it down, by the way. I don't know what happened.
Somebody made him a moderator itself.
Oh, I see. Look, Timothy does this all the time, and he says I'm the boy.
Let's not make it about Timothy and
what's that?
And let's keep the discussion.
No, Neil.
What actually happened, right?
No one wants to make it about Timothy. The problem with Timothy is that he's very emotionally driven. He spills out, and he just torrents off like hundreds of ad hocs. And you heard it, everyone heard it. I need to demonstrate this to you. This is what he does. He makes ad hoc remarks. He doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to religion. He doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to philosophy. That's why he'd always appeal to those that he believes are smarter than him. It's why he attacks Ilyas. Ilyas is so much more qualified, so much more accomplished than Timothy is. And so he gets frustrated. That's why he attacks us for, what he says. I don't know what he says this time. You guys are children. You guys are 7 years old. I mean, just meta. We've been trying to get him to provide evidence of his claim. He's not going to provide that. Of course he's not. Because his claim was ridiculous. So whenever he's grown up, he can have intellectual conversations on philosophy, politics, and will gladly have a conversation. So unfortunately, Neil, Timothy's
the Human Rights Watch that he gave, and I'm reading it right now, and they have actually given lots of sources. So it's not like that page is just one opinion piece or op-ed or editorial piece. It is actually there are multiple links on it giving lots of sources on where they. Now you could of course say that this thing is fake, okay, and each of those sources are fake and all that, but
No, I'm saying that. No, I'm not, bro. Look, the problem is that the problem isn't whether human rights abuses are happening in Iran or whether people are getting unjustly killed. No one is even disputing that, right? What we're disputing is the vigor, the propaganda through which people like Timothy are getting affected. To think that just by simply citing, smacking on some kind of human rights report, that's somehow
I think
that is somehow
misunderstood.
Neil, let me finish. That we have to somehow appeal to that like it's gospel, because he doesn't understand our perspective. He doesn't understand religion. He doesn't understand philosophy. It's why he ridicules. You could hear the frustration in his voice. He's frustrated. There's no point having a conversation with someone who's frustrated. That's a him problem. It's not a us problem. Don't make stupid claims in the future. Just make claims that are, justified, that are grounded in evidence, for which you have a strong argument. But don't just make a claim and then spaz out for 45 minutes. There's no point. Anyway, he's raised his hand again. Unless Sons or Hamza or Ilyas or Ali want to have a discussion with him, I don't think he's in the right state of mind.
Well, I was just going to say, we just
Remain at the audience.
Yeah, if you're just going to be
wants to argue for his point, more logic, by all means.
Well,
yeah,
let me try, right? So,
if you're going to spend 90% of your time spazzing out, just calling us names and saying this is ridiculous, and just nothing. It's not gonna. You're not advancing your point. You made a very vague, propagandistic point, and I called you out on it. And I know you can't provide evidence. Of course you can't. How are you going to provide evidence of your claim? You could have said, according to Human Rights Watch, X, Y, Z happened. We wouldn't even be having this conversation now. We're like, yeah, obviously they said that. Is it actually what happened? Probably not identical to the truth. I don't know. How's anyone going to know? It's usually something in between, right?
Okay, but let's tackle. I think the point he's trying to make, right? So he's trying to say that you guys are, professing a form of government, a form of government, giving the Iranian regime as an example of this new form of government that you're professing, or new, no, but the ideal form of government. And I think Timothy's claim is that this regime itself is at human rights violations and arbitrary arrests and detentions and these kind of things. So he doesn't seem to accept that is. And I can sympathize with that position, by the way. So I will put myself in this interesting way and say that that seems to be a position that I can understand. That if I have to look at Iran as a ideal regime, then it seems that that's not a kind of regime I would like to be in.
Yeah. Now everyone in the room noticed something. Do you realize how Neil is still on stage? Do you see how there's calm? Do you see how there's a conversation? So what is the symmetry breaker between Timothy and everyone else who's been on stage? Neil's pretty much advancing the point that he disagrees with our perspective. And he's giving reasons for that. But Neil is still on stage because he's mature. He's composed. He's patient. He doesn't make absurd claims. He doesn't make claims without being level-headed. Neil is still on stage. Timothy isn't. What's the difference? So Neil, yes, you're correct that if someone is saying the ideal form of government, utopia, Jesus-like, the type of traditionalist mythic Jesus, or the traditionalist mythic Mahdi, or the traditionalist Jewish Messiah, whatever that is, God help us. No one is making the claim that that's what Khomeini or Khamenei represent.
Or the traditionalist Hindu Kalki Avatar.
No, Ram Rajya, you forgot Ram Rajya.
Yeah, no one's making that claim. The problem is that Timothy doesn't have the patience to even understand our position, which is why he was spazzing out for 45 minutes. Nothing of what he said is true. The only thing that he said that was true is that he sent a link in the chat. Other than that, nothing was true. So Neil, no one is making the claim that, bro, we don't believe in actual ideals. There are no ideals in reality. Ideals are just ideals. But it is true that in terms of nucracy or noocracy and the philosopher King, the only one who established that in the 20th century as a form of government is Imam Khomeini. And Imam Khamenei is his successor. That's true. Is it true that human rights abuses and unjust killings take place in Iran? Of course that's true. No one is denying that. Is it true that there is corruption in Iran, of course it's true. Everything that I've just said was also said and has been said by Imam Khamenei himself. Himothy won't know that because he doesn't read about this stuff. He doesn't care about the Iranian people. What he's interested in is jumping on the bandwagon of Zionist propaganda, unwittingly it seems, and continuing to provide the mood music for the toppling of the Islamic Republic. That's it. All I asked for was evidence of his claim. I didn't make a claim. We're just asking for evidence. We do the same thing with any dogmatist, Neil. Any dogmatist Christian, any dogmatist atheist, any dogmatist agnostic, any dogmatist Jew, any dogmatist Muslim. You make the claim, provide the evidence. And usually they never do. They present an imposter of evidence, not evidence itself. So it's simple, just don't make the claim. Respect yourself.
Matthew, I've got a question for you. I'm sort of with you that if you do find some information from anywhere, any source, you do have to question whether it's true or not. And when it comes to, say, somebody like Human Rights Watch, although you don't have to accept it fully 100%, you do have to admit that there may be some elements of truth in what they're presenting. If you had like a scale for what Human Rights Watch presents, how would you sort of class it on a scale like this is 100% truth to like 100% false? Where would Human Rights Watch come on the scale?
Well, Human Rights Watch, just like any institution, is fallible and it's contextual. It's not going to be monolithic. It's not going to be like consistent. Of course, Human Rights Watch depends on the people that are working for them. The question is, who are these agents that are working for Human Rights Watch in Iran? Who are the agents? Himothy mentioned it, right? When it comes to Iran, I have much more skepticism about Human Rights Watch than if Human Rights Watch were covering something in sub-Saharan Africa. Precisely, neither America nor Israel is actively trying to topple something in sub-Saharan Africa right now. At least to the extent, all eyes are on Iran. We know how Israel and America are salivating for Iran. So of course, I'm not going to look upon the Human Rights Watch the same in everything. That's what a dogmatist would do. And I'd never give some kind of it's like 87% I trust. No. We look at everything in its context. It's impossible to even quantize this stuff. But I'll tell you one thing. If Human Rights Watch's reports are based on agents inside Iran, I already question that, given everything that Israel and America have said about their agents inside Iran. When you have the US and Israel openly telling us that Mossad is walking with these rioters and the protesters in Iran, I have a lot of doubt when it comes to that kind of information. The other problem is the the stuff that I mentioned before. I've seen how these things are orchestrated. I've watched the footage. Do I know that the footage is not the footage I myself have watched is not doctored? Maybe it is. Maybe the Islamic Republic has doctored that footage as well. I don't know. But a good rule of thumb is to believe neither side of the story. The problem is that people like Himothy and all of the other erratic, non-rational, highly impatient, highly vacuous, unwitting pawns of Zionist propaganda, they just focus on one side of the story.
which is why they'll come up into a public room as a grown adult and say, Iran is slaughtering protesters.
So I agree with you that, you know, people need to sort of go and do their homework. And I think, though, that there's an interesting thing here, which is how do you decide for some conflicts where you trust the information from an organisation and for others you don't? Because I would argue, like, if you're from Israel, for example, you'd probably disagree with some of the human rights stuff this organisation might come up with, but somebody not from Israel would be like, no, I do agree. So I don't know if we actually do take, I guess, an equivocal approach for all things, if that makes sense. I think there would be some where we think, yes, I definitely trust it, blah, 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 and others where we think, no, but surely you need to take the same stance, which is for each conflict, I will go and try and find those other sources rather than for conflict A, I will trust this organisation. For conflict B, I won't.
Yeah, that's
critical history, critical present.
Yeah, critical history, journalism. I worked in journalism, as I said, for 12 to 15 years, right? So I get it, it's difficult. Even when you're covering a story, there aren't just two sides of the story. There are usually 10 sides of the story. Which one do you pick for the editorial? Which one do you pick as an angle for a particular show, for a program? Bro, the point is that no one knows. There's no way of knowing. Even if you're an independent eyewitness, field correspondent, even then you don't have the whole picture. I've seen how things get done. I know the corners that are cut, right? Whether it's the BBC, whether it's my own organisation, whether it's any channel, any paper, it's all the same. So yeah, it becomes really difficult, but I know what I saw. I know when I see defenseless Palestinians getting carpet bombed by one of the most barbaric, militarily advanced, financially backed states on the planet, who can basically press a button and pages go off in Lebanon. We know, everyone knows.
And yet there will be others who will refute your claim, right? And they'll be like, well, I've got this evidence and that evidence. I think it's quite scary because we're now in a position where how do you know what to believe in? Because, if you can't trust your news outlets, unless you're doing the research for yourself on the ground, I don't get, at what point do we draw a line or a boundary and say there is a certain level we have in terms of trust in certain institutions, irrespective of what they're covering?
Yeah, I go by kind of like, at some point you're going to have to do a sniff test. I mean, it's pretty clear that Israel is not identical to Iran. Iran is not carpet bombing an impoverished nation. In fact, it's supporting the impoverished nation. Why is Iran supporting Palestinians? Why is Iran supporting Yemen against Saudi Arabia? Why? Who's Israel supporting? So that's a pretty good rule of thumb, right? Israel is killing Palestinians. Iran is supporting Palestinians. Saudi Arabia is killing Yemenis. Both Palestinians and Yemenis are impoverished. Yemen is one of the most malnourished, impoverished nations on the planet. And it's being attacked, or has been attacked for many years, by Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia and Israel are allies. America, Britain, Israel, Saudi Arabia allies. No one's allying with Iran except Palestine, except Lebanon, except formerly Syria, who now has, mashallah, ISIS at the head. What is Iran's approach? It's resistance, it's anti-imperialism. Does it always get things right? No, it fucks loads of things up. But who am I going to support in this? Yeah, I've got a choice. Either I support the imperialists, or I support the anti-imperialists, or I just do what these atheist cowards do on Clubhouse and just criticize shit. They'll never get anything done. I don't care what Timothy actually thinks, or any of these other atheists actually think. They don't do anything for me. Nothing. They don't have a solution. You've heard it. I don't have a solution. I'm just here to spaz out every now and again. Go to their rooms. I promise you, within an hour, you want to unalive yourself. You have nothing to offer. It's just intellectual masturbation. Some people want to actually get shit done. And the first priority is dismantling Israeli apartheid. So, Nadia, no, it's impossible. It's a fucked up world. What do you want me to tell you? But I know where I'm going to put my money. It's with Iran, not Israel. It's Iran, not Saudi Arabia. It's Iran, not the United States of America. It's certainly Iran, not Britain. Right? I'm also not going to worship some ideal, secular, atheist human rights manifesto that simply remains in the ether. It's just like a feather floating in the air. No one can do anything about it. I love that for you, that you want humanism and you want pro-humanism, you want everyone to be humanism, you want your parents, your children to be humanism, the world. Bro, no one's gonna fucking do shit about it. Because in order to make shit happen, you need someone who's strong, revolutionary, is gonna take shit from people, is gonna get criticized, is gonna put their face through the mud, they're gonna get attacked for the worst possible reasons. They want to. Yes, that's what it takes, unfortunately. To deal with this planet, you need someone like that. You need a Jesus, you need a Muhammad, you need a Khomeini. That's why these people are revered.
Instead of unaliving yourself, you could just go to Iran and then the government would unalive you.
Really? What for?
Yeah, we actually went there.
And I love Zionist propaganda. I think we need more. I love Israel. I give Israel my money. I love their policy towards Islam.
That's great.
Yeah, Zionism's great.
Say more. Welcome to the stage. You are the perfect person we want to.
Yeah, perfect. So glad to have you, actually. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, like every Sunday I send some shekels to Israel because I like their policy towards like Islam in general. I want them to wipe out Palestine.
You want them to continue carpet bombing?
Iran is a bunch of fucking dogs.
No, just leave that. Do you want Israel to keep on killing children?
Yeah. Especially Muslim children.
You're evil. You're so evil, P-Mars.
And P-Mars, what do you think about...
No, he's a real Westerner. I respect him as someone, brother. Well done to you.
P-Mars, do you also agree
really representing the Western civilization. I really love you.
Thank you.
Yeah, honestly, we thank you for your honesty. But P-Mars, do you also agree with Timothy that Iran is just slaughtering anyone who protests?
Yeah, they're like a death cult. Yeah.
Yeah.
A brutal death cult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Israel
Why is
and how well do you think?
Why is the Ayatollah hiding in a bunker?
How well do you think? The Israeli propaganda? You know, it's propaganda, but how well do you think Israel's propaganda is doing on even people who call themselves pro-Palestinian? Do you think they're getting affected as well?
Sure.
Yeah, you're proud of that, right?
Yeah.
What do you think?
looks so good.
What do you think?
I'm gonna invite you to every room. I'm adding you just so I can invite you to every room.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think anti-Iran propagandists should do more of? What do you think they're not doing enough? What things could they say to really drive it home that you want to get rid of Iran?
I don't know. I think it seems like we're about to wipe them out.
Yeah, but it's not working yet. What do you think needs to happen in terms of...
It's not working. We're setting up our aircraft carriers to...
No, but I mean like ordinary people, not the military. The military kind of do their own
He's probably met anyone from Iran. You've probably never met anyone from Iran. You've probably never even met anybody from Iran, P-Mars.
True.
Exactly. So how can you dislike the people when you've never met them?
P-Mars, how well do you think...
propaganda.
P-Mars, how well do you think...
They killed 90,000 people.
No, it's 2 million actually, not 90,000, bro. Why are you dissing the Iranian people? It's 2 million people Iran killed. So, how well do you think the riots are going, or were going in Iran? Do you want more riots in Iran?
Yeah, I support the Iranian people. Like, they're being oppressed by a bunch of dogs.
Yeah, do you think do you think you should arm the rioters more in Iran? I don't think they have enough weapons.
I don't know.
You don't know that?
I think Trump should just blow up the Ayatollah.
Blow up the Ayatollah. Okay. MashaAllah. Anything else? Any other work you have for your supporters?
If all those
what should happen? What should happen with Palestinian land after everyone on every Palestinian has been killed?
Can I just make a very quick comment? Sorry. P-Mod, you just answered your own question before. You said, why is the Ayatollah hiding in a cave? Then you said Trump should blow him up. So you just answered.
Don't they believe in Allah though? Doesn't he want to go meet his 72 virgins? And if Allah's so great, why does Israel kick his ass all the time?
MashaAllah. Well, thank you very much for joining in, P-Mars.
Thank you so much. That was your public service announcement from.
That was Exhibit A.
Yeah, we have. By the way, we have millions of these everywhere, and most of them are not even aware. By the way, a lot of them even support Palestine, but they're not even aware they're using Zionist propaganda against Iran. MashaAllah, beautiful. Thank you, P-Mars.
MashaAllah.
And thank you, Himothy, as well earlier. If she's still here, thanks, Himothy. It's good to be reminded.
He was a train wreck.
Welcome,
Timothy.
Shahzad, welcome to the stage.
Hi, thank you.
This is the level of.
Wait a second, Elias. Can I talk for a second? If you allow me. Thank you. So, let me be clear at the very beginning. I'm not supporting Israel. I'm against war with Iran. But I'm also against IRGC, if that makes sense. Your laugh, Hamza, was disgusting. Sorry for saying it. Matthew, I saw the video you saw, but I also see more videos of the people in the military uniform carrying the corpses, killing the corpses, carrying the half-dead people while they are still alive. I saw people I heard my friends' voices that they went to the protests and they saw with their own eyes that the people who had nothing in their hands, they were only carrying stones and like some, stick, got killed next to them. Got killed and fell over them. And they had to get out under the corpse to run away. And it's not just one eyewitness. There are so many of them. And none of them saw any armed protester. It is important to also consider the movies that you see from the civils, normal civils, that carry guns, which I only saw one. And there is also a police guy coming at the end, next to the guy who's assembling the gun, by the way. It is also important to consider which part of Iran the video is coming from. Because there is parts of Iran that has been historically, not just now, it's not about the recent events, they were always carrying gun. They were shooting gun in their weddings, they are shooting gun in their funerals. It is a normal day for them. They carry gun with themselves in the city, in a normal day, when there is no protesters. And it's not about the government. It's about what's happening between themselves. So it is also important to know that which video you're referring to. Second, even if there was Mossad, I'm not absolutely deny that it would probably be Mossad agents and other terrorist groups, like Mujahideen, like Hashishabi, all of this. But you also have to consider this. Who's responsible for this? If IRGC cannot, wait, I haven't finished, Hamza. Let me finish, I will listen. If IRGC cannot keep its people safe, cannot make the economy stable, after 12 days war, you have a golden chance. You could bring the people together. The nation and the government were they were unified like never before. What happened? How did they use it? If you want to support, if you hate Israel this much, if you are Muslim, you have to also condemn another child killer government. You cannot choose a child killer government over another another child-killing person and government. You have to condemn both. It doesn't, if your religion, if your ideology does justify the blood of the people, you have to warn yourself, because that is not a true religion. You are not a true Shia. This is not what Hazrat Ali says. Because Shia is only about justice. If I was a true Muslim, I would announce jihad over the Torah, over all of these years that injustice that Iranian people were under by their own government, that they used the name of the God to torture these people, to kill these people, these people have to suffer. If you want to talk about sanctions only are like 30% of the problem of Iran. This is not me saying this, is the president of the country saying this. Nothing justifies that. I'm done. I'm not going to speak anymore. I'm listening.
Thank you, Shahzad. Just before... Yeah, go ahead, yes.
Shahzad, do you support do you think it would be good for global well-being if a liberal democratic government, pretty much representative of the values of France or US or one of the other countries from the Anglo-American hegemonic empire is manifested in Iran as well?
And look at it, I will be so frank with you, since I'm also not fasting. I don't give a shit. What I give a about is...
Thank you very much. That's Exhibit B. That's Exhibit B. This is what I mean by the difference between delayed gratification and instant gratification. So what these people want, she doesn't care whether Palestinian children are dying. For her, the whole world can go die. What she cares about is what's going to happen in Iran. So be consistent, just say that, I can certainly bring you up, just say that, just say, well, you pretty much said it, that you don't really care about anyone else in humanity. What you care about is what is given to you, and this is what human ego is. This is what literally Satan is. This is how Satan works. Satan works by preferring yourself and your ego over everything else. So here we have another example of that. I have no problem. I have no problem in condemning Iran. I have no problem in calling the Ayatollah child killer as well. I have no problem with that, actually. I have no problem in calling Hamas child killers as well. In my realist worldview, yeah, if a person has killed 99 children and the other one has killed 100 children, I'm going to support the one with 99 children. Because that's what reality looks like. You need to support the side that is not as bad as the other one. In reality, there are no ideals. When you are living in this neoliberal world and you are selling us this humanism, your humanism itself is intellectual masturbation. Your humanism is basically not even existing. It's existing in this intellectually masturbatory space of yours, whereas children are being carpet bombed in Palestine, and you don't really care about that. So stop pretending that you actually care about morality. You don't. MashaAllah, and I am happy, You said, I don't give a shit. That's right. You don't give a shit. What you give a shit about is your immediate surroundings, or maybe yourself. That's about it. And I'm pretty certain that if the Allah offered you like $1 billion, you wouldn't even care about the Iranians as well. You'd be like, fuck Iran, fuck Iranians, fuck my family as well. What I care about is the money, alhamdulillah. So this is the reality, and I'm not saying that's wrong. Nearly all of humanity is like that. I want all of us to stop pretending. Guys, let's just stop pretending. Let's just stop saying, oh my God, this is a death cult. Or, bro, we would support death cults if there's enough money in our bank accounts.
Hi, this is Hava here. I'm not sure
If I can talk to Matthew, please, because it doesn't look like you like to listen to people, Elias. You're removing from people from stage or removing people from the room. So I would appreciate, Matthew, if you could answer this question.
So I'm not sure. Yeah, I will. I want to hear what you have to say. But to be fair, and I'm addressing Nadia as well. We allowed Shahrazad to speak. She spoke for several minutes. She got everything I think that she wanted to. We didn't even interrupt her. She completed.
Nobody interrupted her.
And so, yeah, like Ilyas just asked her a question. She answered. She said she doesn't give a shit. So she was moved down. I mean, I don't know what else we do.
She doesn't really give a shit about humanity.
Well, you didn't let me finish my sentence.
Okay, Shahrazad, let me just hear what Hava has to say. But I just want people to be clear that we didn't silence her. I mean, she was given free rein to say whatever she wants.
Sure, but you have to understand that Iranian people are extremely angry. The people that they have been pro-Palestine, they haven't supported us, and people died. People got raped. People died, and that was
Sorry, is this
huge.
raped, Hava?
Yeah, they do that.
No, hold on. So, can you be a bit clearer?
Hamza, don't laugh. Can you tell Hamza to not laugh?
I'm not sure what is funny, especially the irony that you have made that person Khomeini in your title. It's also really effed up, Matthew, because go and read his books. He's okay with raping babies in a way. That's how he talks in his.
Jesus, Plato, Jesus, Muhammad, all of them.
I'm not sure what's funny. I don't know what's funny.
Nadia, all the.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Matthew, if you don't mind.
I'm talking to you. All the people.
You are no. You.
Okay.
Stop muting me. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to Matthew.
Let me just statement. Anything to continue with.
Yeah.
No, he does. He's not making any sense.
Okay.
That's true.
Historically, every single person.
Matthew,
Excuse me, Hamza.
How go on?
I respect.
Don't tell people to shut up. I'm asking Matthew why Khomeini is in a top.
Yes, I don't want to mute
Quiet. Let my brother finish.
you. You asked a question, I'm going to give you.
And I'm asking Matthew a question, and I don't have anything to talk about with Elias because it doesn't make any sense at this point, right?
Why people oppressive like that?
I'm not being aggressive. Imagine your people being killed for 2 days in the name of Islam, which doesn't make any sense. They're killing their own people. Do you understand that? And then you make a killer in your title. He's a killer. He was a dictator. Yes,
How about you don't be so oppressive?
So.
Don't be so oppressive. Let the brother finish. Then you.
Can I also ask something and then reply to us both together, Elias?
Yeah, beautiful question. Let me just talk and then I can listen to you. I have no problem.
I don't know why you need to talk because you're making us ignorant.
That's fine. See, either you want to remain on stage or you don't. If you want to remain on stage, then have a conversation. If you ask someone a question, then let the other people answer.
So I asked Matthew a question, and I don't know why you were answering because I just asked why Khomeini was in the top.
Yeah. So we are the moderators. Anyone can answer the question. We do not take directed questions here, right? We will take directed questions if there is a conversation that begins. But right now, you asked a question about the room title. So I'm going to tell you. First of all, your claim that Khomeini allowed tying children or marriage with children. That's not a differentiating factor. Everyone in the title actually allowed marriage with children. Plato, Jesus, Muhammad, Khomeini, all these 4 historical figures allowed marrying children. 1.
So you put him. No. I have to ask you this. You are okay with putting a killer, a dictator, with the names of prophets? It just doesn't make any sense. Probably to a lot of.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sense. All the 4 figures in the title were parts of war. At least 3 of them, Jesus, Muhammad, and Khomeini, and arguably Plato as well, had tendencies to support fascism, right? Plato is known as pretty much the founder of fascism. Jesus' historical attributions are pretty clearly messianic, apocalyptic, and fascist. Muhammad was founder of one of the most remarkable and influential fascist states in existence, right? And his contributions actually overpowered that of Khomeini. All of them were, parts of some types of wars, assassinations of their enemies in many manners. So you have to discriminate between Plato, Jesus, Muhammad, and Khomeini. Obviously, is not working.
Well, I think you should read more often, I think, because you don't know what you're talking about, honestly.
Glorifying fascism?
Why doesn't he know what he's talking about?
Because Khomeini ruined our lives for 47 years. Do you understand that or what?
I understand that. I understand your sentiment.
And the war that he started with even Iraq, he did it on purpose. Let me finish.
No.
We could stop that war with Iraq.
That's not gonna work like this.
By the way, Elias, you are doing gender discrimination. Like
we do it to men too.
I am trying to speak, and I have no problem. I can listen to you for 20 minutes, Shahzad, or even Hawa, no problem.
Yeah, but
I can't be interrupted. I listen.
We are trying to explain our side, and then all you care about is getting interrupted.
Okay, don't interrupt. Let him finish, bro. What's wrong with you? You're making me.
What is wrong with you? Because you're not letting us.
I need you to shut your mouth right now. I don't need you to interrupt me. Just shut up and make me look good because I brought you on stage. Because I think you have patience. Maybe let's see.
Stop saying shut up to women then.
You're gonna. I'd say the same shit to your man as well. Don't worry about that. So about women or men. Just shut up. Let the guy finish. Then you can continue, bro.
Stop saying shut up.
Okay, fine. Shut your mouth. Is that better? Do you like that better?
You shut your mouth. You're stupid.
Yo, fair enough, but just be quiet. Are we good? Let me bring Elias back up. Don't interrupt. Let him make his point.
Bitch.
Oh my god, you guys are so... You're so annoying.
Why do you
You're getting annoyed by people...
Because I'm trying to match it. I'm trying to...
Listen, we are talking from pain. You understand? Chill.
Stop, guys. Well, let's stop. Let's just have a conversation. I
need to correct people. You need to correct people.
I won't say...
Speak. Doesn't matter.
Okay, fair enough.
Speak.
When Elias speaks, let Elias speak.
Yeah, go ahead. Speak as much as you want. When you're done, just...
And then let Elias speak. When Elias speaks, don't speak. When you speak, Elias is not...
So, okay, he was talking about wars and stuff, especially about Khomeini. So I'm trying to explain to you guys, I'm coming from a country that they are using the name of Islam and they're taking advantage of it. They're making people hating that religion and they're getting away with everything, even killing people the past few days or the past month, I mean. And the war that Khomeini created, they could stop it a long time.
It's longer than that. It's longer than a few months. It has been like...
I know. I'm just giving them the example why we're angry and why we're trying to explain ourselves.
Ava, if you were listening to Elias carefully, he asked me something. He said, so how do you justify the influence of America and Israel in the other countries like Palestine? I said that, sorry, frankly, for repeating this again. He said that, I said that I don't give a shit, which I do. I really don't give a shit. I'm sorry to repeating this again. What I wanted to continue to say, and you interrupted me and you throw me down, was that you cannot sacrifice there because you didn't put your countries on the line. None of them are Iranian. None of the countries that you guys coming from put its own people's health and life at the risk to fight an ideology. You're all fantasizing Iran because Iran is the only country that is standing in front of Israel, but you ignore the people who suffer under this ideology. You cannot expect people to suffer because you love your ideology. You hate your enemy. You want to see it dead, vanished. There is a people's life in that matter. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop there. If Iran had a support, which of the countries that you're coming from support Iran? If it goes to the war with Israel, with America? None.
Okay, let's let Elias make a box.
Ask the final question, then you answer me. How long do you think Iran stands in the war without the help? Go on.
I can ask you a question. Because you just made a remark. Yeah, that's I think, Shahzad, if I ask you that there are 1 million children, right? And they are going to be annihilated. Literally, they are going to, every single one of them is going to burst, right? And you can stop this. And all you need to do to stop it is to agree to ending your life. Or your life would be ended pretty painfully. Would you do that or not?
It's not that simple, Elias. In the Iran case, it's not that simple. It's not only about from the principle.
Shazan, I'm not asking about Iran right now. It's not even about Iran.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying. But the thing is, if it is a rightful force that it is.
Could you answer the question?
I'm answering your question in my way.
Go ahead.
I'm
not asking.
Let me don't, right? Okay, so if you let me, I will say if I believe that there is a rightful force by my ethics and my laws, is fighting an evil, yeah, I will support that. I will put my line for that. If Iranian government was a good government that also had its ideology but didn't force its people into doing some crazy stuff and also torture, arrest and all of that, didn't do that, and it was just fighting Israel, I will put my life for that. But I will not put my life for another child government to fight another child killer government. I will take the side in this. I will take the side of Iran.
Do you remember his question?
That's fine. Let me ask the question once. Shahzad, 1 million children are going to be absolutely annihilated. You can stop that by giving away your life. Would you do that or not? If you don't wanna. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, if it's only me, yeah, I'm already trying to overthrow one. Yeah, I will put my life on that.
Just say.
But it's not your side. I will put my life to fight IRGC because it's another child killer, and then I will put my life if I stayed alive, then I will put my life again to fight Israel this time. But first, I will put my life to fight IRGC, which is the first number 1 for me in my list.
Now I have another question. In the last 70 years, which force for evil, because you are already they're evil, which force for evil has destroyed and plundered and caused more distress for humanity? The Wahhabi Anglo-American Empire, the Zionist Wahhabi Anglo-American Syndicate, or the Iranian Axis of Resistance?
especially the other groups that it supports, make people suffer. Like we made Syrian people
That's
suffer.
not the question.
We made
both
Syrian
of them,
people suffer for such a long time.
We both of them have made people suffer. We all both agree with that already.
Yeah, both are evil.
Yeah, both are evil. Amazing. Yes, I agree actually. Both are evil. Now the question is, which of the two axes have caused more harm to the global human well-being? Is it the Zionist Wahhabi Anglo-American syndicate or the Iranian axis of resistance?
I think one of them acted stupidly, one of them acted smartly. Like in Syria, what happened in Syria, you can never... Let me finish my sentence, if you will. Like what happened in Syria, what IRGC did in Syria, you cannot directly point at them because there is no evidence of it that they were directly involved.
I fully grant you. They killed people in Syria, no problem.
I mean that it is also questionable because then how can you prove it?
No, that's fine. I'm granting you that. Again,
I know you agreeing, but my example is
World War II. Yes, since the World War II, which syndicate has killed more people, has caused more suffering? Is it the Iranian axis of resistance? Or is it the Zionist Wahhabi Anglo-American Empire?
Elias, I think that your question is wrong at the core. You cannot compare darkness with darkness. You cannot say that which one is more black. In my eyes, they are both black. There is no end in black.
And I'm not sure how this is Elias, do you mind? Excuse me. No. How are your questions relevant right now? Because you keep talking about something that it's in the past, and we're talking something about now the present.
It's the genocide of the Palestinians. The genocide of the...
The genocide. What do you think about the genocide about the Iranians themselves? There is what they did. Excuse me. They killed so many people.
So according to both of them, there is no difference between...
You shouldn't be a moderator.
Between a person who kills one person and a person who kills 1 million people. Because darkness is darkness. So there is no gradation of darkness for these people, mashallah. So see, this is the polemical technique that they engage in, which is that obviously it's very clear to everyone that one of these syndicates has been a much greater force for evil. So the only way to deny that is to deny the whole notion of gradation itself, or the whole notion of quantification. This is the same rhetoric we see from the middle-aged, the higher middle-income white Zionists, and this is the same talking point that you're gonna get from anti-Iranian propagandists. Because at the end of the day, they're not going to, they clearly understand that the Wahhabi Zionist Anglo-American Empire has caused much more suffering, right? So there's that. That's
I still
the question.
Elias, I still don't see the point of competing between, like, what is the competition? What is this, like, why?
More people, Charles. Why?
Yeah, like, why do we have a competition on who killed more people? Even one is a lot. Even one person is a lot. Okay? So you cannot...
1 second.
Yeah, so you have killed people, Shahzad. How do you feel about that?
I don't know if my money is supported to kill children. I mean, I live in Turkey. I don't think so. But
yeah, it clearly does. Turkey has historically been one of the most established countries of Israel.
Well, we should be Turkey. Not really. We should be Turkey.
Shahzad, when you are enjoying your privileges, listen, when you are enjoying your matcha in the morning, just remember that your matcha is funding the genocide of Palestinian children. So you are killing a child killer. Just a minute. Please.
I cannot
So you are a
comprehend.
child killer. Yes, you are a child killer. You are a child killer as well. And I agree. One is
Iranian mullahs, I prefer to open the national TV. I prefer to open the national TV of Iran and listen to mullahs right now rather than sitting here and talking to you guys.
Yeah, I understand. There's a reason I have a mullah picture up. Thank you very much for that. One is too many. One is too many. This is the rhetoric they are going to use. I agree. Yeah, of course. One is too many. But the thing is, you are masturbating, intellectually masturbating, where you are enjoying the blood. You are enjoying the blood of Palestine. For me, there is no difference between an Iranian child or a Palestinian child or sub-Saharan African child. All children are equal, right? I would say even a Zionist child, there's no difference between any children, right? But your selective humanity dictates that, I'm gonna talk about, oh my God, the freaking mullahs, I'm gonna talk about them, and I'm gonna say,
she will have no issue in flying the Zionist flag to implement ethno-fascist state under a U.S. puppet regime. Like, she just wants a Saudi Arabian version of Iran.
And that's fine, Ahmed. That's what, let's be honest, that's what majority of people want. Like, who would not want that? Like, you get your car, you get your morning matcha and your croissant, right? Obviously, who wants to live in this?
Dubai is much better than Iran.
Exactly. The Jannah, Dubai is the Jannah. It's the heaven on earth. Radiallahu ta'ala. So obviously, everyone wants to live in the heaven, right? Who cares if this heaven is made up on the blood of children? Majority of people do not care about that, right? And we should just be honest. We should just be, look at ourselves in the mirror and say, see bro, let's be honest here. I love my comforts. And wallahi, I don't give a shit if my comforts come at the cost of killing 10 children, 20 children, 30 children, 100 children. I don't really care. What I want is my matcha, my morning croissant, and Friday night party. That's what I'm interested in. And then we would at least be having a sincere and honest conversation. What is up with this humanitarian rhetoric? Obviously not really care.
Well, you're so funny, bro. Your rhetoric is so funny, bro.
No, Ilyas exposed these people as fools. They don't care about humanity. They don't care about children being killed. They don't care about women being killed, women's rights.
Yeah.
So
see, if they actually said that, if they were honest, then I would just say, La'natullahi alaykum baynana wa baynakum as-sayf. That's it. I wouldn't be talking with them.
They don't know. This is the thing. In Afghanistan and Iraq, over 1 million dead. These people did not care. These people are the same people who are flying American and Israeli flags right now. In Germany, in Canada, in LA. These people have no interest in humanity or human rights or women's rights. They're charlatans. They're ethno-fascists. The ethno-fascists want nothing but the destruction of their own country. This is who they are.
Excuse me, sir.
The whole world. You guys are living on another planet. You guys have been isolated from the geopolitics to such an extent that the whole world looks at you pacifist and see what are these deranged people doing.
You just called the people who want the Iranian regime to get changed riots. That's the most effed up thing that you can say. We are not terrorists. We are people who want this government changed. Do you understand that, sir? You're not from Iran. You don't know what Iranian people are going through. You cannot call us terrorists when we were getting killed in front of the Iranian government.
Yeah. So
you are brainwashed. Do you understand that?
So would you be fine?
You are brainwashed yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you don't even let us talk. And then he talks about questions about that they're irrelevant. I as an Iranian person have to change that. If I want to fight the darkness, I have to fight with the darkness, starting with my own country, sir. Not starting with anywhere else. Iranian government is also the devil itself, killing its own people.
I'm pro that and the system.
Yeah, how are you pro when you call the demonstrators riots?
So would you be fine if a Zionist government comes in Iran?
Elias, we were fine before this regime's changed. We were fine before. So if you go and read the history, Reza Shah was friends with most of the countries that they were like our neighbors and other countries. We had such a good relationship. Yeah, so maybe you should stop reading your Quran and read the history, because everything that these people are doing again is in the name of Islam. Laugh all you want. They are killing, they're raping women and men in prisons. Go and read it.
Just a minute.
Go and read it. Go and read it.
Are you fine? Would you be fine if a pro-Israel government comes in Iran?
We're talking about the son of the Shah. So if he's there, a lot of people are protesting him, and he will help bringing peace to the Middle East. Don't you want peace for the Middle East?
Yes.
Because before all of this, you can go and read everything. You can go and read. They're supporting Hamas. They're supporting all
Did you go to school? Did you go to school?
Did you go to school yourself? Did you go to school yourself? You're making nonsense. You're making nonsense yourself. You're making nonsense yourself.
You are an absolute disgrace to Iranian people.
How am I being disgraced? I'm trying to be supportive of my people, and you're calling us riots.
Stop with these crocodile tears.
What the hell are you talking about?
Who was raped? How about you mention that nonsense for
I can find stuff. I can find stuff. Sure, I can find articles.
Go to your favorite propagandist, and bring it.
I'm not
Beheading babies, beheaded 40 babies and raped them. Go ahead, bring your evidence.
Just a minute, man.
I stay quiet.
So you're saying I don't know about my people and what that regime is doing in the country? You are the one who's bullshitting yourself. All you care about is Hamza and all you talk about is Gaza, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about Iran first. And of course, everyone will think about their country first.
Who read
What?
Who read to you, idiots?
So she is fine. Just let me read. So she is absolutely fine.
So stupid.
She is absolutely fine with Iran having a pro-Israel government. So, sister, if you do not care about children, and if you do not care about Afghan children and Pakistani children and Palestinian children and Yemeni children and Sudani children and the children all over the world and Chilean children and Venezuelan children, children all over the world who have been killed by this by this ethno-fascist, Wahhabi, Salafist, Zionist, Anglo-American hegemonic empire. Then with what face are you coming in here and saying you like humanity?
And saying Pahlavi of all people, you stupid, ignorant woman. Absolutely, intellectually molested woman. Do you think Pahlavi gives a shit about your existence? Pahlavi doesn't give a shit. He will sell his own wife to protect his comfort. You moron.
people? Do so. You want to protest against the Iranian government? Do so. You want to call Iran, the Islamic Republic, the king of Satan? Do so. You want to mourn the dead? Do it. I will do it with you. But you come in here with this Pahlavist shitty propaganda that Pahlavi is some messianic figure who's going to bring peace to the Middle East. He's going to be the bitch of Israel. You moron, wake up. You're telling Ilyas to read? Wallah, by Ahura Mazda, I swear to Jesus and God and Allah, until Judgment Day, bring me 10 books that you've read. Give me 10 books from cover to cover that you've read. You moron. Say whatever you want. I was quiet for nearly an hour. I spat out my coffee when you said Iran is raping women and that Pahlavi is going to swing in on his throne and bring peace to the Middle East. You stupid girl.
I just want to say
these people, by the way, people who are banging on the drum, they don't give a shit about the Iranians who are going to lose their lives from American and Israeli bombs. What do you have to say about that, Shahzad and Haba? You idiots. When did America and Israel save any country? Libya? Was it Iraq? Was it Afghanistan? You stupid morons pretending to be humanitarian experts, caring about humanity. No, we won't have it. We won't have you on stage. Stop lying to yourselves. Stop beating the drum of war. Shame on you.
I just want to say Matthew's claim by Ahura Mazda that she names 10 books. I think it was a very, very strong claim. I just want to say that it's fine. I have a rightful yaqeen that she cannot name 10 books that she has read cover to cover. Like that, I have rightful yaqeen for. The real challenge is, can she name 10 books? Like just 10 books. Can she actually name that? Because by the type of rhetoric, it clearly didn't seem to be the case. And these people are talking about humanity.
No, I can't let her up. Someone bring her up. By Azura Mahda. Bring her up. We need engagement. Bring her up. She left. Yeah, shahish.
Their definition of human prosperity includes, this is what they want. They basically want the whole world to be under this Wahhabi, Zionist, Anglo-American, ethno-supremacist, racist empire, hegemonic empire. And they don't want anyone to be against it. They don't want Lebanon to be against it. They don't want Iran to be against it. They don't want any other country to be against it.
Yes, did you notice it slipped out of her? It's like, why should I give a damn about anyone else but Iran?
Yes, exactly.
And to her, it's a specific kind of Iran. She wants, to her, a cocktail bars in Tehran is worth 300,000-400,000 Palestinians and Yemenis and million Iraqis being slaughtered.
That's the difference between,
that is the
for me, obviously I come from Pakistan. If the absolute destruction of Pakistan and all its citizens entails the maximization of human well-being, I will gladly support that without any hesitation. Because what matters is humanity. There's no point in Pakistan or any other country. If the destruction of Pakistan entails the maximization of human well-being for the global humanity and the future of humanity, so let it be the case. That would be a sacrifice worth making.
Pakistan would become the Imam Hussein of the world.
Yeah, there's no problem in that. There's no problem in dying for a noble cause. There's no problem in suffering for a noble cause.
This is why we don't accept the crocodile tears for humanity, for justice and all that. Because at the end of the day, what they're really calling for is an ethno-fascist state, a liberal ethno-fascist state. That's it.
That's what I want. I don't even want to debate geopolitics with that. Obviously, I don't want to debate that. I just want people to be honest. And it's absolutely fine, guys. Why are you so ashamed of yourself? It's fine. Just don't be ashamed. Just say it. Just say, I want my tank tops and my matcha and, that's about it. I don't really care if anyone...
My chai. My mess is so fucking funny. I want my chai and I want my croissants.
To be honest, they have their lattes and their matchas and their tank tops.
Yeah,
but still not enough. Yeah. In Tehran, they have it. So they can't even...
Yeah, I heard there's some great cafes in Tehran, actually.
Yeah, the best cafes, the best matcha, and the best tank tops, the best, blonde hair and nose jobs. But that's not even... What it really is basically the fact that Iran cares about Palestine and cares about justice. They want to get rid of that. They want an ethno-fascist state, like Saudi Arabia. They see the Arabs having Dubai and Saudi Arabia. They see the Israelis. These people are like, we want that. That's what we want.
Yeah.
And if we have to support...
And you think, I'll save the people of my country. Mashallah.
No, the people are calling for the bombing of their own country. Wallahi, they're calling for the bombing of Iran. They would slaughter 1 million Iranian infants and 1 million Iranian citizens to get a U.S. puppet regime installed in Iran. You've seen them. You've seen them on social media, on YouTube. All of their figures, they're pro-bombing their own country. So if you love Iran, you're the people who are calling for the destruction of Iran. Did you see the bombs getting in the 12-day war? You guys lost over 1,000 people. Majority of them were innocent citizens. Then you yourself claim to, I want to for pro-Iranian life, but you're calling for the bombing of Iran by the world's deadliest military.
Such a beautiful comment by Hushbar. He says, قال Hushbar alayhi salatu wassalam, of the Dajjal, inshallah. Fuck Palestine. This is the type of honesty that we want, mashallah. So I really appreciate honesty, right? So that was a true Iranian Pahalvist with true honesty, mashallah. So I'm very happy, when these people give us exhibits. And honesty is something you should appreciate. You should always appreciate. I love the Zionists who are honest. You gotta give it to them. That's one thing about most of them. They are very honest with their aims. And they are very clear that we don't care about humanity. You are all goyim. You're all goyim. What matters is Bani Israel. That's what matters. See, that's honesty. This is something you can appreciate. You can say, yes, we are being given a clear directive, and now bainana wa bainakum as-sayf. With these Pahalvis, what are these crocodile tears about humanity and stuff? Just say, bro, we are ethno-supremacists, the right hand of the Zionist empire, and we believe in the ethnic supremacy of the Iranian race. Obviously, majority of you are glazing racists as well, in addition to that.
But more generally, I do think that people are a bit tribalistic. Like, you grow up in a family, you grow up in a community, you develop those relationships with that family first, then with your community, right? So then when you're trying to get people to think about the world and everyone in the world, what you're talking about is re-engineering how people relate to everyone in the world. And I find it a fascinating concept, but how on earth do you go about doing something like that when we're all, from birth, you're taught, you're meant to love your parents first and your family first, and, you trust them the most. We are taught to be exceptionally tribal, starting with the family and then the local community. So naturally, if you scale that up, Of course, like, you know, not. I don't think it's done out of bad intent or anything, but people do prioritize certain groups first, right?
Yeah, and I mean, the cognitive scientific literature is pretty clear on that. The most potent way is to create a sense of human responsibility, and the people with higher openness and higher conscientiousness and lower neuroticism are much more likely to prefer a non-tribalistic worldview than the ones who do not have those specific traits. So that's why the philosopher king archetypal psychology is so important, because it is the archetypal psychology that has the highest propensity to not be tribalistic. Actually, tribalism is positively correlated with lack of openness. The higher your lack of openness, the more tribalistic you are. This has been studied extensively in the cognitive scientific literature.
I think our whole history is being defined through tribalism. No, I can't think of a time where people thought in this way. So I think, yeah, as I said, like the concept, I get it and I like it, but I don't know in practice if we can move away from that. I don't know how feasible it is, or for enough people to move away from that, and how the world would actually run given all of our structures now are anchored in this way of being.
Well, that's the shift from paganism to monotheism. You know, it's going to take time, but that's what it is. You know, there are people who believe in pagan gods, and pagan gods were basically just representation of the archetype of the cult. You know, so the manifestation of that right now in its best form is the classical Judaic religion. And we are seeing the manifestation of that. So the more tribalistic we're going to be, the more we are going to increase hate, the more we are going to increase a lack of regard for other members of humanity. And of course, it's never going to fully end, but it's definitely possible for us to promote a rational ethos that can minimize it. That's something certainly possible.
But even in the Abrahamic faith, like there's plenty of tribalism, even within the same faith, let alone between the three faiths, right? Like I don't know if that's changed anything. I think, you still got a lot of tribalism. You've got different groups of Muslims who are against each other. You've got Muslims against Christians and Jews against Muslims and all kinds of stuff.
Did it glitch for me on someone speaking? Is somebody speaking?
No one's speaking.
Oh, okay. I was thinking I got glitched or something. Yeah, sorry, I missed out the last part of what Nadia said. Can anyone summarize?
Well, we're just busy looking at Havas. I mean, that's just unbelievable. She doesn't even know. Matthew, do you need more evidence? Well, maybe if you actually did read, you would realize, Hava, you moron, that you just posted a right-wing article. What the fuck is News Nation? Do you even care what you read? Or is this just something some bitch on X sent you saying, look, Iran is raping babies. You stupid girl. Stupid woman. By the way, Havar, when Iranians die because of bombs dropped by America and Israel, never, ever will you be able to wash the blood off your hands. Because you and others like you are beating the drum for war. You're compliant, you're complicit, even though you profess not to be. You want the war. You're salivating for that donkey Pahlavi to come into Iran. And what? Did you know that his close relative is a Zionist? You don't care about that, do you? You don't care about the fact that hundreds would die, thousands, many more. The country will get ripped apart, just like Libya. In fact, cite one country that America has bombed that is better because of it. So stop pretending that you care about Iranian people. You don't care about Iranian people. Citing me a far right paper, a far right article. At least we can have conversations with actual protesters, people who have legitimate reasons, legitimate discussions about how to improve Iran. All you people want is war. Not even Iranian protesters stand with you, Havar. There are Iranian protesters who hate people like you. That the Zionist propaganda has completely dominated the Iranian protests. I'll let them deal with you. Go onto TikTok, go onto other rooms of Clubhouse, tell them what you told us. Begging for war on your country. Shame on you. You know, I remember these same people that they were in Iraq. You remember? Shall I bring up the names?
Yeah.
Traditionalist Shias who wanted America to bomb. I remember, I was there. I was there at the Million Man March in London. And I was getting attacked by traditionalist 12 Shias. The black Shias. Not the red Shias. The black Shias. The ones who are waiting for this perfect individual who's going to descend from the heavens. Don't do anything. Just wait for him. But also, do whatever we can to destroy Iraq. Same people, same type of individuals. And then we saw what happened. And then we saw what the shock and awe of America. Bush's shock and awe. 23 years ago. Pretty much to this day. Yeah.
Every place this country, this empire has been exploited, destroyed, its civilian killed, no education, no health care, the resources plundered and taken away, and yet these people do not want it. They do not learn.
And also Sajida, who's in the room, who's in the audience, you said we should be ashamed of ourselves. Come up and tell us. What should we be ashamed of? Tell us, because we don't want war in Iran.
We should be ashamed of ourselves because we don't want Iranians to get bombed.
Sajida, I've invited you. This is the second time I've invited you. Tell me, enlighten us. What should we be ashamed of? Present your argument. You want war in your country? You want to come up and tell us we should support war?
That's the right thing to do? Sajida? Is that what you want? And you go funny, man. You don't support war. Okay, so what do you want? What do you want to happen? What would happen on this? Right now, Sajida she's president of the US. What would you do? Yeah, exactly, Nadia. Zero impact. Zero impact. There were documentaries. I worked with Jeremy Corbyn for 8 years. He was my presenter. And one night he told me, as I was showing footage of, this was footage that came out many years afterwards, right? Many years after the war, of just British soldiers just killing anyone. I saw footage of it indiscriminately from a helicopter. And one of them said, look at that child. I saw it, I was watching with him. And then you know who else came in? Ken Livingstone came in. So it was me, Ken Livingstone, and Jeremy Corbyn were watching this footage. And I'm watching it because I'm trying to verify all the stuff and read everything about it. I look back, I see them, they're both in tears. Big, grown politician men in tears. Ken Livingstone is completely unable to console himself. And I said to them, do you remember, because obviously I was at the march, right? Do you remember how confident people were at the march? Obviously the BBC, they were saying 200,000, 300,000. The activists, they were saying 1 million. As I said, I don't trust either. I'm saying, yes, it's probably going to be something in between. Same thing with the deaths in Iran, by the way. Obviously, I'm not going to trust the nation state. Why would I do that? But I'm also not going to trust, at face value, anyone else. Everyone has an agenda. And I said, do you remember how confident we came from walking? We thought, that's it, like this is going to get broadcast. That's it, like how is Tony Blair going to go ahead with this? I was young. I was 22 years old. No, I was 21 years old. And that's it, like nothing. Shock and awe. Boom, boom, boom. These huge, huge mushrooms of orange, red, going up at night. God knows who's beneath those bombs. God knows. For the next few years, I worked with, communities who basically, really good, by the way, really good traditionalists, Shi'i, Twelver, and of course many, many people, not just Muslims, many, many people. Just taking in, like, one after another. Another girl gets, transported, no parents, no family, lost her limbs. I've seen so many. There was a time that we wanted to do a program for them, right? But they couldn't speak English. They were speaking Iraqi. They speak Arabic, right? And the person who was supposed to, we just wanted to have, a little play, like a really shitty impromptu play, just to make them laugh, just to make them forget that they've lost their entire life and their existence and their limbs, right? Providing something for these young boys, these young girls. And the person who was supposed to be coming was running late. And the only people in there was like me and like some other English speakers, an Urdu speaker and like a Farsi speaker. None of us could speak Arabic. We couldn't talk to these children. And then we were just kind of like making faces and just jumping out, and we felt so bad. Eventually the Iraqi guy, he came and he did his thing. And then he was speaking to the children. Anyway, we finished. We had, we got them dinner, and then they got taken by their carers. And then we were just sitting around. It was like, what happened? And yes, I was running late. And then we said, by the way, we saw them like pointing at us and laughing when you were with them. What were they saying? And he said they were having so much fun at the beginning. And I was like, we didn't do anything. We were just
were just being stupid, right? Just being silly, like doing slapstick comedy. But they said it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. And it really, really made them feel good. Something so small, so insignificant. My point is, we came back from that march thinking that that wouldn't happen. That's how confident we were. And these people like Habar, and these people who just, they're living in Wonderland. They did, I don't know, what do they think is going to happen? We know what Israel and America can do. Is there even a freaking competition? And you have people like Shahzad and these other idiots saying, I don't know, I don't give a shit. How do we change these people? You can't change these people. I'm so sorry the world isn't all magic and roses and ponies. I'm sorry, we all have to grow up and realize, yeah, the world is shit. But what are we advocating? Ilyas himself just a few minutes ago said, okay, I'll condemn Khamenei, I'll condemn IRGC, I'll condemn this, I'll condemn that. Everyone is condemned. You think there's anyone on this planet, bring me one person on this planet that is free from condemnation? And I will give them the stone, and they can cast the first stone. Tell me anyone who is infallible. Anyone. Come on, cast the first stone. You be the leader. But you won't.
That was brilliant appropriation.
Imam Mahdi, yeah, right, yeah. Imam Mahdi, Jesus. Astaghfirullah. I'm half Iranian. Okay. I'm Muslim. Okay. La'natullah on my views. Death to Matthew. Hamza, Lebanese. Okay, forget about him. Ahmed is Afghan. Okay. Ilyas is Pakistani. Okay. What about the white people? Have you seen the white people? The white kuffar? The non-Muslims? The atheists? They're not paid by Iran. They're not supported by Iran. No one knows who they are. They're not Muslim. They're not even religious. Why are they supporting? Are they that stupid? What are they fighting for? What are they standing? What are they saying? Oh man, look at this. Iran is burning the Baal effigy. Why? Why does that resonate with people? Why are people coming out in their droves, realizing that, oh shit, like if you want to get rid of Israel, you need an Iran. They're not paid by Iran. They're not paid by Press TV. They're not paid by the IRGC. Or you think they're all paid? They're all paid up. What excuse do you have to them? What do you tell them? Shimeon says, you're not condemned if you believe in the word and follow his will. Thanks so fucking much. That's really helpful. Let's wait for the word. When's the word going to come back? I don't think we put anyone to sleep.
Who did we put to sleep? Did we put Hamza to sleep?
No, it was someone called Ilmi.
Proud Jewish Zionist. I respect proud Jewish Zionists.
Where is he or she or it?
Reuben,
Jewish Zionist. Yeah, honestly, respect him for being honest.
Yeah. You see, this is why you gotta respect that. He is London-born, Israeli-raised, Manhattan resident. He's out there.
Yeah, not interested in Palestinians, but he is interested in ballet, opera, piano, European cinema, art house, of course, fine cognac, and first growth Bordeaux wines, elegant dress, fine perfume. As long as he has that, fuck everyone else, man. Who cares? Like, honestly, he's getting what he wants. He's getting exactly what he wants. Good for you, Ruben. Good for you for being honest and wearing on your sleeve. Make sure that you get all other Zionists, whether they're Iranian, whether they're Jewish, whether they're American, Christian, get them all to be honest, so we can identify who are the actual kuffar and who are the actual Muslims.
I've mostly heard that you keep saying your instead of you are. Matthew, why is your English wrong? Correct your English, man.
I think he's referring to someone else, Shimeon. He's referring to Shimeon.
Why are there two Hamzas?
This one says 1,800 meter evaluation heading into the snow mountains, guys. Elias, are we dreaming?
What?
Is this just like a weird dream?
Nah, man, people are actually that retarded. I wish I was dreaming that.
Plato said, the ancient Greeks, they said, anyone who doesn't hold political office is an idiot. But of course, back then, it just meant, private citizen. But it's kind of interesting how the word morphed into its reality.
Fact, it was always its reality. I always think like I'm dreaming, and I wished, that I was in the country of Ang, the last Airbender, and his country is like everyone's. And have you seen this native country? Everyone's like a rishi, everyone's a guru.
Yeah.
All of them are levitating. There's no chaos. Until the Fire Nation attacked. That is. I wish I was living there. With so much peace. And then we got, even in that world, we had the Fire Nation, alayhi la'na. It's always these Fire Nations. It's always the greed.
That's so funny. You even know that, bro.
By the way, it's interesting. So obviously we've had this room open for hours now, but I've had 5 or 6 people contact me on Instagram. Let me read one. Yeah, let me read one of them. Oh. Actually, no, leave that one. But anyway, 5 of them were supportive. 2 of them weren't. This one just came in. Where was it? Oh, man. Let me see if actually they're still in the room. They're not in the room. Anyway, I won't mention the name, but so basically they say, hey Matthew, I too am done with liberal democracy. but I'm ignorant. I don't know what made you say Philosopher Kings for the win, and then you're going to start a revolution. Please enlighten me. I'm from India. Another one says, I can't believe what these people are saying. I'm completely with you. Don't expose my name. And then they've written a word which I don't know what that means, but it looks like, where it just says MC, or maybe it says mashallah. And then it says, I'd love to follow you guys on TikTok. So, as I said, follow us on TikTok. And then they said, I'd love to follow you on TikTok. And then there's a few others. One person sent a picture, which is interesting. So yeah, 5 have supported. But see, they don't like to. So this one said, don't mention my name. This was hours ago, by the way. I don't know if they're still in the room, this one. But yeah, I just saw some of them recently, so.
MashaAllah.
And then the other 2 were just like private accounts, no image, no face, just like saying shame on you and all that kind of stuff.
Shame on you, Baba.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Why you support these mullahs?
Yeah, and the thing is, the way that they, like Timothy earlier, before he was spazzing out, people just think, people have this, it's so weird that people attack dogmatist traditionalists for the same thing that they themselves are responsible for, which is just treating everything in absolutes. We don't have the position, right? Like, do you think that we make the claim that anyone is infallible, that anyone is without blame? No, it's impossible. Like, how is that even a thing?
Bro, so I told you that, but I'll send Lana on anyone if these people accept that they just want their matcha, even if it comes at the cost of killing children. That's it.
Yeah.
I'll give them a concession if they give me the real concession. So then the other people can see it as it is, and then they can make a choice.
I think the problem might also be that the approach here is almost to point out people's hypocrisy, which is fair in a debate, but no one really likes that, do they? And I think maybe it needs to be a bit more carrot and less stick, because, people will naturally just be defensive if you point out the same concept and show different reactions to it.
Oh yeah, they're not going to change nothing. It's mostly for the audience, because we have had enough interactions with these people for us to know. It's extremely, extremely hard for anyone to change it. Very difficult.
Also because of the level of brainwashing and propaganda, right? Because it's very difficult. The thing is, if you see any image or any video of someone getting killed or losing a limb, or obviously that's going to completely dominate anything else. And then you just, you do a really kind of quick syllogism. This happened, and the person at the top is Khamenei. Just ignoring all of the chains of causation. And it sounds right? Obviously, yeah, he's responsible for it, so he should go. But no one who's a serious... And so the thing is, it's very difficult to see the carrot, Nadia, in those situations. How are we going to present the carrot? The carrot is a vision.
Yeah.
And the vision isn't... No one's marketing the vision. Everyone's marketing geopolitical silence. The marketers are going to be the film producers, the art houses that Rubin loves so much, but doesn't give a shit about. He likes the art houses. He doesn't like Palestinians so much. He's not. You think he is going to do an artwork on the axis of resistance? You think we're going to have Disney or Warner Brothers or Miramax or Paramount, Universal Studios constantly drumming in the idea of axis of resistance? By the way, it gets done in shit like Star Wars, like Avatar, Dune, Prophecy. But then everyone usually just attaches it to the people they don't like Iran or China or Russia. Everyone has their own agenda. That's the problem. But these people, they're not even aware that they're kind of in a matrix of agenda. These are the ones who are absolutists.
I think though from their perspective, they see a system which for them and for their way of thinking works. So I think that the issue that perhaps you have is that one, they don't understand the vision, and two, even if they understand the conceptual vision, they don't understand the mechanisms to getting to that vision. If there was like a 10-point plan or whatever you want to call it, like that perhaps is not clear. So they're thinking, okay, they might conceptually agree with you, but in reality, how does that translate? It's almost like they're saying, I'm happy to settle because I cannot see how this other better state you're proposing would actually look in real life.
Yeah. And that's because we have the worst PR. There's no PR worse than ours.
So Matthew, I was curious to ask you about your background, because you were talking about Corbyn and Ken Livingstone earlier and sort of interactions with them, if that's okay, if you don't mind.
Yeah. I mean, Ken Livingstone I've kind of known longer, but it was both that particular thing, but that was in, so I used to work for Iran's state broadcaster, Press TV. I was one of the I was senior producer and the director and, a bunch of other stuff. So, we had like loads of shows and Jeremy Corbyn and, we had a lot of Labour MPs who were, my presenters. So Jeremy Corbyn, George Holloway, Ken Livingstone, we had many. But those are the kind of... I was inside 10 Downing Street with a bunch of... This was years before I even worked for Press TV. This was actually completely something different. So I was part of this kind of group of young, idiot, amateur, kind of wet behind the ear, wannabe journalists at university, even though I studied law, so I kind of, I come from a legal background, but it was kind of like law, human rights. It was like a big group, and we kept pressing 10 Downing Street to basically to not go to war with Iraq. And we finally got invited. So we're inside 10 Downing Street. And we didn't even expect to see Tony Blair himself. We were just there to kind of we were going to be shown. The idea for them was to kind of just, okay, let these idiots in, show them around, and then tell them to fuck off, basically, right? But we go in, and Tony Blair's almost kind of by the entrance, and he's red-faced. He's got his shirt open down to his chest. He's kind of pushing his hair back, and he's looking at us thinking, what the hell are you guys doing? And then there are all these kind of other people talking to him, and he said, I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this guy. And obviously we're all thinking about who the hell is he talking about? It then transpires from one of the people that worked inside that said, yeah, he just got off the phone with George Bush and they want to go ahead. And when I always think about that, because I always think, could I have ignored my feeling of amateur professionalism as this idiot youth who's at 10 Downing Street? Could I have just grabbed him and said, don't do this. Whatever it is you're planning to do, don't do it. And then just given my advocacy against war, would that have had an effect? I think about it all the time. And, I sometimes hold myself complicit.
Well, law in a way that weren't going to change anything.
No, I know, but it's a thought that every now and again, obviously, this, it's kind of stopped a long time ago. But, I even had dreams about it. I had like 3 dreams or 4 dreams about it. Like, what I'm saying is that it's just weird how I just remember this window of opportunity, this 10-second window that keeps replaying in my head, thinking, what if I did this? What if I did that? And I was thinking, no, Matthew, don't be stupid. Like, yeah, what Ilyas is saying would have made a difference. So why would it make a difference? But, and then you read stories about how people, change the course of events. I don't know, it's just, he made it, and you think about all the positions that this Satan has had. This committee, that committee, just an absolute warmonger. And we covered, we made documentaries about, soldiers who kind of, came back from the war with mental health problems and depression and, all this stuff. You just kind of put all this stuff together and you think, wow, here we are again. Basically, many Iranians beating the war, beating the war drum. And what can be done to stop it? What can be done to... There are people who've been... This didn't start in December. This didn't start in the 12-day war. This is a long war. We've been at war for decades. When were we not at war? This began a long time ago. This is something existential. This is a global issue. It's not Iran, it's not Israel, it's not Palestine. This is a global issue. And, there are, tens of thousands, millions of Iranians who suffer and they don't get covered in the press. Do you know how many more people have died in the last few decades in Iran because of the sanctions? Because of lack of medicine? They prevent medicine getting imported or getting sent to Iran. This is a big problem. This didn't begin in December. Yes, McZed.
No, I didn't have anything specific to say. I was just coming up to the stage.
To bring some balance.
To be available to say something if I wanted to, I guess.
Fair enough.
Are you criticizing the notion of philosopher kings?
Next is Zionist, right?
I am, yeah.
He is, yeah.
Is he an honest Zionist or?
Yeah, he's
more of the New York kind.
No, I mean, he's the cleanest, most professional, most polished, most decent Zionist I've ever come across.
Is he from New York? That sounds like a New York Zionist to me.
I am from New York, not New York City though.
Bro, you've known McZed. What are you talking about? You've had McZed before.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't leave an impression.
No, I don't think so. I mean, yeah, in rooms where I'm not on the stage, I've heard talking about philosophy, I guess.
He's basically what do I say?
Do you think any stage
states really play around with the philosopher king idea?
Yeah.
Do they trust it?
100%.
They trust it 100%. The idea that like the person who is the king also happens to be the wisest, most perfect ruler available. Seems unlikely.
Yeah, just like Moses,
you know.
Just like Moses, I guess.
Moses was a king without a state, right? He had a nation of people out in the desert, but he didn't govern them. He did defeat a monarch over in the east of the Jordan.
Would you trust Moses? Would you trust Moses if he were to appear tomorrow?
You mean if a man appeared tomorrow claiming to be Moses, would I believe him?
Yeah, well, actually, you're Messiah.
Okay, so now we're asking a different question. If a man appeared tomorrow claiming to be my Messiah, would I believe him?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Not just if he says it, right? Anyone can say they're the Messiah.
So what would he have to do?
Well, like I told you, Messiah is a legal standard. You're the Messiah when the Sanhedrin and like a prophet anoint you by a river. It's like a historic moment of acknowledging the King of the Jews. So like, you know, if I saw a newspaper headline that like over in Israel, they all voted and they reformed the Sanhedrin, and there they are by a body of water anointing one man with oil, with like a photo, then I would say like, yeah, that guy, he's the Messiah.
So how big does this group have to be?
The Sanhedrin?
Yeah.
The Sanhedrin is 71 elders.
So 71 elders get together, they anoint someone by the river, and you would believe that for what reason?
Well, because that's the 71 elders are like you could say kind of democratically appointed, but they're not really democratically appointed. It's more like they are the acknowledged teachers of the Torah, right? At the top of the Sanhedrin is the one guy that everyone on the planet says, yeah, he can explain the law well. We all agree with the way he explains it. And then everyone beneath him is someone of lesser caliber with a distinct perspective that's still authorized. So if you get like 71 of those folks, then you have your Sanhedrin. And then you have like smaller courts and other things.
So it could be like Jeffrey Epstein, right? Jeffrey Epstein could be anointed by 71 elders.
If that were the judgment of the 71 elders, but you are going to run into two problems as I see it. One, Jeffrey Epstein seems to be a pretty evil person. I don't think 71 elders would approve him. Two, he's dead. So if you're going to like open the door to dead characters, I feel like we could do better.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the second one is a serious problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the dead thing is going to be an issue. But maybe we can just kind of reflect on the fact that it's a hypothetical and just imagine that Jeffrey Epstein were alive. So the only objection here, the only problem here would be that we just have to trust that these 71 elders are not going to like pick Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't think we have to trust the elders all that much.
I thought that was the condition.
No, I'm saying we don't have to trust them because they have a natural danger in anointing a king. And that the king they anoint has independent power. Like they have no check off of that monarch ever again. That king just has an army, has a mandate. He has to follow certain like biblical laws. And also he's empowered to do some stuff that the courts can't stop him. So like,
yeah, but this is just going to be faith, isn't it? It's not going to be like...
No, I'm saying legally.
Well, yeah, but it's not... Are you saying the Messiah is...
Here's an example. The king of the Jews, as a rule, distinct from all other Jews, has a safer Torah that he carries around with him. a copy of the 5 books of Moses that he has to write personally by hand and carries around with him. He like holds it. That's like part of what the king does. And once the judges of Israel like anoint a person, that's one of the things he's gonna have to do. Another thing is like once a year he has to like show up at the temple and like he has to read from his Torah, a very particular oath that the king reads annually in front of the people. I think that's like around Sukkot time. And like also, personally, that person, anointed guy, he's the head of the Jewish armed forces against any foreign threat, right? I mean, the role of the king is specific. It's not like getting a medal. It's getting a job.
I see.
Because that's like a king, just like the King of England. Like you don't say, yeah, he just existed as king. No, you schedule meetings for the guy. And then he goes around and he does whatever the hell you think your king has to do. He's an employee. That's the Messiah.
Is your view mainstream?
That's what he does.
No, is your view mainstream?
I'm just describing the legal reality of the Jewish Constitution. Other people can like glamorize it and be like happy about having a king, an anointed king of the Jews. But like, that's all the Messiah is, a king, just like the king you recently anointed after the death of his mother, who was queen for a very, very long time.
I love that you're using like Elizabeth and Charles's like points for me.
You should.
I don't really have much. I don't have that much investment in the.
Listen. You don't have investment. It's happening around you. It is part of the legal infrastructure of the country you function in.
Yeah, but why is there this gap? Like, I don't understand what this.
I'm saying like as soon as she died, there was an army of attorneys and officers scrambling with little folders that they had prepared for the eventuality of her death, which they had been anticipating for over a decade now, and they moved the generations of England one name further in several documents of trust and records, like history of the entire country. They were all working nonstop as soon as the actual king had a date when he was the king, and then the later coronation could be scheduled. It's part of your infrastructure, dude. Like legally speaking.
Yeah, I don't care about British.
You don't have to care. It's just what keeps your country going.
Yeah, well, arguably.
Listen, English history is part of American history.
Yes, that's true.
So I understand the way a monarch functions, which, by the way, England did it differently than the French, did it differently than the Spanish, differently than the Germans. People have different ways of interpreting monarchy, but the Jews, like, they would be hiring a guy as this, meaning he's a descendant of David. David was the terror of the non-Jews. He united the Jews and made Israel safe, and other people didn't want to fight him anymore, such that his son Solomon had only peace. That's their model of the Messiah. A guy who leads the army that's so, like, full of awe that the world respects, that nobody invades Israel, and Israel sits in peace. That's the Messiah.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of attractive, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm trying to, like, tear it down into its simplistic political platform. Like, we can say a lot of mystic things, a lot of universal truths about the nature of man and what Israel has to do in terms of man's evolution to higher states of being. We can make all of these arguments, but I'm trying to, like, be clear and translating that this is an old political platform of Israelis in the land of Israel.
But the 71 and the anointment and
the 71, that's all legal structure. That's like asking, why do we have 9 on the Supreme Court? Why do we have 1 president? Why do we have 355 over in that house?
Yeah.
The answer is because you need a number and you need to start, and then that's the system. You want to know who the Messiah is? He's the one king that gets anointed. The end.
Yeah. No. I'm just interested to know what the 71 is for. Like, because the 70.
Moses started that.
Moses.
Yeah. Moses started the 71 thing, and if you add them up, it's based off of the 12 for like a jury. Okay, so they did their system of like getting to 12 was 12 majority of 23 for judges, not for random citizens. So that means they want 23 judges on a capital court case so that you can get at least a majority of 12 and then convict. And then the majority of 12 can convict. So they don't want unanimity, they want 23 majority 12. To make their grand court, they took 3 of those, 3 courts of 23, got it up to 69, and then they added 1 person as the leader of the court. He's the Av based in, and he's, think of him as like Speaker of the House. And then there's 1 guy above those 70. He's the stand-in for Moses. He understands the Torah the best. Everyone defers to his opinion. And then this court of 70 discusses any legal issue that tries to reach Moses at the top. Just like Yisro set it up, basically.
Just like Israel.
No, just like Jethro. Jethro, Moses' father-in-law.
Oh, Jethro, sorry.
Right before the giving of the Torah, Moses gets a visit from his father-in-law that tells him that it doesn't work for him, Moses, the best understander of the Torah, to sit there while everyone talks, and he says, you gotta have courts. This court system is the one that Moses set up. So if you can get like a pressing question that isn't dealt with by the small local courts of 23, that's sent up to the national court of 71, and you get through all those 70 elders, and they're all still confused and still split between the 70, it then goes to the stand-in for Moses, the guy that understands the Torah the best. He would give the deciding vote, and then that would be the law.
You see how this is all like a hypothetical? The Catholic Church actually has something like this in play right now. This is not like, oh, let's play Moses, so no, we're not playing Pope in the Catholic Church. He is actually the Pope. So that's the difference, though. We actually have this system in place right now.
This is like a bird's eye view constitutional law perspective as to what the Jewish structure is, what their checks and balances are. And I'm saying this is their court system. They have a quasi-judicial legislature where most of their laws are not legislated. They are mostly embedded within their unchanging constitution. And then they have a judiciary that applies how to judge on that unchanging law. That's their system. So they don't legislate much, but to whatever degree there is legislation, it's limited by their constitution and done at the Court of 71. And mostly their thing is they resolve dispute within the land, the king being designated to resolve any disputes coming from outside the land. So the courts maintain peace internally, the king maintains peace from threats abroad.
So this Messiah, this Messiah, he's the most righteous, the most just, the most knowledgeable, according to the Torah?
I wouldn't say that.
That's what the Torah says.
Torah might say that about some like messianic age.
Their Messiah is not God.
The Messiah,
like a bootleg Messiah.
In Jeremiah it says he shall reign as king and deal wisely and shall execute justice and righteousness in the land.
You can do that without being a perfect person.
Yeah, Jesus did that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying he's going to be a perfect person.
You
don't believe in that.
You asked me whether this Messiah would be like a perfect teacher of all law. My conception
is perfect.
That's fine. My conception of the Messiah is a fulfillment of the promise that Jacob gave.
You're answering your own question. So
which question am I answering?
Yeah, your own question. I never asked you anything like that. Listen carefully.
Okay.
The ideals that you hold for this person, for this Messiah. Obviously, he has some prophecies about him in your books, that he will be righteous, he will be just, he will be knowledgeable, and he's going to usher in the age of enlightenment and all the rest, right?
Again, I'm trying to explain. This Messiah, whoever were to come and be the leader of the Jews, anytime someone sits in as place for a king of Jews, if this Messiah comes, has children, has grandchildren, if they have a reign that rules for 1,000 years.
Whoa. Will he be righteous and just? Just simple.
I'm trying to say whoever fills that role is first and foremost a fulfillment of the promise Jacob gives to Judah.
One second. Why are you answering your own question? Will the Messiah be righteous and just?
Because I'm saying, I don't know. I don't know that he'll be righteous and just. I don't know that for sure.
So in Isaiah, it says he has to be.
I think that he's still capable of sinning. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't ask that.
You asked if he was righteous and just. I don't know.
According to the Torah,
he hasn't come yet.
Yeah, so according to the prediction, the prophecies that are made about the Messiah, would he be righteous and just?
I already answered that.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I did. You tell me what I said.
So answer. You haven't. You've been answering your own question.
You tell me what I said.
One time tracking.
Okay. I'll say it again.
So listen to my.
Okay, you don't want to know now.
You answer. Listen.
Okay. I'm gonna listen again. I'm listening again.
According to because all of this nonsense that you're putting out, this is all based on your myths and stories and legends in your books, right? So
I'm still listening.
Myths and stories. Yeah, according to these same myths and stories in the.
I thought you were asking a question. Now I'm confused.
Yeah, according to these stories, would this Messiah that you and other Jews like yourself are waiting for, would he be righteous and just?
He would do good things.
I didn't ask would he do good things. See how you're not answering the question?
You're asking a question. No, I answered your question. You keep asking for a different answer.
No.
I asked you again. Did I answer your question? Yes or no?
Would he do good things?
Okay, are we done with me failing to answer your question? Can we move on?
You're just.
Yes, we can move on.
Is it a Jewish?
All right, let me know when you're done.
Righteous and just. He would be righteous and just.
Simon, I think
that's all you wanted to contribute.
What Mixed is saying is that Mixed doesn't believe he'll be righteous and just, but he will do good things. I think that's what Mixed is saying.
No, I haven't said what I was trying to say. He said that what I was trying to say was answering my own question. I was trying to answer his question of whether or not I know for sure the Messiah will be righteous and just. And I said I wasn't so sure. I don't know. Seems to me like he'll be a human being, but he could still sin. David sinned. Moses sinned.
Yeah, that's fine. I never asked if he could sin.
Yeah, but you're asking me to judge him on righteousness. Was he righteous and just? He hasn't come yet. That's like a crazy question. That's why I keep saying I don't know, and you keep asking me again.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, so according to your own books.
Oh, so now you know my answer.
Torah. No, you're saying I never asked.
You just said it. Now you know my answer.
According to your books, I specifically said according to the storybooks that you follow, the Torah and the Talmud. What's the traits of the Messiah? Okay, you don't know that.
And what did I say? See, there you go. You do know my answer. So are we done?
You don't know.
Are we done? Are we done with you asking a question I answered several times and you pretended I didn't?
According to the book of Isaiah, Jeremiah, others, in the Torah.
You already submitted evidence that you think the guy's got to be perfect and righteous and just.
Yeah, no, I never used perfect.
Oh, okay, that's good. I don't know why that matters.
He will judge with righteousness.
Who?
He shall reign as the king.
Who? When? Why? Who is saying this? You're bringing in other prophecies.
Yeah. This is all about the Jewish Messiah.
Which one?
Of Isaiah, the one that everyone's waiting for.
Is that one Messiah or two?
One.
Can you prove that?
So even according to your own books, you guys are waiting for some sort of a philosopher king, but he will be like an ethno-fascist.
Oh, really? Where does it say that in our holy books?
Yeah, because he will be righteous.
Yeah, where?
He will be wise. He will be righteous.
No, like citation.
He will rule over with justice. Yeah.
Where in the holy books does it say that?
In the book of Isaiah, in the book of Jeremiah.
Could we go citation by citation?
Well, you don't know, so I'm just educating you.
Yeah, I don't know this. You say that in my holy books, I have to believe it.
No, you don't have to believe it.
Okay, so then the Jews don't have to believe this thing you said you found?
The Jews don't have to believe anything. You can be an atheist.
Oh, okay, so then the Jews believe whatever they want.
For you to be a Jew. Yes.
So then what good is you reading an ancient book that the Jews have?
No,
sink in.
Listen. Stop interrupting.
Okay.
You're basing your whole myth, this legend of the Messiah coming and rescuing the Jewish people. This is all based on these books, these myths, okay? And you've based all of this, beliefs that you have on these mythical stories of some Messiah that will be coming and being anointed by the river and all this nonsense. Okay, so I'm just telling you that you came here and said, oh, do you really think that this some country is going to anoint a philosopher king or some? Well, you yourself believe in a form of a philosopher king in this myth of the Jewish Messiah. And the only difference is you'll be like an ethno-fascist. You only care about the Jewish people. This is the problem with you guys.
You think that the Messiah is an ethno-fascist nationalist?
Yes.
Interesting. So that means that you would like attack this promised leader of the Jews.
Yeah, because he will kill the Goyim and
And if he doesn't kill anybody, what are you going to do to him if he doesn't kill anybody?
I'm saying this obviously this is all.
I'm saying you call him an ethno-fascist. I waited the whole time. You said not to interrupt, and I didn't. And it sounds like you're saying this prophecy that the Jews have had for centuries, if they ever anointed someone and he was like peaceful and fair and just and righteous and everybody loved all of his amazing policies, you're saying we'd try to kill that guy.
When did I say that?
It sounded like you said he would be an ethno-fascist nationalist dictator.
Magzed, you're very erratic. You seem to be...
Yeah, I can't track it.
I've never said. When did I say you have to kill a peaceful Jewish Messiah?
Okay, great. So then you'll be applauding the anointment when the Messiah announcement comes out.
This is a myth, Magzed.
What do you mean it's a myth? What's a myth?
The Messiah, the Jewish Messiah.
It's just a legal maneuver that the Jews can employ when they want to.
It's a legal maneuver based on...
Just like the coronation in England.
Okay.
It's literally identical. Where do you think they got the ideas from?
Okay. So you're so funny.
Yeah, but I think so that's why I was asking Magzed if this is his view or because
Did you see what Uri wrote in the chat? He said this is a mainstream view. This is roughly what you're talking about, the structure of an ancient king for the Jews. And like I said, I don't personally think that the prophecies of Isaiah or Ezekiel are the primary model for the Messiah. I think the primary model is the fulfillment of the blessing Jacob gives to Judah, that the scepter will not depart. That idea that all of our sense of monarch doesn't come from like Moses or Aaron, but rather from this Judean notion, this different tribe, who, by the way, did not have the cleanest record if you review it. The members of that tribe come from Lot, Ammon, Moab, there is Bathsheba, Tamar. There's many things that can be said about the Davidic line. And I would, I would respect the king, but I wouldn't just, jump and say righteous and just before the guy has come to do anything. I'll judge him on his record.
So I was going to say, by the way, who did you say are you talking about Caleb?
Yes.
There's something about Caleb.
He pointed out that what I was saying was mainstream. And what I'm really doing is I'm just unpacking the English explanation of what this sociological structure is.
Seem to be just rationalizing this myth. It's
I'm taking it as serious history. You call it rationalizing a myth. I think these people did these things.
Do you think Moses is serious history?
Yes, I think Moses genuinely led the Jews out of Egypt.
Why do you believe that?
Have any evidence?
Yeah, I have his 5 books on the matter.
You have evidence that Moses existed?
I have the 5 books you wrote.
Come on, bro. I presented you as the most polished, the most
cleanest, the best of Zionists on this app. Come on, don't disappoint me, bro. Come on. Like, you're gonna make me. Why are you saying these things? Either Moses existed historically or didn't. Now you're saying he existed historically.
Yes,
And
I am saying that.
evidence of his existence. What are you doing on?
Okay. Here's some evidence of notable heads of Egypt whose names was Moses. That happened, by the way, to be around in an era of a controversial monotheistic notion being developed. You're asking me if I have any evidence of that? Is that your question?
Just evidence.
Okay, well, I do have that. I do have this very common name at an era of Egyptian history when there was an invasion from the Fertile Crescent area into Egypt, the Hyksos, and they were then expelled with like a nationalistic revival to become sort of serfs. You had like some remnants there. And that portion, together with a monotheistic movement that was catching on in Egypt, kind of coalesced into a slave revolt that wandered off into the desert and wrote down their story. Now, I've got plenty of evidence for all of that. If you want to like reject any piece of it, you know, go ahead, I guess. Yeah, it's ancient scriptures. You could debate whether or not the Trojan War happened. You could definitely debate whether the Trojan horse actually happened, or if that was just invented after the fact. But like, if you look at the record, there probably was a Trojan War.
I mean, it's so interesting. We get exactly the same kind of response to the dogmatist Christians and Muslims.
Which is talk like this now.
Yeah, it's really interesting because they'll say it's literally identical. The only difference is like the so for that guy, that Muslim guy, who was saying, "Well, how do you prove, Battle of Hastings?" And a dogmatist Christian will say, "Well, how would you know Plato existed?" It's the same thing, man. It's so interesting.
So Daniel read to you like 70 archetypes the other day of Moses. 70 plus archetypes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, it just.
It was the day he put you in the audience, remember?
No, I have no idea. But if I was in the audience, I might have been on mute.
Yeah, so he read you like 70 archetypes.
What are the archetypes of Moses?
Of Moses, like he mentioned almost like 30, 40 names. He's reading it so fast. Like when you said that Moses is a real, we have enough historical evidence of him, and he's like, no, we don't. Actually.
What about the books that he wrote?
We have reports of like, or stories of myths and legends in which like very similar stories that like run around, that focus around Moses. Seems to have been quite the repetition and other sort of.
You mean the other places that added narratives around Moses?
Yeah, prior to Moses.
Yeah, other people use the name.
Yeah, not just the name, just the storyline. They're all different names though.
Well, the question is, what is the earliest version of the story? How about that?
You can't.
And what is the location of the earliest version of the story? Meaning, if you want to track the origin of a story, you need to go to the publication history and check the geography, the languages, and the authors if you can.
Yeah, agreed. I think he was trying to.
What you're describing is like anthropology.
It's not the only story, right? And somehow he seems to like I think he brought up these names prior to something from when we have the Torah. Prior to that, there were many people who we have these myths and legends from all other sources too that sort of repeat the same mythical story of
That's what stories do.
Exactly, so that's what Matthew's saying. It's a story. It doesn't have to be true, right? And once I think we discussed it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be true. It's just a question as to whether or not the Jews always took it as true.
True, yeah.
So how many, like in your estimation, how many Jews do you believe were in Egypt who were led out by Moses? In history, not what the narrative says.
I think it was actually a much smaller number than the 600,000 they calculate.
Yeah, some say millions, but I'm gonna say it was a smaller group.
The rabbis say millions. The rabbis say it was 2 million, but I say that it was much less.
What do you think history can demonstrate?
I don't think history can demonstrate much. They could probably prove like a small contingent, maybe. I don't know. They wouldn't be able to like verify not the historical record.
Like maybe 100 or something.
No, they wouldn't like verify that. Like what? How would they prove 100 random slaves leaving?
No, nothing can be proven obviously in history, but it's just like what would your guesstimate be?
I think that it was definitely an escape of like tens of thousands. I think it was a negotiated release.
And do you believe Moses split the sea?
I do. I do think that the sea split and then the armies of the Egyptians were buried.
Why would it, like, what would be so problematic if this was just a myth?
It wouldn't make such a big difference if it was a myth. Then that'd just be their way of explaining some big event that they saw, right? It would have been similar. Like it could have been that they were just running away and the Egyptian army was chasing them and something else destroyed it. Like something else miraculously saved them. And the way they processed it was this.
Or just the story that was handed down.
Say what now?
Or just the story that was handed down. Which has significance.
Yeah, exactly. Meaning, the truest thing you can say about this story is that this is the most authentic way the Jews expressed what happened to them when they left Egypt. Right? I can't say what I would describe it as with my English tongue had I been placed there to look at it from a hillside. I can say that the Jews who went through it called it this and said this about it. That's what I think is the most like authentic perspective to preserve.
I mean, it better be true, because if not, you have a really big Islamic dilemma on your hands. So I wouldn't call Muhammad a liar if I were you guys. But I mean, I guess you guys can do whatever you want. You guys throw him under the bus.
Yeah, wait, slow down. If we say that Egypt went through a Christianization and then an Islamization/Arabization, can we say that the Egyptians have confirmed this narrative? At least in some small measure at the Islamic level, to say, yes, they were slaves. Yes, the Jews left. Yes, Moses led them. Are we going to say that all the Muslims agree with the Jews on this? At least the parts that the Quran says?
I don't think they care.
I don't. What's that? I don't
know about Khomeiniism right now. So I mean, Khomeini's where it's at. It says
Khomeini's obviously where it's at.
The story of the Jews.
The Quran. If you go to 381,
the Quran is spreading the same lies that the Jews spread. You would say.
Yeah, the 381 says that you can find the messages before. You should read 381.
Yeah, these are all beds obviously.
I'm tired of educating you guys on your own book. 381 is the one you can't get away from.
This is not the crowd.
I don't care what crowd it is. I don't care what crowd it is. I'm gonna voice my opinion. I'm not gonna.
It's not our myth. It is our history. But yes, both mythology and history can be instructive for others. It's our history. You can call it myth if you want. It really makes no difference. But it is what happened to our people.
No critical historian agrees with this.
Yeah, there is a big difference between history. I mean, like,
I'll tell you what a critical historian will agree with. A critical historian will agree that the Jewish people, as a community, have always maintained this sacred text and their authority within it. They have never denied any part of it, and they've held on to it for roughly, conservatively, 2 millennia, more likely 3 millennia. That's what any critical historian will tell you. The Jews have stuck to their authentic indigenous perspective of what happened when they left Egypt. That's what they have, that's what they keep, and everyone knows it, and it'll continue for 5 millennia more.
Yeah, like the Christians and Muslims, yeah.
Like the preservation of the Quran.
I mean,
it doesn't mean it's like it doesn't assert truth value, it just means like something you're preserving.
I just want like Megatron and Mexed. You know, Megatron's a dogmatist Christian, Mexed is a dogmatist
Indoctrinated.
I'm really more of a rationalist.
Dogmatist Muslims as well. They're all the same pretty much, which is, this is our dogma and we've been carrying it around for millennia. We're not interested in that. I mean, everyone knows that. This isn't some new information. We just want to get dogmatist Muslims and Christians and Jews to try to get rid of their dogma. That's the point. And there is a difference.
Why? Even if the Catholic Church is wrong, I'm still going to believe in it. Why? I think you'll believe in your Khomeiniism. So, don't try to convince me of anything. I'm willing to have the conversation.
Yeah. But you won't have any evidence. That's the problem.
Don't need evidence.
That's not true. We have evidence. We have testimony. But why do you want to disabuse us of our dogma, as you describe it?
Because I think the dogma has the baggage of all the problems. I think what Israel does to Palestinians is because of the dogma that the chosen people and that Jews are the best and everyone, just like everyone else, just are going to be servants or slaves to you. And Palestinians deserve to die.
Oh, come on, Matthew.
I'm just trying to understand. You believe that the Jews need to stop believing in their book from God because only believing in their book from God causes them to kill Palestinians.
It's
a horrible book, this Torah. It's full of
it's really crazy.
That's an interesting approach. You could try to erase their book.
Rape, genocide, killing. It was so disgusting.
I'm curious what you anticipate their reaction will be if they try to destroy the book.
The Christians thought that the God of the Old Testament was like a devil.
No, not destroy the book, instead. That's not how it works.
So I'm curious, Matthew, you believe all dogmas are bad or just certain dogmas?
All non-rationalist dogmas are bad.
Non-rationalist, what does that mean?
Yeah, so dogmas things that are cognitive primitives that don't have any contingent assumptions. So things like law of identity, law of non-contradiction. These are the rational Muslim dogmas. So,
and you're saying irrational positions, as you judge them, need to be uprooted.
Yeah, we should educate people. We should teach people to be.
But where do you get your rubric for rationality from?
Not rationality, rationalism.
Okay, rationalism. Where do you?
Yeah, just assume as few dogmas as possible.
Why? That sounds like a dogma of some type that you would want me to remove.
No, trying to get you to remove the dogma.
I know, but you're dogmatically expecting me to do that, right?
No, people can have whatever dogmas.
I'm saying, what's the underlying principle as to why one should remove as many assumptions as possible?
Yeah, because we come from the school of philosophers and mystics, which is the ancient wisdom tradition of maximizing.
It sounds like another dogma I'm going to have to uproot.
Sorry?
That sounds like a dogma.
What sounds like a dogma?
Your school of mystics and traditions.
Why? Why is it dogma?
Why is that a dogma?
Yeah, what's a dogma? I'm just explaining the ideological genealogy.
Ideological? Okay, so this isn't why you accept these things as true.
No, I'm just explaining that this.
Okay, so why do you accept any of them as true?
What, the law of identity?
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you want to call that a dogma, then fine. Yeah, it's a primitive, cognitive. Yeah, I think that it's...
So to be clear, you're against all dogmas but these?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You reject the laws of logic?
I don't reject the laws of logic. Why would I do that?
Yeah, so how would you...
I'm not over here picking dogmas.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, what dogma did I pick?
That Moses existed?
I thought you said that I was dogmatic.
Yeah, you're a dogmatist.
But if you're a dogmatist, is that a choice?
It can be, yeah. It can be.
How so?
Because denialism can be corrected. when evidence is presented and when arguments are presented. It happens all the time, right? People used to be, like I used to be a traditionalist.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, why is it dogmatic if it was chosen?
Yeah, because there's no rational justification to like choose something.
People can choose dogma as well.
Yeah, I mean, choice is not like binary.
No, I agree with you. Listen, let's put it this way. You guys want to dissuade me of my dogma. You obviously believe that I can choose a different perspective, a different outlook. So I agree with you. I think I can choose a different one. But then why are you calling it dogmatic if I clearly chose it? Like, I have reasons why I think that's true.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking you. What are the reasons? And you say you have evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
I told you all the evidence.
Yeah, and so... Well, you told us. We'd like to examine that.
Go ahead.
Can you bring
But also, why didn't you why didn't you... You'd be world famous tomorrow, bro. Like, you should get off Clubhouse, write the paper, present the evidence. You'll change the course of history.
I don't think so. The evidence is already commonly known.
So what critical historian agrees with you? Shouldn't there be like academic consensus that there's evidence for the literal biblical Moses?
I don't have like a good like marker, like evidence tombstone of Moses here. What I have is the narrative that the Jews have of Moses from the era until the present. That's all we have. Like, you don't have to take that as evidence. I'm just telling you that is what evidence I have of the historical Moses that existed and led the Jews out of Egypt.
Yeah, so you have evidence of the claim, not the truth of the claim.
I have evidence of the records of the community that it happened to.
Right. Yeah, so that's the same as any dogmatist Christian and dogmatist Muslim.
Yeah, like I said, you don't have to like it as evidence. My question is why you characterize it as dogmatic, right? Let me put it this way. Surely you concede that the testimony of the millions of Jews for the past 3,000 years is some type of evidence. You can hate it and say it's stupid and dumb and like you're crazy for believing it, but you know that it is evidence that any reasonable person could look at and say, yeah, okay, I hear they're saying this, I guess it happened to them. Okay. You're denying that I just want to be clear, you're denying that can happen within a rational mind.
The testimony of the millions of Christians about Jesus getting resurrected and being God and all of that nonsense.
Okay, I'm not telling you to reject their story either.
Okay, so everything, there's no objective criteria now to accepting and rejecting any nonsense. I can, the Hindus,
there probably are, but like you haven't presented any yet.
Yeah, you're just saying, when you have a large amount of people or a nation claiming something, claiming a myth, we just have to accept it.
I mean, for starters, I would accept it and then like let the story go. But like we could ask it and ask questions about it. But you're not interested in that.
Yeah,
you're dismissing it. Like I would say the same thing about the Norse mythology and the Greek mythology and the Roman mythology. I think all of these things are relevant stories. I would not dismiss any of them out of hand when investigating history.
We're not dismissing them as myths and
right, like Indiana Jones.
It's not dismissing them
as actual historical realities.
But I just don't get the characterization of dogmatic. It just seems like instead it's like a rational judgment that you disagree with. Unless you guys like aren't acting in a rational way.
By just the mere fact of people claiming it, then you accept it. That's dogma. Because your people have said it, therefore that must be the case, or that's probably the case. There's not a single historian that's worth anything that believes in what you say.
I suppose the only kind of consolation is that the only other person that we've interacted with, Gazette, would be K. Martha, who also agrees it's dogma. But at least they're agreeing, they're accepting that it's dogma, right? As opposed to the traditionalists.
Yeah. You don't for beliefs in dogma. For them belief, for a belief, you don't need evidence. It doesn't need to be justified. The mere fact that you can believe it with blind faith, I think that's what they conflate belief with.
You see, but that makes an interesting point, which is it's kind of true in one sense, which is, you know how the traditionalist Muslims get so angry with us when we call out the myths and legends, right? And one thing they can't understand is, for the ancients, it didn't even matter. Like, it didn't matter that much if these things were actually true. But they didn't have the same obsession with historicity that we do today. So, it sounds like what Mixed is saying is that who even cares if it's true? This is their story.
That's correct. He's more a Salafi, like he follows the ancient manhaj better than the Muslims actually.
Yeah. Well, at least the Salafis who believe in a flat earth.
Salaf as in he follows the real ancient people. You know?
The Jewish Salaf.
The Jewish Salaf, yeah. The Jewish pious predecessors.
There have only been one Salaf, and those are the Canaanite Baal.
Yeah, everything else is just
like I said, it offended the Jewish nation, the Jewish people, when Iran burnt this Baal idol. Some Jews were outraged. But I think you guys consider that as one of your symbols, one of your pagan deities before you became monotheists.
I don't think Jews certainly weren't monotheists. I think they became monotheists much later, much more recently. But there's no monotheism in the Bible.
Yeah, the pagan origin in the Bible.
Some layers of Bible has monotheism. It depends on which layer. Yeah, it depends upon which layer.
Which one do you think would be monotheistic?
The latest, like Daniel.
Do you remember like with Torah you had a passage?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't think 220 to 23.
Daniel 2 what?
20 to 23.
20 to 23. Praise be to the name.
Yeah, 434 to 35.
But is that praise be to the name, yeah?
Yeah.
Praise be to the name. Well, Mixella's on sale. I don't want to offend him, so I don't know what to say. I think Adonai. Praise be to the name of Adonai.
Hashem.
Oh, Hashem. Praise be to the name of Hashem forever and ever. Wisdom and power are His. Oh, so the original word is Hashem there? Hashem.
The original word there, I don't think it's Hashem. I think it's gonna be
praise be to the name forever and ever. Wisdom and power are His. He changes times and seasons. He deposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with Him. I thank and praise you, of my ancestors. You have given me wisdom and power. You have made known to me what we asked of you. You have made known to us the dream of the king. And the king here being Daniel.
MashaAllah.
So you think that this is a monotheistic passage?
Yeah, man, the latest layers are monotheistic.
understand how you can tell from this passage.
No, this is not the only passage. Starting from, for example, the 5th century BCE, it's much more monotheistic. So it's only the earliest layers where you have the most clear examples of polytheistic behavior, right? Apart from that, then you're going to have, it also depends on how you define monotheism, to be honest.
Well, yeah, because monotheism is much later kind of.
Yeah, the word itself is like a very vague conceptual category.
I mean, Daniel McClellan argues that there's no monotheism in the Bible.
Yeah, you can argue that.
And it's pretty convincing what he's saying.
Or be like a henotheistic monotheism.
Yeah.
So this would be praise be to the... Huh?
You can say it's monolatry.
Mm-hmm.
I would say by the end of the biblical composition, it's pretty monotheistic.
Because in this case, it would be like, praise be to the God of Israel, forever and ever. Wisdom and power are his. He changes times and seasons, he deposes kings, raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise, knowledge to the discerning, reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with him. I thank and praise you, God of Israel, God of my ancestors. You have given me wisdom. You know what I mean?
That's a very local God, Elias. God of Israel.
It's real pagan.
It's a little God.
Well, I added in obviously Israel, but I'm just saying that that's how I think.
The real universal God is obviously clearly the God of Islam.
Obviously.
Prophet literally had in mind this idea of creating a universal God. That's why he says. What does he say that? قل ادعوا الله أو ادعوا الرحمن أيما تدعوا فله الأسماء الحسنى.
These people worship a very little God, Elias, like a God of Israel. Like this God is very different.
Yeah, but I also see that God is also أني فضلتكم على العالمين. That God says that as well, right? So, because every God loves their people, right? So the problem is when the Israelites lost the sanctuary, they became paradoxical cultists, who simultaneously believed in a localized deity and also believed in a non-local God, right? So then they had to do was to basically kind of universalize the scope of their divine power. And that's pretty consequential because now they hold to the position that, this God is universally, ontologically universal, but at the same time it has a preference for the Israelites. And that's the idea of,
That's not really extended as a preference.
That's where this La'natullahi ala goyim mentality comes from. So logically.
Very fascinating.
Good afternoon. May I speak?
You have already spoken.
You may.
And to ask you, may I speak? I should speak, right? So we don't need to get into
you're in
a loophole there.
Prophets.
Thank you. I think that there are some verses. I don't have the text before me yet at the moment in the place I am, in Quran, which has some signs that the Quranic Islamic God is local, at least the religion is local, has some local traits. A few verses come to my mind. Some of them are like, he says, if this book was revealed to you, else than Arabic, weren't you rightfully going to ask why we didn't have a book in Arabic? I think it could be Anfal Surah, but you can...
Yeah.
Exactly. So it gives credit, Quran gives credit to those who possibly may object that why didn't have a book in Arabic. So it means Quran acknowledges the local needs, or let's say...
Yeah, definitely it does. That's not...
But interesting enough, the same book is claimed to be universal by the people, but the Quran actually denies the fact that actually if this book wasn't revealed in Arabic, then Arabs were going to ask, why don't we have a book in Arabic? Then the same question can be asked by Urdus, Pakistanis, or Turks, or Malaysians. Why don't we have a book revealed to us in Urdu, or in Turkish, or in Malay? So why then that question is not raised, is not answered, is not responded. Another thing comes to my mind. You can verify if I don't remember it exact phrase, like it says, this book is revealed for the mother of cities and its surrounding. So, what does it mean to you? The mother of cities and its surrounding. I think this is a clear geographical description, or a limitation, or a restriction.
Yeah, so the book is pretty clearly local. It's very clear.
Then where does universalism is coming from, or universality?
The universality is attached to the notion of the divine. So, for example, the Quranic God doesn't appear to have a preferred cultic community. At least that's how, it's kind of being presented by the immediate locale was basically the central Arabia. So the Prophet presents a notion of divinity where he tries to synthesize, the South Arabian conception and the North Arabian conception.
Yes, but there are components in the book, such as the oath.
The book is pretty local. We are not talking about the book. When I and Ahmed were discussing, we were talking about the notion of divinity itself. So we are comparing it with the Israelite notion of divinity, which was just very clearly, cultically situated in relationship with a particular people group.
But there is something we don't have in our hands. We lack a historical data. What is it? We don't know exactly. We don't have sources from those Arabian cults or tribes having some nuances about their understanding of God. But we don't have any documents in our hands. We know them as much as the Islamic tradition narrates us. One of the very known Islamic narration says that Prophet had debates, discussions with those people nights over nights, until morning, until the dawn. So it means they had some lengthy hours of discussion. If we had documents remained from those times, we could have understood better the notion of deity, of the divinity of those people. But since we don't know exactly what kind of theodicy they had. So I can't say clearly if Quran's God is local or universal, because it has local.
No, I think it's pretty clear. No, obviously the local elements are there. It's very clear that the Quranic God is more universal than the Israelite God. I think I don't think any critic necessarily disagrees with that.
What do you mean by universal for a 600 AD or 700 AD Arabia? I mean, what do you mean by universal?
By universal, I mean the Quran doesn't really present a notion of the divine being in relationship to a particular nation group. So the divine is basically presented as the divine of the whole humanity, the whole world.
And the closest people to him are the most righteous, not the Arabs or the Israelis.
Yeah. So the basis of preferentiality or the divine relationship is based on taqwa, or God consciousness. In the Israelite tradition, it's based on being an Israelite and being in covenant with the divine.
Let's leave the Israelites alone. Let's leave them alone. But the
It's
other
not
teaching,
God of it's not God of a particular people. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. It presents as the Lord. It was saying things like Lord of the East and the West, Lord of all worlds, Lord of everything.
No, but he sounded like he had some other teachings. So I want to ask him about those teachings. But all right.
By universe, I think that still the 600, 700 AD Arabian understanding of God is limited to the peninsula, is limited to the Yemen, is limited to the surrounding.
That's not the point of this section.
So we cannot claim it's less local than Israeli gods. Yeah, I mean it's for sure it's more expensive.
That's not a relevant point. Like what you just discussed is that's not what we're discussing. What we are discussing is what's the representation of the divine in relationship to the people in that text. Obviously, it's just true by definition that all texts are going to be localized. Like obviously, that's true.
Yeah, we shouldn't claim. Yeah, we shouldn't claim
So
exactly.
why do you have a Charlie Kirk for Soda?
And then like a Charlie Kirk.
This is not Charlie Kirk, man. This is me.
This is you.
It looks kind of like
some people call me he's not like some people call me his genes. Charlie Kirk is actually from the Mediterranean. But it's a different topic. Why would you care about how a man looks like? Why would you? I didn't even realize till he told me that he looks like. I didn't even. Wow. Why would you?
It's a biometric photo that I took it for my passport.
How are you, Nassar? What's been happening?
Well, a lot has happened.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Were you on TikTok this morning, last night?
What was that?
Have you been on TikTok?
No,
There was a lot of violence in this room. Violence.
This room was lit.
I mean, as you know, I'm not a night owl, so I sleep pretty early.
There were 90,000 people in this room at one point.
How
many people were there?
There were, well, depending on which Pahlavis you believe, there were up to 90,000 people in this room.
Are you serious?
The Pahlavis got mobbed here.
Well, that's good.
I don't know if we changed that mind though, but whatever.
Yeah, probably not.
The Sayf al-Maslool ala Shatim al-Rasul by Rasul.
Yeah, don't let me swift away, please, because I keep getting swifted. I just want to stick to the when I came here. The brother was speaking, brother Eliasha. Is it Eliasha?
Eliasha.
So the brother was.
Yes.
No, Elia. So say Elia.
Elia.
Shashamabu.
I don't see the Mahmoud.
It was a condensed.
Is that you can
Okay. Like a shot. Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, Shashamabu.
So when I came in here, he was talking about the scriptures and how the scriptures wasn't being told. I mean, what do they call it? What do Christian call it when they save it?
Tell my friends what happened when you went to get the Quran from the masjid.
Sorry?
Tell my friends what happened when you went to get the Quran from the masjid.
No, but I picked it up. If you really want to know, I picked it up. I've got a Quran in my house now, alhamdulillah. Now, I'm not saying Clubhouse people made me do it, but yes, he was mentioning how the scriptures has been saved in a different way. So that's why I came in here, by the way. I didn't come
Aaron, bro, what conversation were you listening, my friend? We were not having this conversation.
I swear, you said, everything has been saved. We just need to worry about this individual. We don't need to worry about nothing else. We don't need to open our minds. We can just hit the road.
Bro, Matthew.
Yeah. Would Elias ever say that?
Did you ever hear something like that?
Yeah, I heard all
Tell people not to open their mind and just hit the road.
You're right. I heard all that.
I've never.
Bro, Luca, what room were you in, my friend?
Luca,
I said hit the road. I didn't mean hit the road, lad. I just meant
the road, Jack.
He's learned.
Jack.
I meant he's learned what he needs to learn, and then he can just forget about everybody.
The road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. What you say? Is that what you listen to?
Wow. That's Kitover.
That deserves
Yeah. I picked up the Quran and then I hit the road. I better.
You didn't pick up the Quran, you ran from the
Why do you always joke around, please? Yes. When I came in, you was talking about, it needs to be saved. It needs to be, and then you win wherever.
I really don't remember me saying that. What do I do now?
No one remembers. We
might as well just celebrate life and let's start. Can I start?
About Czechoslovakia.
Okay, but don't worry, we're gonna deal with that.
Research in like 10 minutes, so I'm gonna go.
Don't worry, we're gonna deal with Yugoslavia. You know what? We might as well just don't worry about nothing. Hold your Qurans in your heart, and then let's just sing. Okay, hit the road, Jack. No more, no.
I'm just came back like, what the fuck is going on?
What happened to this road?
Luca, should I tell them the messages you sent me in my back channel?
Who's been fiddling with your back channel?
Only me.
So much love in the back channel.
Please don't let
Only me. Nobody else. Listen. Let's just hold the Quran, put the turban on, and hit the road, Jack. Say no more, no.
Luca, are you residing in Britain?
I just want to say, it's not racist if I say black people are more funny.
Don't worry about who's funny. We're gonna find out who's funny when the nuclear bomb lands on them. Don't worry. When the war talk.
He lost his job as a bouncer. Luca,
where do you live in Britain?
Actually, I moved from prison to prison.
Oh, really?
he's lying. My God, Luca, are you sure?
Luca, you lying? Lying is naughty, bro.
Luca sits in these
So I'm not in prison.
Luca,
So I'm not in prison.
relationship room.
So I'm not in prison, bro.
Are you
Say one lie, I'm not in prison.
He's gonna hit you with that lie.
Life is a prison. The world is a prison for believers.
Yes.
No, physical war. Men like physical, especially women. Like now, just always talking about me inboxing, and not just you wish me and you wish I fly. Even if I took a fly out to you like this, you wouldn't even. So please, I'm not talking about prison like that. I'm talking about physical prison. You can't even talk
I love you.
actual
So
prison.
much like
So, but where did you grow up? Did you grow up in Leicester?
I grew up next to Nigel.
Bro, he's really a fan of Nigel.
Dude, Luca wants me to take him to Disneyland now. See how happy he is.
Get a room together. Thank you very much.
Dude, one of these Salafi guys started yelling at Luca and saying that you need a wali. You can't go with Nargis.
Since Luca went on with the truth, is he Muslim, I guess?
I think some kind of.
Sorry, but I should just remind me of something. Disneyland. Yeah, don't worry about Disneyland. Mafia, what did he say?
I'm saying, are you Muslim?
50-50.
50-50, okay.
My dad is Jew, my mom is Muslim.
MashaAllah.
He's so nice.
Alhamdulillah.
He's from Somalia. He's so nice.
Alhamdulillah. That'd be good. I remember.
Engra's fire had Jovi can get us to Tabala.
Seriously.
Yeah, he was wrong the last time we spoke.
Thank God we have Luca to bring the balance, I guess.
No, but obviously she's not. He's not a Jew, but he understands the Judaism, so he follows. No, but he's a Somalilander, so I call him a Jew. You know. Alhamdulillah.
Who's a Somalilander?
I don't know who's Elias. But I know. We're not all Jews, but we need to understand the Jews, and we need to pour our foot down.
Yeah, Matthew is a Jew. Matthew is very clearly a Jew. Matthew.
No, but I don't care. I don't care about who's a Jew. I'm just saying we need to understand. So I support my dad's side, but my mom, she's Muslim. Alhamdulillah.
What's your dad's side? Is your dad's side Jewish?
He used to fight for Israelites before the Israelites. He's a strong black man.
Hebrew Israelite.
He's a true Israelite. Before the Israelites, the ones that you see now rumbling around on this app, before them, he used to.
So it's what other people call Hebrew Israelites, right?
Yeah, it's like Shiism, but it's not part of the scriptures.
Yeah.
It's not part, but do I believe what my dad believes in? Yeah, of course. So I follow them rather than there's a lot of other Muslims, I wouldn't even listen to them, but I rather understand an Israelite where he comes from. It's like Christianity around here, So Matthew, I'm in the best of the both worlds, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, it's not easy. What about you? Are you Christian or?
I don't know at this point.
What would you, all right.
Like people in the other room, you're Shia. From where did you
I remember Luca though. I recognize his voice. But he was just called Luca. It wasn't called Luca like.
Oh yeah, Luca's every name he's had now has had a spelling mistake.
Yeah, because sometimes I get inspired. I'm like, let me change I get inspired and I'll be like, let me change my name. I'll be like, let me change my name so at least these people can come into this room. But there's always some guy that knows of me or knows whatever, and I'll be like, So that's why. But yeah, back to Luke.
Like he doesn't check the spelling when he changes his name. Every time it's some major mistake.
Yeah, because I was going to go in rooms, but alhamdulillah, I'm in a room now. So let's talk about the name of God. Wait. We're talking about the name of God now. Luca, be like to be. Okay, so why would I call myself Luca, be like?
All right, well.
Yeah, all right, wait, please, can I remind you? So obviously, every room I go to, they never want to be Luca to be right. So I was like, all right, cool. I don't want to be right. Can Luca just be like Luca? And that's how. At least that's more sensible. If I told you the other one before that, Matthew, you wouldn't even believe me.
This is the longest you've lasted on the stage, I think.
Alhamdulillah. Only because Ilyas and the Isha.
Thank you.
So you don't share and stuff.
I'm just happy to be here. Thank you.
I'm just happy to be here too.
No, it's not about no. It's about learning from each other. So that's why they don't want me, because you're gonna think, oh, he's discriminating Jews. He doesn't like. I'm not here for this. I'm open-minded. You can kill me tonight as a Shia.
Do you support Imam Khamenei against Israel?
No, I support ISIS. Astaghfirullah.
Wow.
He says astaghfirullah.
Luca, is that true?
Sorry. What did he say? Wait. Sorry, yeah. Wait, no, but what?
Luca, do you watch Gladiators?
Yeah, I'm the guy who made. I'm the producer of Gladiator. What's his name? Mel Gibson. Yeah, I'm Mel Gibson in the flesh.
Oh my God.
I'm Mel Gibson before Mel Gibson.
So I think this room is cooked.
Yeah,
No, wait. No, we can't. Don't worry. Soon you're gonna start saying, "Oh, Luke is a new."
Yeah, it's this is the room. This is the point where I start speaking.
Yeah, so alright, so cool. Mel Gibson created Gladiator. I'm a Gladiator. No, I'm not Gladiator. Would I come across as would I come across?
Luca, go ahead, Ilyas.
That was quick. Wallahi, I was just about to start.
Well, it seems like these clubhouse rooms are very well aligned.
Bro, you missed it. We had 50 people.
Oh, what the heck? How long has this been going on?
No, at one point it was like 74 or something.
Wow.
Listening to...
There's like a lot of these lobbies on Clubhouse now.
What? The Pahlavis came up?
Oh, yeah.
What? I missed it.
Shame on you, Matthew.
Man, I missed it.
Oh, yeah.
They were like, Matthew. They were like, Matthew, be shut up. They were like, I'm just kidding. No, we had like...
Is it exciting with you guys? Because... Right.
I came in later, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That was so funny.
I
don't give a shit. Honestly, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
That was the funniest part, man.
Like, we don't care about the...
Mama, it's so easy to get people just by asking them.
Yeah. It's not even 20 questions, it's like 4 questions.
It's like one question and they get triggered. Timothy also got pretty triggered by
Oh, Timothy was spazzing out as usual for like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Timothy, why?
Dude, I mean, he's really...
It's typical.
Palestinian, right?
Timothy's...
No, but he's most likely anti-Islamic Republican.
Timothy is nothing. Timothy is nothing pro, nothing. He's just pro intellectual masturbation.
Yeah.
No, but he's been quite the advocate for the Palestinian cause.
Yeah, but it's just, he does the same thing, like, with everything. It's just so erratic. Just starts spazzing out. He made a stupid claim, and then he just never, obviously can't provide the evidence. It's like the traditionalist Muslims is no different. They make stupid claims. Obviously, from that point, they're going to constantly just yap and spaz out and do things identically to them. Just don't make the claim. Just don't be stupid. Do the right thing.
Do the right thing.
I love it when Pahlavists... I mean, think about it. These are monarchists who preach democracy and then want to force you what to believe.
Yeah, exactly. They're very fascist.
So I believe Pahlavi told them to calm down and chill their tits and stuff. And just act like more cordial. Because they were bullying so badly on this app.
So Matthew said, fuck yours. Bro, that was the funniest thing when she was just asking questions and then she blew up.
Yeah. She basically came up to the stage and what was her name? Hava? No. Pega, yeah. Hava didn't know.
I know Pega.
Pega, she came up, she goes, Matthew, I don't know why she picked me out, by the way. Maybe because I'm white. She was like, oh, okay, who cares about these brown people? Like, why is this white person? The white people supposed to, like, save us. And she's like, I don't know, she asked some stupid questions, which I try to answer. And then she says, so you believe, she said something like, so you believe, which one is God, Plato or Jesus or Muhammad or Khomeini? I'm like, none of them are God, like, what are you talking about? She goes, okay, so you support Khomeini? I'm like, yeah, of course. And she goes, okay, fuck you and fuck your mother.
Oh gosh, I know that girl. She's got a sweet voice.
She's not sweet.
Her voice is very sweet.
Oh, her voice, yeah, I mean, who cares about her voice? It's the content. Like, she's an actual retard. You happen to just be friendly with like actual retards.
I know that girl. No, I know that her from she doesn't act like this in those rooms.
No, of course not. Yeah, she only. What does she talk about in those rooms?
She just talks normal, like.
About what?
Like just what's happening in Iran.
As
she's given free reign.
As Danielle said, why has Matthew been catching so many strays?
Yeah, I've been catching some. I mean, look, I probably deserve it, obviously, but it was just funny when she did it. Yeah, she's a retard. But you seem to like just befriend all these retards.
Yeah, I used to go to those rooms.
And it's rubbed off on you. Like you're definitely 60% more retarded than you were in 2025.
Yeah, that I was, yeah. Deterioration. I'm accepting it. I recognize it.
You do recognize that? I know you do.
No, it's interesting, like within, there's so many groups, like within the Iranians too. You have like the reformists in one group. Then you have like these super like IRGC supporters.
The only reason she's not supporting like Imam is because like the IRGC people are not there, like crying. They're like, we are the victims. America is just like supporting people who play victims.
Stop! No. I support the killing. I'm not liking the killing. Ilyas, I'm really not liking this. The comeback is a bit too excessive. The thing is, I don't know. Maybe the people that need to change. I think it's just temperament. You should understand Iranian temperament. Every now and then, like someone was saying,
it's not calm.
They want something fully new, he was saying. And then they said, okay, what if like Pahlavi comes or some other person comes and takes his place? Then he said, if I don't like him, I even change him also. So it looks like it's just like getting bored of a particular thing over a long period of time.
Papa, we don't like these Ayatollahs. Please bomb Iran.
This bombing Iran thing is shit, man. Like, they shouldn't be asking for that. I don't think, like, a majority of people within Iran are truly, like, wanting to die like that. You know what? One of these kids he was telling me, remember the last Sassanid, what was his name? Khosrow Shah? Like, he wanted the revival of, like, the Renaissance in some ways, right? The revival of the arts and music and theatre and stuff like that. And he was the last of them all. That was, like, the plan of the monarchy. Like, it was heading to that direction. And something extremely, like, different came and took its place, right? Which didn't have these sort of features to it. The kids that I believe the Gen Zs at least are hoping for that model of monarchy to revive itself.
something like that. So he was telling me this is what we are this is why we're insisting on like a monarch. She's like, why would a Gen Z want something so archaic to come back in 2026? There's something like so grandiose
Yeah,
about
because they've
having
been
a
lied to,
king.
that's why. Yeah, because they've been lied to by Iran International.
Yeah.
That's why. They're idiots. And when you speak to them and you ask them, okay, what's so great about the Shah? They can't tell you anything. So usually what their ultimate response is, they'll be like, yeah, we want anything but this.
Yeah, anything but this. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and they're living in cloud cuckoo land.
Some garbage has happened with the money issue. Some corruption has happened in the middle. It's a reaction to that. Some corruption has happened within the system, I think.
Some corruption.
Yeah, like within. Some monies have been moved from place to place.
Who's even here? Okay, everyone's gone now. Zebu's here. We had Sam earlier.
Sam who? Rosen?
Being Zionist as always.
And Ginger, yeah. Good Lord. He can have really good objective discussions, except when it comes to this one, like, very irrational bias that he has. And he accepts it.
I've never heard him not be Zionist, to be honest. I don't know what you say.
No, I mean, he said with him, we can have other discussions with him. And he'll be pretty, like...
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if someone's just going to be okay with Israel, I don't give a shit. Like, Lanatullah and anything else he believes in, who gives a shit. You know, I can talk to people about evolution who are not Zionists and not coming in here saying, fuck all the other ethnic groups, Jews for the win. Like, you fucking suck you. I'm sorry, Zebu, but you know the reality. I know you're in love with him, but Jesus Christ.
Like, why would I take someone like that seriously? There are plenty of other people I can talk to about evolution and music who are not fucking Zionists.
It's a real problem.
Anyway. Alright, gonna end the remedios.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it was in Cuba. This was around before Cuba was even established. I'm talking like 1530. Who, you know, when Spain was in charge of Cuba, they started bringing Africans over there before it was even really established, and they also had the Native Americans over there. People of the land. You feel what I'm saying? So it was black people over there, but they were indigenous black people. And then in 1530, before it was even a colony, just when it was under Spanish rule, they started bringing Africans over there, enslaving them.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Of course. They bring up Somalians, though, because they can't even be smart enough to work in the field.
Of course, yeah, Africans, yeah, they did go to Cuba and the Caribbean, of course. But as far as you talking about, like they were working with us, bro, that's not a real thing, real. It's not a real.
Yeah, and it's not a large percentage of us. It's something that happened, and I think they like to put that in there just to like confuse things. But I mean, it did happen, so that's good to know. But
But I'm saying, y'all think niggas the only ones that was working? Hey, I just did some more research.
Well, they made a caste system in South America.
It's cool.
They went there first.
It's like y'all always get to the point where it's only Africans working. Hey, but my dog, Boosie,
well, no, it was the people who was here, the indigenous.
Yeah. Some of them.
They had to take the land from the people first before they could actually.
Watch this.
I be telling niggas that shit, Prince. They had to take the land from us in order to put them niggas to work.
But even some of them, let's stop taking away from
But they brought other people that's E1B1A. But that's brought other people here from Africa that they pushed into West Africa that are E1B1A. So your ass is E1B1A. Then the people that they so-called African that they pushed into West Africa, they labeled Negro land, and it's the same people.
But check
Africans aren't E1B1A.
I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is this is what they did, right? What they did. I'm not arguing.
You know who we are anywhere on the planet.
Hold on, brother. I'm not arguing you want B1 part. This is what I'm just saying, right? Because this is something I heard that not you said, but I heard somebody say. So I'm responding to that, not what you said, right? So this is what they did. They went over there to the Caribbean islands first. They started enslaving and abusing the indigenous and the native people, the Native Americans on the lands. Hold on, 1 second. They started enslaving
and all of them.
Yes, hold on. Let me just talk, please. They started enslaving them niggas, putting them niggas to work, right? Then the Spanish boy Bartolomé Las Casas became Christian, and then he felt a type of way about these Native Americans and said, I don't want to enslave these niggas no more. He went back into Spain. He started advocating for Native American rights to not be slaves no more. And they killed them. Hold on, let me finish. And he said, instead of slaving the Native Americans, let's import the Africans and enslave them because they're more strong. And when he said that, they started importing Africans to the Caribbean islands. That's to let these point.
Hold on. Absolutely, yeah, y'all been talking.
Hold on. To let us point though. You know what I think happened? Those people these people were saying, fuck being a slave. Let's bring in some people that don't know the land.
That's exactly what happened. And it's documented. I just got done reading it. It's literally today. Go do your research.
Yeah, so that's what happened. He was weak. They was weak. They weren't funded in the very beginning, like talking about it. They didn't know where all the food was in the very beginning.
Yeah, but he interrupted me.
Yeah, interrupted the other guy, not you. You interrupted him. Go on.
Nah, I got him right before the nigga.
Go on, Pedro. Pedro, you just gonna make up some shit.
I'm not making up no shit. Y'all
wait. What you talking to Pedro? You want to give him your mic?
No, you're right, Eric. You're right, Pedro. Get out the way. So anyway, man, what to the brother that just came off, Lefty, right? If that's exactly what you got the article around?
Yeah, I do. So I got that. So I actually did after I read it from the book. I went to go research it. I'm driving, so I can't. So I'm gonna give you something to research right quick, right? Go research. I'm gonna spell it for you. Bartolomé. You can spell that. Go research Bartolomé de la Casa. You know what I'm saying? Go research him and go research what he did with Indians. Hold on, stop talking.
Crazy, bro.
Cause you made me lose my train of thought. Go research.
Nigga, we got you.
Hold on, bro. You make me lose my train of thought. Cause I don't like to be long-winded. So let me say what I gotta say without interrupting. So go research De La Casa and go research what he, this
right here. I got it right here.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
To add on what Lefty is saying. I just want to add on to what Lefty is saying. So what Lefty is saying, Bartolomé de la Casa was on the island of Espanol. Right, he's right. They used to enslave Native Americans. Now, he wrote a letter to Spain, and guess what he said? He said, instead of enslaving the Indians, bring Africans, right? This changes the dynamic. This is one of the reasons why a lot of us want to stage right now, right? It changed the dynamic. And I'm gonna land here. A lot of people don't know when the Haitian Revolution started, right? I believe 7 out of the 10 slaves in Haiti in 1794 were born in Africa.
But this don't make sense.
But go ahead.
This don't make sense.
They were born in Africa.
Yeah, go ahead. So look. I was saying.
Go ahead, Brother Prince. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. I was saying something a little different. I was saying that the people, they would rather bring it, but this is 1485 to 1566. It didn't happen for the Atlantic trade, slave trade. Didn't really start until 16 something. You know what I mean? Like
they came in waves. They came in waves.
Hold on, one second. One second, right quick. Because what you got to understand is, before the transatlantic slave trade was happening, Africans, hold on, 1 second.
No, look what it says. At the time, the transatlantic slave trade was already underway. And slavery was a recognized part of the European economy. So that makes sense because it's 1485.
Right, but you're not listening to what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you. No, I'm trying to express. Even before the transatlantic slave, hold on 1 second. Before the transatlantic.
What is wrong with y'all niggas? Lefty, you go ahead and land. Lefty, after you land, Pedro, you go ahead and stop crying, and then y'all share the goddamn mic. Y'all freestyle. It don't matter. Go after Lefty. Are you okay? Yes, I'm okay. Go follow this. Shut the fuck up then. God damn it. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Fucking retard. Don't nobody give a fuck about you whining and crying all the time. This nigga shut the fuck up and go shut the fuck up.
What I'm trying to tell you is I was literally reading this shit this morning, right? So what you can stand is, before the transatlantic slave trade happened, around the 1400s, 1300s, Africans were still being enslaved, right? They started first being enslaved at the Arab Muslims. Those were the first people who enslaved Africans, right? Portugal, that's facts. Portugal and all the other people were still enslaving them. During this whole time, during this whole process, they were beginning the process of...
I understand that.
Hold on, let me finish. They were beginning the process of dehumanizing Africans, but not just Africans. They also was enslaving the whites, like the slaves or whatever. They was enslaving them too. And they was enslaving them based off the climate. I was enslaving them based off the climate theory. They were saying if you pale and you from a very extreme cold place, you are inferior. They were saying if you black and you from an extreme hot climate, then you are inferior. And this is what they was enslaving the white people. Hold on. This is what they was enslaving people and Africans on. So Africans been enslaved before.
But look, here's what I'm saying. I'm gonna get out of the way. The Taino people was really E1, B1A, okay? They were really the first Taino people, okay? Hey, John, are you taking your mic? Yeah, that's it. That's y'all job. Y'all gotta eat corn. Yo, just make your point, dog. Shut up. Make your point. The same way niggas. All right, well, shut the fuck up then, dog. No, you're not. You're not. By the way, so make your point. Make your point. Prince, go on mute, Prince. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Fucking weird. Y'all never check these niggas. I can shut the fuck up. Make your point, dog. Don't speak to Prince. I'm taking the Prince. On my turn speaking. Don't speak to Prince, man. That's all.
What happened with Pedro? Who put Pedro down in the goo? Hey, can I buy the mic? Put him in the goo. Did you do it, Michelle? No, fucking weird, nigga. I mean, because I'm trying to figure out. I mean, Mr. Eugene, you there? Because I mean, there's a lot of people. And lately, from the stage, and I think y'all understand that, y'all shouldn't be moving people from the stage. I think the confusion started when Pedro, go ahead, Sean.
Oh, I was just letting you know it wasn't me. I'm not even touching my phone.
Okay. Yeah, the confusion started when we let Prince go, and he shouldn't have been going. So go ahead, Pedro. We're gonna put the mic on you for 2 minutes, and then Prince can pick it up after.
I can say what the fuck I want to say in my submission. Fuck these niggas and this dumbass shit they talking, and the niggas they keep on trying to prop it up. They keep coming with this fucking Africa shit, keep on talking about Spain and fucking Africa. Whole time over here on this fucking land, you had the fucking Native Americans that had already had slavery, nigga. That's how the fucking Spanish even get here in 1492 and get in the slave trade with the fucking indigenous people here because they're enslaving other indigenous tribes. These niggas make it seem like Native Americans and indigenous people were all this one big ass fucking happy tribe, and none of them niggas was different. You got different fucking classes of fucking slave people. The fuck is wrong with niggas? Now, in fucking 1492, when Columbus brought his bitch ass over here, this is when they had millions of indigenous people mining and agriculture. Nigga, this is way before the 1500s. This is in 1492 when he came into this is in 1492 when he came in a fucking whole business already at play with North America and South America already fucking doing what? Distributing slaves. Slavery wasn't what you guys think right now, chattel slavery. Stop this bullshit. Y'all keep on spreading these fucking lies. These same people were still trading in indigenous people when they got here. They still were goddamn doing business with North America. These people were in Puerto Rico, Cuba, Central and South America. It was 650,000. There was 650,000 Indians enslaved in Nicaragua, just in one fucking place. They had another, almost 1.5 million spread it across the motherfucking islands. Like, we keep on coming with this white man fucking history. Just do your fucking research now. When you get to points about who these people are in America, this is the only part I wanted to come in here and bring some light to the room, some fucking facts, is that all this fucking extraterrestrial shit that these niggas be pulling out of their ass and the skyward from these crackers when they want to. Like, as soon as they speak about my people, they always want to speak about the cracker word. But if we talk about anything else in the fucking room, we always, you gotta do this and go to the etymology. But when they talk about my motherfucking people, y'all look at the white people fucking words. Word for motherfucking word. Now, it was a famous nigga that we all know in the room named Lil Boosie. Guess what he just found out when he did his motherfucking genealogy? Ain't now nigga his motherfucking 4th, 5th grandparent named nigger or African. These niggas are all mulatto. Like, y'all gotta start doing your own research. Stop letting these stupid niggas get on stages because they keep on telling you the white man shit really well. Y'all gotta do here in America. These niggas gonna tell y'all that they had and put Africans, well, if we read Ponce de Leon, the niggas they had brought from West Africa, they couldn't even goddamn work over here. They tried them niggas in the Bahamas. The niggas fell miserably. They couldn't even plant shit. That's why the only thing we have to date from Africa is motherfucking okra. Y'all gotta stop that bullshit. The world used black people or indigenous people from America to go abroad. We are the people they spread. How do you know they spread? Because every fucking supergroup and crop that's born in America has spread to the rest of the world. They still eat from us today. Thanksgiving, nigga, look at what they use at Thanksgiving and look how that shit spread amongst the fucking world. Y'all gotta do fucking research instead of doing this cracking shit.
Hey, be fair though. We've been doing the research. Hold on, Chris. I'm real quick.
The mic is on points. Yeah, you can have it after him, Omar.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so first of all, Pedro, you be tripping. I was actually having a conversation about what the brother brought up about Bartholomew, or however you say this dude named De La Casa. Okay, and that's where we were at. Something that is documented, or documented. So what you're doing is mixing a whole bunch of shit I already know about the fools I already said before you probably even came across this from hearing it from somebody. Okay? So to even, y'all need to stop that shit, right? So the food and actually people populations grew from this country bringing food over and to other countries, right? So, but anyway, because that was part of it too. I used to teach a long time ago. The whole thing I was going to bring out is the true Taino people that are E1B1A. People take names of other people. They inbreed and become the fucking people, okay? But they were getting bred on the islands. Like, I'm I'm sorry, not bred out, killed on the islands. It was millions of them, all that, and through slavery and just overdoing shit, you know, with slaves, beating them to death, whatever, disease, all this type of shit, which I was just about to read, right? Well, me and Lefty was having a conversation, but I was saying kind of what Pedro is saying too, that, but in a different way, because the E1B1A people the people that they took from Africa is the same bloodline of the people that's in America. They didn't make no mistake to go get no fucking real ass American Africans. The American Africans was helping to trap these same blooded type people, exact same blood, in fact. They pushed them into West Africa. So I'm mentioning the Portuguese. You have to mention the Jesuits. You gotta mention the Jewish. They all were part of the slave trade. I'm almost finished. That they created this. They planned it. Okay, yeah, slavery was with the Arabs about 100 years beforehand. They've been doing their thing, and then the Europeans that took over Europe when Rome came back, and you got the Roman Catholic Church and all this shit. You're not making sense. No, I am making sense. You gotta listen. I could come back with documents, bro. You don't have documents. You gonna just speak. I'm making sense. And let me land here. The Roman Catholic Church is the one who put out the edicts, that put out the papal bulls, that put out the doctrine of discovery to come here, Spain. They went into South America. They made a caste system. They started mining shit. Those other fucking people that Pedro trying to talk about that came from Siberia, they was all up in Canada. They still there as Inuits and shit. They went into like California area, but we was there too. Okay, and it was E1B1A again. We didn't bottleneck with nobody. We didn't become no fucking body else. That's why we're still who we are today, even after the Atlantic slave trade. So y'all a little bit confused, those people that's talking against what I'm saying. Because I got the documents, I've been studying this, and it went a certain way. They all were in alliance. That's why I believe in the scriptures, because the scriptures tell you the exact same thing and the true name of the nations that went against us. And that it would happen. That we would be enslaved in one land again together. So they brought the same people from the third part to fucking fourth parts. And they needed some of those people who traded to them to tell them where we were. And all this type of shit. Anyway, y'all.
Yeah. Thanks for that submission, Prince. I will say this. Look, man. The slave trade, it didn't just happen in one single day, right? It didn't happen in one single month or a year. We're talking about phases and when it happened over the course of 100 plus 200 years, you know? So we got to kill this narrative that, you know, slaves showed up one day. This is over the course of 200 years or so, right? Another thing, too, we got to be conscious of, and De La Casa, what Lefty was talking about, because De La Casa, he was caping for the natives. His plea was to save the natives, right? So he said, you know what I'm going to do? Instead of enslaving the natives, we're going to enslave the Pedros, the princes, right? The debonaires, the lefty Frios, right? That's who they enslaved, the Mr. Wilson. People came from hold on. That's why we're on stage right now all together, right? Right? And another thing, too, we have to be very conscious of. And this is not white man's history, because black folks also wrote down their history. What do you mean, Omar? Black folks wrote down their history during the time of slavery? Well, we had educated niggas, right? That wrote for themselves, that told their own stories. You go down here in D.C., got one of the largest museums in the world with nothing but Pedro history in there. Come talk to me. We got one of the largest museums on the globe. And one thing I will say this, I'm gonna land here. One thing about white folks, them Europeans, the Peckerwoods, you know, them rednecks, they document everything. Shout out to the emails. You know they sent. I know a lot of y'all he loves sending emails, right? Well, back in the day, they documented everything. So if they wanted to buy your Pedro, they said, oh man, this guy's a brute, 6 foot, stallion, bow leg, right? A brute. I want to buy Pedro for $500. I brought Pedro, I documented, I had insurance on Pedro. I sent it up to New York City and I built the whole goddamn insurance company in New York City off the backs of Pedro, right? So we gotta stop this white man this, white man that. The white man wrote down everything. And you were a commodity, Pedro. You were a commodity, Mr. Wilson. You were profit. And we have to remember that. Our history is well documented. And I'm not thinking of people that say they're indigenous. I get it. That could be an individual story. But as a whole, right? The slave trade did happen. And to your point, Pedro, you said Bootsy is mulatto. By you even saying that, you know what mulatto means? It means European and African. That's what it means.
No fucking mulatto, man.
It means, hold on, this is what Pedro, this was out of his mouth. He said, little Bootsy went in his family history and said that it was mulattoes in his family. So, if you saying that, Pedro, you're telling me that he has European ancestry and African ancestry. And I'm gonna land there.
Yeah, hey, no problem. But see, this is the part when we get people telling us our history. I got a nigga telling me my history and telling me, oh, Pedro, that's you. No, nigga. You weird ass niggas are those niggas. Y'all are the same people group as me. I keep telling y'all that. Only in this room, and only with you dumb, simple-minded niggas, do y'all feel like all black people in America are the same. You niggas are weird. I keep telling y'all, you niggas from New York, y'all ain't me. Y'all probably got some fucking remnants of me. You niggas from Oregon, California, you niggas is a fucking byproduct of niggas. Y'all not the same as us, bro. Stop that shit. Y'all cosplaying us harder than the other tether niggas. Stop it. You niggas is fucking 4th, 5th generation niggas. You niggas not original niggas, man. Cut this shit out.
What up?
You niggas telling me.
Don't beat him up too bad, Pedro.
Cut it out. I don't give a damn about what you niggas talking about. When nigga, I'm talking to Pedro, I'm on mute. Hey, don't stay interrupted. I don't need no motherfucking features, nigga. I don't need nobody to help me speak. You niggas can't debunk the fucking thing out. Pedro, you got sold for $500, Pedro. I'm on the mic.
Which rising you did?
Hey, what up, man? I see my homeboy here snapping.
Yeah, what you getting this word?
Oh, y'all got Pedro, man?
This nigga's gonna get this word. Niggas talking about a blanket story.
I see y'all still running on the same algorithm. Grand Rising, Rich Risings, hellos, how y'all doing? Peace to the room, everybody. So let's do this. Let's keep that same energy, right? And let's change this algorithm. Let's open up a new room, get a new algorithm going. And Pedro, I want to pass you back the mic. Wherever y'all guys were in y'all conversation, pick it up from there. I got some things that I would like to introduce to start off. Some inquiry, you understand? Some inquiry and new topic, new discussion. And you know how we do it every day. This is, what we do. This is what we do. So with that being said, hey, so give me about maybe 1 minute. I got an idea of a topic. I'm gonna type it in, open up the room. Everybody who's listening to my voice, I would like to invite you back to the new algorithm, new topic, new room, new discussion. Okay? So y'all give me about a minute to come back to the room. All right? So move this one down. Pedro, come on back because you're gonna get the mic.
Yes, sir.
On your plate, let me see how you're gonna be able to chew on this. You understand? It's strange, but now I think I can see it. Then I couldn't see it, but today I can see it. I know y'all can't wait to hear what it is, right? You can't wait. I know you can't, because I can't wait to tell you or present it. So that being said, the room is closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Look for the new room, new title. Peace.
No pussy. Only you don't get no pussy. So you fucking man.
I probably wouldn't be able to perform because I'm so used to being with one woman.
I'm so used to being with women. Gay, you're fucking bro. Listen.
I'm just telling you the truth.
I'm telling you.
I don't even know.
I'm gonna tell you the truth.
what it would be like.
I'm gonna
you can't get pussy.
Is that how Islam?
And you're insults. One of you.
This is Islam.
Can I ask a question?
You know what it is? You know what it is with the women in Islam, right? Because they, and this is the sad part.
Nah.
Is that
Are you not
I
an
want to
insult?
say something.
Are you not an insult?
You know?
Are you not an insult?
So, but you guys are probably so used to being assaulted like that.
No, are you an insult? Yes or no?
No, she was asking, are you an incel? It means no. We are all
Yeah, are you an
family.
insult?
We have family and kids.
No, I'm asking this nigga, bro. Like, don't reply to him, bro.
Yeah.
And why the Muslim
Like,
Are you an insult? Yes or no, bro?
Oh, well. No, that was mine. Those are mine. That right there.
That
Get his facts on there.
definitely a fucking insult.
No, this one right here. The one. Put it on that one.
This motherfucker is definitely an insult.
Me? No.
You are definitely an insult. Bro, what did that bitch wanna say? What did you wanna say? The fucking fake ass voice. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Is that the drill? You know what drilling is upstairs?
Huh?
Oh, it's outside.
We don't line up fake bitches though. That bitch was fucking fake, bro. So, fuck up, bitch.
Why do you have to be so rude? Come on.
But look, bro, I am rude.
Because don't have any education.
First of all, I don't believe she's a Muslim. Not for 1 second do I believe she's a Muslim.
Alright, so
I think she's a Muslim like that.
I just don't believe you.
Bro, don't fucking disrespect Islam, bro. Shut the fuck up. Do you not fucking
Mate, but if you see what Islam's doing to your people.
Alright, so why am I not Muslim?
You're not a Muslim. Mate, you look like a woman in your PTR that's got too much. You know what I mean?
That's not me, babe. That's the bitch I was fucking, bro. That's not me, bro.
She's a Muslim. She's.
Like, that's the bitch that I was fucking like, that's not me, bro.
So why you corrupt? So why
You're a
you
Muslim.
Muslim?
You're a Muslim. Hold on a minute. She's a Muslim and she's carpet nicking. Bro, you took yourself out the fucking fold of Islam.
Do you think so?
Women's pussies and claim to be Muslim. Bro, you're not even a fucking Muslim.
Are you Allah?
You're not a Muslim.
Are you Allah?
I know your religion better than you. You are a lesbian.
Bro, are you Allah?
Muslim.
Are you Allah? Are you Allah?
Crazy.
Are you Allah? If you're Allah, we could talk it.
Yeah, she's a lesbian Muslim.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move her to the audience. She's just annoying me now. So quick question. You see this? Do you see this verse up at the top, 381? I got the interpretation of it. I wanted to know, like, if you could come up and explain this verse to me, because it's literally saying that the covenant that the Rasuls made beforehand, they all know each other. Is this true? Because I think, like, they say that I remember, like, they make comments, like, they say, oh, if Muhammad was here, all the prophets would follow him. But I'm saying to myself, like, why would they follow Muhammad? Like, Isa's gonna follow Muhammad? Like, what? Like, he's coming back at end time. Why the fuck would he follow Muhammad? Plus, he didn't even die. Why would he follow Muhammad? So it just seems a bit weird. Aya, do you know about this verse? I mean, if you're busy, it's fine. But it's very, very interesting verse. Very interesting verse. And the verse at the top, you fucking idiot. Osam. Probably never read it before. But what? He goes, what verse? You want to know something? Honestly, like, even when you talk to Muslims and, like, you try to be respectful, like, they're just so on auto repeat, like, they don't even realize the shit they say. Because they just automatically on auto, be like, repeat. Like, what verse? And I'm talking about the verse, like telling them about the verse. And saying, yeah, I don't care if you're new. You're not familiar, that's fine. No, I'm not gonna chill. Oh, you. Oh, I'm so not what you said I am? All right, so then I apologize. Take it back. You know, especially at work, I usually start with a fuck you. Because, like, you can only get better from there. You know? Like, if you start if you start a relationship, especially like a new relationship at work, and you just start with the go fuck yourself. Like, the first thing you say to somebody, you're like, you know what, go fuck yourself. And it's like the first conversation you have. The conversation is gonna get nothing but better from there. Because you can't go any fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're telling them already, go fuck himself. You know, you get what I'm trying to say, Saxon?
Yeah, I say go fuck yourself as a greeting. Hi.
Yeah.
I would say something, especially for
I think it's the best way. But go ahead.
Look, when the Muslim attacks another people, they, by the Quran, by the name of Quran and Islam and Allah and God and everything like that, they could take the daughter and wife the man they attacked, and in front of her eyes, rape them and took them like a toy for them, for Muslim, and doesn't give them back to another people they attack them. They are that much animals, worse than animals.
That's why the Christians we just kill everybody. We don't want we think that they're unclean, all of them. So we just cleanse the land. But Aya, do you know about this verse, Aya?
No, I didn't know about this verse, but I'd like to understand what's curious about this. Because in Islam, they often mix up prophets and messengers, so it's a little bit tricky sometimes.
So I guess look at the top there, the explanation.
Yeah, I saw that.
The problem with this is that the problem with this verse is that they say we have to believe in the prior messages, in the prior prophets, because they already made a covenant. So, but then it's clearly contradicting itself right after by saying the previous scriptures have been corrupted. So then, if the previous scriptures have been corrupted, they're clearly contradicting the Quran. Outright.
Oh yes, there
on so many levels.
There are so many examples in the Quran of agreeing with the previous scriptures, and then the narrative is saying that they were corrupted. So I don't think there's anything new. Maybe I'm a little bit confused. I just woke up, so maybe Phoenix has something to say about it.
But the thing, right? They're saying that they all pre-existed and they all know each other. So in other words, they all know Muhammad. And Moses knows Jesus and Muhammad. And Noah knows Jesus, Moses, and Muhammad. So on and so forth. And then, at the end of the verse, it elevates him to this cosmic level above them, stating that if they were here, they would listen to him. Which doesn't make any sense. Because he's not coming back in end times. He's dead. They know where he's buried. He's never coming back. They put my hijabi picture up.
Yeah, do you know Hassan?
No, I don't.
No, I spoke to AO.
Oh, hey. No, I don't know. He's probably new. He's probably just a troll in here. Saying stupid shit.
But probably the original Quran was referring to Jesus in that matter. So they made it about Muhammad afterwards.
So I had a phone call.
Oh, that's interesting.
AO, did you say that you knew Hassan? What's his name? Hassan?
No, I don't know him at all. Looks like a troll, as Megatron said. Do you know him?
No, I don't.
Did you invite him up? Oh,
no, he requested to come on.
Hi guys, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Where are you from, Hassan?
From Egypt.
What's up, Hassan?
Oh, Sam. I'm just passing by and
do you know this verse?
I know this verse and I was just trying to search it a little bit.
It's up at the top here. I got the explanation up at the top.
I got you, yeah. I just clicked on it and just...
Luca, find a different room, Luca. I'm not gonna let you up because you just babble. You're like the other girl. Your girlfriend was just in here. Your girlfriend was just in here, and I told her to leave, so you can follow her to another room. What was her name? Yeah, let me get her name for you.
Oh, you mean that black woman? Her name's Am.
Ms. 227. M.S. 227. Go find her. Match made in heaven. The both of you get out. I see you guys having deep conversations. The both of you. So anyway, yeah. So Hassan, what do you know about this verse, bro? Talk to me.
It's just explaining that God is telling that they have sent us like a prophet, and you guys like believed him, and you just try to support him, okay? So the thing is, the story in general in the Quran is just all about stories about previous prophets. And part of our religion in Islam is that we need to believe in his prophets. So whatever been before Muhammad, as mentioned in the Quran, is considered as like the truth. So sometimes we just ask ourselves, like, is Quran is a history book or what? So, and just saying some stories and stuff like that, but it's not just like that. It's just the
Quran is exactly copy paste of.
Listen, he's in the middle of an explanation. Can you wait? I already know what you're gonna say. We understand. Okay, let him finish the explanation. Thank you. Yeah, keep going, Hassan.
I don't mind, but thanks, Megatron. So the thing is, it's like and I don't want to make it like sound very like lame or something, but it's like you know, when you're watching like seasons in a Netflix or something, it's just the stories is that one prophet is delivering a message to the humanity because the humanity wasn't prepared for the final resolution which was given in the Islam. So at the end of the day, we have in Quran what's called al-Sirat al-Mustaqim. Ihdina al-Sirat al-Mustaqim. Sirat al-Mustaqim, this is the main core of the religion. And if you just try to search it, you're gonna find all the prophets came with the same Sirat al-Mustaqim, but just a different naming. Like with Moses, they called it the 10 Commandments. Like don't kill, don't take care of your parents. All these things are the basics. Don't lie, don't cheat in your the balance, the weight, stuff like that are the main core of the religion. And it's repeating in each and every prophet till the end, which was given in the words of God in a way of Quran. Now, Quran, I don't like, if you're talking to me myself as a believer, I don't believe in any other book other than the Quran. And even in the like Bukhari and Muslim and all this kind of explanations books that a lot of people are following, I believe that these things are not being protected by Allah, and these things are just out of a human nature of a memory of things that can have his own opinion, can be tamed with his own book, with his own opinion. So all these things, I can take it as just some translations. Okay, I can take it in mind, but the main belief, the main core of the religion is the Quran. The Quran, if you know Arabic, you understand that. And by the way, when I mean know Arabic, doesn't mean when I speak in Egyptian language or if I'm a Lebanese or a Syrian or any kind of Arabic. These are not the real Arabic of the Quran. The real Arabic of the Quran, Al-Arabiya al-Fusha, needs to be like, you need to go and search some words on the dictionary so you can get the root of the word itself. So even we as an Arabs, like, we have a lot of misinterpretations of a lot of verses in the Quran, but problem is that we're following the explanation that was given by the Sahaba, which is how we call it in English, I don't know, like the people who was witnessing the Rasul after his death, after that, the people who saw the Rasul and after his death. So these are the people who delivered what's called the Sunnah, which is the how-to, the how-tos of the Quran. But at the end of the day, God is mentioning very clearly in the Quran, أنزلنا عليك الذكر جميل وإنا إليه لحافظون. I've given you the Quran and I've protected it from you. وإن الذكر أفلا يتدبرون. In that each and everyone have to take the Quran as if it's his own message. It's a miracle, but I don't know how to explain it.
No, but I was talking about itself before it was compiled.
Exactly.
Okay. Do you believe in the Bible? Do you believe in previous scripture?
I believe in the Bible, but I believe in the Bible is in a way that's not the words of God. I believe it's the words of the people who witnessed the life of the Jesus Christ, and they're giving it in a holy, protected way by God, which is Allah still. So Allah protected it in a way that to deliver a certain amount of level of messages that's needed to be given, because still this is not the final message. He knew that. God knew that. And God said in the Quran, we will be in a lot of different mentalities. يعني إن الناس مختلفون وإن أراد الله الكون كله لأمة واحدة لجعلكم أمة واحدة. يعني if God wanted all of us to be Christians, He would have done it. If God wants all of us to be Muslims, He would have done it. But the main purpose of life is this kind of searching for God or searching for the truth. Now, we reached to a very good high levels of AI and technology and everything, and we went till the heart of the nucleus and the atom, and we've seen everything a matter can be consisted of, which is the atom itself. And we've seen what's inside the atom, and we've seen the protons and the nucleus, and we've seen it going round, all this thing. And the electrons are going round. Now, we didn't find, or we didn't crack the main question. What does make that electron goes round? What does it, is it just the magnetic, electromagnetic? And how does it, where does it come from?
It comes from Greek philosopher and Iranian scientist.
Maybe Megatron wanted to lead this interview with Hossam, so I don't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
So, Hossam, you don't believe that the previous scriptures were corrupted? You believe that they were always this way, but they were not really complete until Islam came. That's what you.
They are holy books, okay? And I'm not saying that they are not, but are you asking me, do I believe in them? I do believe, but do I believe that they are the words of God? No. Is it clear? Because I do believe in them. Because they are mentioned in the Quran.
God never spoke to humans before Muhammad. God never took the opportunity to talk to people until we just had indirect scriptures until Muhammad came. That's your point.
Exactly.
Yeah, so why, when he chose Muhammad, he decided to give him a text that is referring to the Bible all the time? Because as you know, you probably read the Quran many times. It's not telling the full stories of the previous prophets. It's just making allusions, and it's a very short book. So some people would say it's incomplete. So either God is lying, Quran is not telling you the full stories.
Well, I'll tell you something. There is a verse in the Quran said, if the sea was just a part of an ink for the God's pen, وإن البحر لو كان I'm sorry, I'm not 100% remembering the verse, but I'm just saying that it's a metaphor that God mentioned it in the Quran, saying that if the sea was just like an ink for God's pen, it would have needed many seas to complete God's words. So what we need to understand that the Quran is part of it. It's a given with a precise amount of information for a humanity, because God knew that till now we will be having things not unsolved and uninterpreted in the Quran, but the Quran is walking with us because with its own kind of scientific evidences, it's not going against the science.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly that scriptures. The way I read it is that God, Allah in Islam is unreachable. He's not among us. He's too big for you or me. He is above everything, and he never basically involved in our life, because there's no pens that can describe him, right? It shows that God is really untouchables and not around. That's what Islam is trying to say.
As much as we can interpret a God in our own conscious and in our own brain and mind, the Quran is trying to give you the closest way to imagine what is a God is, but it doesn't give you 100%, because It's from al-ghaib. Al-ghaib is the metaphor, you know?
Yeah.
The unknown, exactly. So there always will be alam al-ghaib wa shahada. There's going to be a thin line, which is the death. After the death, we will transfer from this experience of our souls that's been given the gift of living this kind of life to witness God's mighty miracles in his own small paradise that's called earth. That's on earth. That's a different paradise we're gonna live after earth. But earth is just, if you look at it, it's our small paradise in this whole universe. It's very ugly outside. And if we're just talking about only in the Milky Way in our own galaxy, which is enough to make us look like we are the paradise, we are the resort of the Milky Way. There has nothing been proven that there is any life in the Milky Way. Imagine if is there anything on the different other galaxies? We don't know, but nothing has been proven yet. But I'm just talking about the smallest picture of our own existence in the galaxy of the Milky Way, our own galaxy. This is the only resort of a human intelligence or a being that can interpret that all this thing is something behind it is very strange, that's not been done by a big bang. Okay, we are very good. We are very, like God gave us this brain and trained us to reach this level of understanding, to understand the Big Bang and understand the age of our planet and our universe.
So,
but just getting bigger.
Yeah,
bigger. God is bigger.
I have a question for you. After you reading Quran, do you understand what God is, or who God is, or who Allah really is? Or you still don't?
Well, Allah is a very private imagination of each and every one. I cannot tell you what God is. I cannot tell you how tall, how big. I cannot give you my imagination. I cannot plant my conscious in your own conscious or to grab the idea. But I have an imagination that God, when we say Allahu Akbar, God is Almighty, I think it on a bigger scale in everything. He's bigger than the human ego, bigger than the lies that we're saying about him, they're bigger than the smartest scientists that they can debate in this kind of. It's just a big thing in a way that we are inside his.
So how do you know his message? Okay, you cannot.
We are in his matrix.
So you're saying that you cannot, you cannot picture God based after you read Quran, and how do you know this message?
Is he a light? What is? I can imagine God. Okay, now you see on these days, like when you go and search in the astrology and stuff, they can show you some pictures of different galaxies around the world, around the globe, around the universes. They show you that there is billions of galaxies. Have you seen this picture before?
Oh yeah, I know. So I learned physics in
exactly. It's a very famous, like
I know probably. If you start talking like that, I know, how to measure things, how to measure stuff.
No. But I'm just giving you an imagination. I'm trying to give you an imagination that if I'm giving you a logical way of how I can conceive God, or I can imagine God. Because if God created the whole world and the universes, now I'm expanding my universe to involve billions of galaxies, not just our Milky Way galaxy. Billions of galaxies. So now how God is bigger than, so God is about size, or God is inside or we are inside the realm of God because we are inside because God is in every single thing. God isn't just as much as He's big, as bigger than the universes combined together, as much as He is also aware about the single raindrop that drops in our planet. He's also this. That raindrop that comes in a desert that doesn't have any kind of water and suddenly becomes green. It is part of God's plan and God's puppet, you know? We are all.
So you're saying that even the raindrop is part of God's plan and God's words is God's, and maybe it's God's itself?
Of course. Okay, let me explain to you how, let me tell you why I'm thinking this way. When you walk, when you walk in the street and suddenly you just pass on a banana or something, you just slip and you just fall down.
Yeah.
Who put that banana? And how he was being raised in his life, and you know, you've seen that this network, this whole complicated network of that guy who went to the shop, who bought this banana and he ate it and he just throw it while you were just waiting.
I do that. I just throw it on the ground, hoping for someone to trip and break the neck.
Well, you know what? You never know. Maybe you just saved him because he was going there he was a lawyer, let's say. Imagine he's a lawyer.
I don't know. He was on the way to the mosque, from my understanding.
So no way. I'm thinking another way. But you never know.
I like where you're going, but okay, go ahead. And then?
So combining the raindrop, it's the whole network of, we are in His own plan. We are in God's plan. Everything happens is part of God's plan. When they say this kind of words, it's not just a joke. It is a real thing, and you have to believe in this because at the end of the day, there is an inevitable ending for our life, which is death, and death is just gonna be the end of our own journey by being as spirits on an experience from God's.
I don't know what journey you're on, but Jesus Christ is the Lord and Savior, man.
So sorry, Saxon. I like where he's going. And then my question to Hossam is, if the raindrops, the similar raindrops, or the air we breathe and the reason we live here is from Allah, how come you can't believe that Allah or God at one point in time manifest through His word, which is in your Quran, statedly that, into a human, and his name is Jesus, or you call it Isa?
Yeah, because this verse here, 381, this 381 cannot be about Muhammad. It has to be about Isa.
Correct. I agree with Megatron.
Because there's this causes a big theological tension if it is him, if it is Muhammad. So it causes a lot of contradictions, it causes a lot of tension within the Quran. It makes the Quran look like it's false if it's Muhammad.
Causes a lot of problems in Islam.
Yeah.
See, that's the basic of the belief in Christianity. Is that?
Well, I've seen Yusuf Estes. Have you heard about Yusuf Estes? I believe so.
You see that? Okay, go ahead.
Yusuf Estes, he's a very famous American priest who switched to Islam. Okay, if you can search him on YouTube, and you can find some of his videos, he will take you to a trip to a lot of information that a priest, not just a simple man who doesn't know like he does, that he was not finding a lot of. Sorry?
Sorry about that. No, sorry.
So yeah, he was talking about the interpretations of a lot of verses in the Bible that gave him a lot of question marks, and when he asked his higher or like bigger priests, like they didn't give him a right answer about it at all. And when he went to the Quran, he just found out that the unity of the Quran as a book distributed around 2 billion people around the world, they're unified in one book. Each verse, the same, like one who can read it here, the same one who can read it in the US, same one read it in the Philippines. It's the same thing. So this is part of, if you think about it, even if it was just like a bullshit, but at least it's a unified bullshit. If you want to talk about it this way, if you're not believing in this kind of book, but think about it, but the book said inside it, I will be protected. And guess what? It seems like it is. Well, then it's not against reality what's happening. So it is part of the things that make you think. The Quran makes you think. It doesn't give you, it does have some tashri'at wa ahkam, there is laws and 1, 2, 3 things that you have to do and not to do and all these things, but it invites you to look at the world, and the first word in the Quran is read. Iqra. Iqra. Read. The first word, it invites you for knowledge. It invites you for, you know what, I believe sometimes, because I lived in the US for about a year and a half.
Surah Al-Ma'idah, or Book 101 to 102, it asks you not to question anything. You need to read Quran yourself, Hussein. I read Quran twice. I'm not even Muslim.
Don't question anything in which part. If it's meant, you have to mention to me the whole verse, because in the Quran it's a very tricky thing. I'll tell you something, and that's coming from inside our own Muslims. Okay, a Muslim can play with another Muslim's mind with just a verse. So it's a very important thing that Quran have to be taken. وَرَتُّلُ الْقُرْآنَ تَرْتِيلًا. Tartilan is take it layers, okay? Put it like when you go and build like a tower, okay? Like a real estate. You take it first floor, second floor, third floor. You take it like that. You don't take it just, you know what?
I agree with you.
The fifth floor was damaged. Yeah, because you know what? From the beginning, the basics of that tower was not built correctly. That's why the fifth floor was just damaged. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to get.
I know exactly what you're saying. So even after I read the Quran twice, I never see.
No, the Quran 100% is encouraging each and every human to watch what he created, watch ما في السماوات وفي الأرض, what's in the skies, what's in the earth. Always God's in many verses he starts with, look at what of God's mighty skies, the heavens and the earth. Look at the seas. He's always us into a journey of look and you will know. Is all these things is just an evolution of human.
I did look, and the old book is. I mean, how old are you?
I'm 41.
Man, come on, bro. You tell me you've read that book and you haven't run away from it yet.
No, I'll tell you something. Till the age of, I've been living in Dubai, I live in the States. I'm not a religious person. I've ate pork, okay? I had sex before marriage, alcohol, smokes. I've done everything, okay? But I'm now in the 41 years, and looking back in my own life in general, and looking at how God's...
Are you married now, Sam?
No, I'm not married.
Okay.
So the thing is, each and everyone passes his own life. And I'm not saying about God as an Allah. I'm talking about his own.
Because Allah's a title. I mean, it means the God. And the God is a title. I mean, I don't believe Allah is a God. I believe Allah is a pagan deity that people worship before
imagination of how the Arabs can mention as a God. Yes, correctly. You're 100% right. I agree with you. I could call it the higher spirit. You can call it the hidden power, behind it. So it's many things can be said. Maybe I'm just used to the word Allah. That's the thing.
But this is what I mean. Like when you read the Quran, because the Quran is not backed up historically, scientifically, there's nothing miraculous about the Quran. In fact, the only miracle that I find with the Quran is that so many dumb idiots follow it. Yeah, I'm being
half of the Quran are stories. Like,
come on, you've got to read it and think, God, this can't be true.
But Saxon, when I read the stories, I believe in them, but I don't see them as their own personality.
But that's the thing, though. This is the thing, though. When you look into religion, I've not always been religious. I was atheist most of my life, and I came to Christianity a couple of years ago. But I believe that the Christian belief there's a lot of evidence to support it, whereas there's nothing to support Allah and Muhammad. Nothing.
Yeah, well, that's the trick. Well, if you guys started to believe that there are miracles to happen by a woman as Mary, virgin, to deliver a son without marriage, that's part of his journey to take you to Muhammad. Because at the end of the day...
No, because Muhammad teaches that Jesus was never crucified, and we have historical evidence that Jesus was crucified. So how do you explain that?
I'll tell you something. Since Abraham, even, it's not about evidence, Saxon. Humans will always have excuse to give God a reason that we need someone just to throw all our blames and all our shitty actions into. So we need the figure, we need someone, we need something. That's why in Christianity there was a symbolism in it, which is the cross. We need, since Abraham, when he just destroyed all the statues and stuff like that, we need to have, as a human, you know where that story comes from?
Mm-hmm. You know where it comes from?
Yeah.
Where?
In general, the main part
I'm asking you, do you know where the story originally came from, where him crushing the idols?
No, the idol, we needed something because we needed something.
I'm asking you about the story in the Quran. Do you know where that originates from? The story in which he destroyed the idols. Because that's not in the Bible. Do you know where that story's from?
It's story from Abraham.
No, it's from the Apocrypha of Abraham. So it's pseudepigraphical. It's not even in Torah. That story's not in the Torah. It's in an extra biblical book written by a rabbi or some writer.
So you don't have you mean I don't have an evidence of it in real life, so it's not real.
There's no historical evidence for the case. Yes, there's no historical evidence for Abraham. Period. I don't know why you would think that there's historical evidence for Abraham.
But Megatron, we have a proof of another scriptures or verses in Quran that's coming from another books like Talmud, Midrash, we just
that's what I'm trying to explain to him.
Yeah.
That story
by Rabbi in 2243. And the good thing is, like, Orthodox in the 3rd century created this story. They created a story out of the blue. It's just a story to parents of the kids about the 7 sleepers of Ephesus. It ended up in Quran. 7 sleepers of Ephesus was created by I don't know who on a century, right? It's a Christian folklore, but end up in Quran. It's about the 7 young youth in a cave.
You want to take more off?
Right. So that's you need to find out that the Quran is full of apocrypha, full of Talmud and Midrash, and it's really the alternative to the story of Torah and Injil or Bible. You need to find it yourself.
Man-made stories.
It's a man-made story, correct?
It's not Allah.
Man-made stories.
It's not Allah.
Well, I'll tell you something.
Do you want the book? I'll give you the book that it originates.
No, I'll tell you something. You know what? In Noah's story as an ark, and the world has been in an apocalypse of the rain.
Yeah.
Apocalypse. Yeah, sorry. So the thing is, I want to say that this kind of myth or let's say stories is also mentioned in the Chinese and the Japanese stories.
Correct. Everywhere in
mythology.
Yeah.
It's in the mythology, exactly. So it's also, give me a question. So now, is the Quran as part of those kind of stories that's been given all over here and there? Is it?
No, that's not exactly the same thing, because those stories were there, man-made, openly made by men before the Quran even appeared and was revealed to Muhammad. That's a huge problem. That's not some common thing that happened in the world and many civilizations talked about it. No, it's actually man-made stories that people use to teach children, for example, or small tales for morality, that were made by men way before Muhammad had the revelation.
Well, also, in Egypt we have the pyramids. Also, they found some kind of scriptures and stuff like that, and in some of the pyramids that explains Joseph, Sayyidina Yusuf, and his dream when it's about the 7 cows and the 7 years of bad corruption and 7 years of prosperity. You know what? This kind of story, this also was mentioned in the pharaohs in one of the pyramids. So that's also was before Islam with thousands of years. So it's just, it's a puzzle, and nothing is 100% unless you believe in something. And I believe, you know what? We have this very famous, he's a doctor, and he became very famous in TV shows in the 80s and the 90s. Mustafa Mahmoud, his name is Mustafa Mahmoud. This guy was a Muslim, but a normal Muslim. Then he was sick for 3 years, something like that, and he had some weaknesses in his health. Bottom line, he was separated from his college, and he was expelled and everything. and he was just left alone for 3 years reading books and trying to search for God. And he reached to a point of science is against the idea of where is God? God needs to be proven. So he searched for that, and he kept on searching for that. But the more you search for God, the more you have this kind of questions, and the more you keep on searching, I believe that this is the right thing to do. And but the idea of believing that there is no God, I cannot.
No one is saying that. No one is saying that in here. No one's saying that in here.
So we are all are in the same kind of biblical books, which is the Torah, the Bible, the Quran. Are they real? Are they not? And we're
not in the same boat. We're not in the same boat.
No, we are in the same boat.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
No, we're not. Man, we're in the same boat. We're at different levels.
No. We are in different universes, my friend. Not different galaxies, different complete universes.
No, but you said you do believe in God. You do believe in God.
Yeah, but not yours.
Okay.
Yours can't be a father. Yours cannot be a father. So once you say yours cannot be a father, that's it. You're out of the fold. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who you are.
What do you mean by father?
We follow the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Muslims are not following that same God. Because Allah is not a father in any sense. He doesn't beget or begotten.
That's a big problem.
He from having a son. This is what I'm saying.
So you need to feel that God can be a father.
He needs to be. He is. It's necessary.
Relationship with God. He needs to be. I can understand. He needs to be, but he is.
We come from him. We come from him.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we're not coming from him. So that means that he is the father and there is the mother.
Oh, can I ask you
mother? What mother, bro?
What mother? Yeah.
Because I'm a little bit confused because the word father, I'm connecting it to.
We're directing our prayers to the Father. Jesus is the Son of Man. Jesus is the very essence of the Father. So, let me tell you a story in the Quran, right? So Allah said he's not a father, he doesn't beget or begotten, but he created. He is the essence of Isa, because when he blew through the angel Gabriel into the womb of Mary, to begot something is to come forth from one's essence. Isa came forth from Allah's essence, so technically Allah is a father.
That's probably
I understand. I can grasp your interpretation, but I can see that this is one of his
stumbling block, right? For the Muslim to understand Christian.
One of his miracles, one of his way of existence, one of his ways of showing his capabilities of being. Of creating a human.
This is why you guys should study a little philosophy, you know that? Existence can't be used as a predicate. It doesn't explain, it doesn't define anything.
Well, I believe in one thing, and I think that's a common. You know what? Let's always try to find the common parts, because there are much more common things that connect Jews, Christians, and Muslims much more than can make us different. Think about it this way.
Jesus Christ.
Think about it this way. So common things. If you think that God is the Father,
I just answered your question. It's Jesus Christ.
Go ahead.
Jesus Christ is the only way. The only
It's the only connection. It's the only connection we have.
I'm looking at the bigger picture. Well, I'm not saying that Jesus, I don't believe in him. And by the way, Jesus,
Yeah, but this is a problem.
we as a Muslim, we always praise Jesus. We always believe in him. We love him.
It's not the same way. Listen, Jesus is very clear that he is.
Well, that's
the way, the truth, and the life. Without him, listen, without him, without Christ, there's no way to the Father. There's no way. Things are on a path that's leading them to the hellfire, unfortunately and respectfully.
It is really hard. It takes time just to take Islam away from someone. So we have to be very patient. All we can do is we can give them a clue here and there how Islam actually works. But it's fine also. Like,
you know what? I'll tell you something. In Christianity, when in the last 3 years, 4 years, I'm starting to read about Christianity. I'm starting to read about my own Islam also, just to support. So in general, reading about Christianity, reading about Judaism in general, it doesn't mess my own belief in Islam. That's the thing that you have to understand. But the only thing is the theology of the symbol of God is that we are being different. So what I'm telling you, that I believe in Jesus, I believe that he came from Mary with a miracle and all. I believe that he could raise the dead. I can believe that he can fix the sickness, make the people who doesn't see, he can see. All these miracles, I believe in it. And we both are on the same page in this thing till now. Only the last page we are different, which is Muhammad. It stops at Jesus and that's it, and we're not gonna take anyone else after that. That's where we say goodbye, guys. That's where we continue in our season.
You know, if you read the Bible, if you go to Hebrews, I think it's Hebrews 1:8, in Galatians.
Using the sign.
There's the Bible, 550 years before Muhammad came, it was saying that any angel or any prophet came after was a false prophet or false angel. This is what our book's telling us. Yes, our book's telling us.
Okay, there is one part, and here you're gonna tell me this is not part of the Bible, but there is part of the Old Testament. I don't remember the chapter. I'm sorry, but that's clearly.
Old Testament is a part of the Bible for sure. Okay, which one?
And I was watching Zakir Naik about it, to be honest, and it was mentioning there is a prostitute that was having a relationship.
Leaving, just to let you know.
Is that
lunch? Is that what it is?
There is I'm sorry, but go ahead. It's a plus 18, guys. It's a plus 18 things. That was mentioned. It's in the Bible, and that's part of the Bible. And you want me to believe that this is?
It's most likely in the Old Testament or Torah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Which one is that?
I don't remember if I saved it somewhere.
No, again, that is Torah. It has nothing to do with.
No. It was something with the Bible. It's
in the Bible.
The old Torah and everything is about it. Not the Torah, but it was talking about one lady that was having a desire for a man, and I don't know which man. Like the man is part of in the Bible, the story, but just Google.
Well, isn't it like Quran full of that? Like when Muhammad, basically Allah granted him for him to marry and sleep with Zainab, let's say?
No, but it's not mentioned. This is not the Quran.
Words so different, and in Torah, and
you know, it doesn't explain the same kind of detailed and kind of imaginary kind of explicit and kind of a little bit plus 18. You know what I mean? It's not
sleeping with 17.
I got way worse. Listen, whatever story you think that is, I guarantee I could give you another 3 that are just as worse. It's not just as bad, if not worse, in the Bible. So I don't think you've read the whole Bible because there's some really bad stories in there too.
No, I'm not saying it as a general. I'm not generalizing it, okay? And I'm not taking it against the Bible in general. It's
No, I agree with you.
I mean, is the Quran? I have something from all the books in the Bible, the Torah, and all this. I believe in it. That the Quran is part of God's words, and the stories in it, I'll take it in a way that it had to be matching the history. If history is matching it, then that's fine. If it's before the Quran, if it's after the Quran, fine. But the Quran is not giving me dates, so I can say that this is wrong. So okay, because what's in the Quran, it's dateless.
It
doesn't have a date.
In Quran, who is Adam's wife? What is his name? Her name?
Hawa.
There's no Hawa in Quran, if you look at it. Where's the name coming from? Look at Hawa in Quran. You have ChatGPT. It's a city Hawa mentioned in Quran. No, it's not.
You had to cut a little bit of that off?
One second. Okay. This is not something that, okay, I believe her name is Hawa, but it can be a symbol of, you know what? I don't stop in all these small things. At the end of the day, God mentioned in the Quran, وَخَلَقْنَا مِنْ كُلِّ ذَكَرٍ اثْنَيْنِ. يعني, we have made from each thing twos.
Yeah, that's fine.
The male and the female.
That's like in Bible.
But I'm not saying that he's mentioning it as in Hawa.
You got more 90 for me there? You gotta look for more 90. You gotta get more 90.
So sorry that he's still working, he's talking to other people. So Hossam, do you believe that Quran is actually the book that explains anything and everything? Like you mentioned before. Like about Allah, they will also mention about Allah. That is describing Allah, what it's like in Bible.
No, there are verses in Quran that we till now, with the science that we reach, we don't understand what's the wisdom of it and what's the meaning of it, because there are some Surah Al-Imran, Kaf, Ha, Ya, this thing, the letters, only the letters start with the letters. So what does it mean? What's the wisdom out of it? Nobody knows.
Alif Lam Mim.
Still, there's a lot of things in the Quran.
Only Allah knows.
Exactly. So that
bullshit is that?
In the
kind of cryptic shit is that, bro?
It's not a creep thing, Megatron. It's
cryptic.
It's like the Christian, Catholic, and Jew dilemma in America. It's no different than that.
There's no dilemma. We don't have a dilemma.
Oh, absolutely, you do.
What is the dilemma, resistance?
I'll give you an example. Here's one dilemma. In the Bible,
where's the city Hawa coming from?
Yeah, you're not going to come and change the conversation. You're not.
Can you just ask me the question? All right, I'm not going to.
I take it back. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, where's the city Hawa coming from?
But just had a point of view, Megatron. Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead, resistance. Make your point.
Yes, I'm going to make an example. You see how he just said something he used the word cryptic. What is the meaning of that? That only God would know what this actually means in the book. Now, that would be the same difference as I would say in the Bible, there is a passage where a certain prophet was 42, and then in the same book, he says he was 22. What does that mean? That sounds cryptic to me too, because in one instance, he's 42 as ruling Israel, but in the same passage, he's 42. How is it possible? That sounds cryptic.
Where is it? Show it to me again.
Okay, I'll get it for you. Now, he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
In a court of law, if two witnesses just have two different ages, that the whole thing is corrupted.
This is what I mean. It's in your book.
So which one is right? And
which one is right?
Exactly. And that's why I was talking to you, to them resistantly. So why not about using this?
Hold on, I think we're getting it twisted with that. Is he talking about the verse in Kings?
Did you find the Surah Quran?
Oh, God's sake, Megatron, you're a hot mic, man.
Oh, so
Are you talking about a resistance? Are you talking about the verse in Kings?
Yeah, it's all the Old Testament. It's all in Old Testament.
Yeah, but what he's talking about, mate, listen, they don't even understand what it's saying. They get hooked all the time by the Christian apologetics, God logic and all them on that verse.
Yeah, I know.
yo, Freeman, you gotta read this verse, bro, on top.
Yes, it's in Kings 8, 26, and then it's in Chronicles 22:2, where it says he reigned over Israel at the age of 22 in Kings. But then when you go to Chronicles, it says he reigned at 42. So now, which one is it?
It's none of them. It's completely corrupted.
They're
It's
just in
corrupted.
there.
It's just corrupted. That's it.
Yeah, well, at least you're being honest now, because you
That's
can't
it.
be
It's just
two
corrupted. All right, so we're done, right? It's a different religion. We're done. We don't have to talk. Yeah, we don't have to talk because you're talking about different.
It's not wrong. It's literally in the Bible.
Do you speak to Hindus? We don't have Muhammad in the Bible, so we have no problem.
So that's not true. Prophet Muhammad
Why would you want to attach? Why would you want to attach him to a book that's corrupted? That doesn't make any sense, bro. Just stick with your shit, and that's it. We're not part of the same religion. We don't have to argue no more. Resistance, that's it. It's different. It's over. Halas. You won. You win. We don't have to talk anymore. It's perfect. Look, halas. Done. Beautiful.
Okay, what about, I want to ask you something about in the Bible, about the mentioning of Muhammad in the Bible.
It's not a Muhammad, it's actually, he's talking about John, right? He's talking about...
Prophet Muhammad is definitely referenced in the Bible.
But let him mention it.
He's talking about Holy Spirit.
No.
That's what it is.
No, there is the Deuteronomy 18:18.
So in Deuteronomy 18:18, and it says, I will raise a prophet among you. So when he's talking among you, he's talking about among the Israelites. Muhammad was not an Israelite.
Thank you.
That's why we're different. We're different religion. You believe in...
Yes, it's a different religion, bro.
It's a Christ God. You believe in Christ culture.
No, but one second, Saxon. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brothers.
Their brethren.
Exactly.
Their brethren, no.
Their brothers, like, I mean, I will take out a prophet from their own sin. Let's say it this way.
So he's talking about...
Muhammad came from the same people of he was raised.
How would you know?
No.
That's what the word
Muhammad comes from the line of Ishmael.
You think that's what the Bible is saying?
And 1 second,
If he comes from the line of Ishmael, that means he was an Israelite.
He wasn't. Ishmael was not an Israelite.
Ishmael is not Ishmael.
No, not Ishmael, but his people, the people that come from that lineage were.
So exactly.
What are you talking about?
You sound silly right now.
No, that's just a fact, man.
The Quraysh
has nothing to do.
He came from them.
He comes from that lineage.
Yes.
So how come his mother? And let's stop here. 1 second. How come his mother was a pagan? Why was his mother a pagan? And
The majority of the Israelites is pagan. You gotta realize that.
This is not where we stop. We should stop. And let's finish the Bible. And it's continuing. I will put my words in his mouth, and he will tell them everything I command him.
So what is Jesus?
Is that the Quran? Isn't that the Quran?
Hold on, Sam. Listen, what is Jesus? Jesus is the word of Allah and is the word of Yahweh. So when he says, I will put words into my mouth, that's exactly what Jesus did.
Jesus is not the word. Jesus is the messenger, the Messiah of God.
He's the word of Allah. He calls it the Quran.
Hold on, guys, stop.
Go ahead.
Really quick. We're talking about God put in with the successor, Deuteronomy 18:18, right? If you look at it as the successor of Moses was Joshua, right? Joshua was from the brethren, and his father is Nun. Nun is his father. He was the servant of Moses. He had two sons, but he didn't give it to his sons. He gave it to Jacob. Now, how do you say?
Joshua is the Deuteronomy.
That's what the story. That's what the story. That's what it says. So how do you say Jesus? How do you translate Jesus? In what you call it? What's the name of the in Greek? How do you say it in Greek? What's the word? How do you say Jesus in Greek? Do you know?
The Messiah? I don't know.
No. Joshua.
Joshua in Greek is Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah, really? Yeshua is the short version of Yeshua.
Oh, yes.
I don't know, because Esau alayhi salam didn't speak Greek, so I don't know.
Yes, he did. He spoke Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic.
He spoke Aramaic. He didn't speak.
He spoke. Listen.
Man,
First
there
of
is
all,
no historian.
Let me finish.
As Arab, so we just completely
Right, he spoke Hebrew. We've got clear evidence. He spoke Hebrew. He spoke Greek because of the Roman rule. And what happens during an occupation? They usually take on that language, just like the Arab during the Arab conquest. They took on
Then how come no Arab?
They spoke Arabic, bro. Shut up.
There's Arab Palestinians who have been colonized by the Hebrew Jews of Europe, and none of them in Palestine, whether it's the West Bank or down, they don't speak Hebrew. They speak their native tongue, which is the Arabic. They never adapted to that language. So you're wrong, man. You're wrong.
They moved over from Arab.
70 plus years of occupation, and they still don't speak Hebrew.
There's too many people talking at once. You gotta let me speak here.
This resistance don't let no one speak. You constantly overspeak.
You're the ones who've been speaking. I'm just rebutting.
No, you always over. Every time I've spoken, you just overspeak me. Have some fucking sabber.
That's what you need to look at your language. Look at your language.
Have some suburbs, he's telling you, suburbs.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have some supper after iftar, inshallah.
And his section is, her language is not good, but we've seen that for kill people. So, okay, go ahead.
No, just the Catholics and the Christians did during the Crusades.
No, but Megatron was explaining, guys. So I want to ask, because my ignorance. So the Deuteronomy is from the Bible. It's part of the Bible.
It is in Torah. It's part of Bible called Old Testament. And
Old Testament, exactly,
right? I have two questions. When that verses, who God speak to? Do you know?
No.
It's to Moses.
How about Songs of Solomon? Verse 5 and 16.
The context is God talked to Moses.
And how about Isaiah 42?
So that you mean that he was
after Moses.
And how about John 14:16?
John is the New Testament.
There you go. And all of those refer to Muhammad inside in those verses.
There's no Muhammad there, but
absolutely there is.
Let's go ahead. That's why we're different.
Go ahead, get the passage and read it. I guarantee you it does.
Oh, I know.
So what's Muhammad did mean?
I read your Quran 3 times.
Don't give a shit what it means.
With all due respect, sir, you read the interpretation, you don't read the Arabic language, so you've never read the Quran. You read the interpretation.
It's the country in the world. What are you talking about?
What country is that?
Indonesia.
Oh, alhamdulillah. You're not a Muslim, you're Catholic?
What do you mean? Islam is shit. Why do you believe in Allah?
Why do you have to insult? You claim that the Muslims have the bad mannerism, but yeah, it is your people.
I didn't say anything.
Look at his disgusting language.
I didn't say nothing. So get on him about it.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So when I do, don't say, oh, look at he started. It is them using the foul language, the barbaric Christians.
Dude, you need to travel around.
So, hold on, can I just say something? So, hold on, wait, stop a minute, Dua.
Indonesia is a Muslim country.
Wait, resistance.
You are not a Muslim country. Yes,
means desirable, precious.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It's a song.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, with all due respect, your Bible tells you women to be quiet when men are speaking. You're not in a high position. That's what the Bible says.
You can move to the audience, go to the bar side, and have a rest and go pray to Muhammad for 5 minutes, and then you can come back. Don't ever speak to me. I don't care who the fuck you are. Don't ever speak to me like shit. My Bible doesn't say that.
Yeah, I never say that. We're equal. So, Mike, this is the thing about Indonesia. Indonesia is not a Muslim country. We're the largest population in Muslim, yes. Very, very, how do I say this? Peaceful people because from Hindu and also from Buddhist. And they convert to Muslim Islam. The Islam is completely different than yours in Middle East. Right? But still, some of the bad apple trying to kill all the minorities there. But it's never in the news. It's like in Nigeria. People in the West, they don't understand that. They don't understand Muslims around the world is killing their minorities. Or if not killing, they pressure them. We don't have the same right. I'm Indonesian, buddy. I know.
Respectfully, you can't have a conversation with that resistance. Every time he comes on stage, man, he's just talking complete waffle. What Islam teaches, is it?
It's probably who's the Muslim who live in.
Guys, please keep the religion as an Islam away from the person.
You know, it's westernized Muslims like resistance.
I'll tell you something.
Your religion to shame.
I've been in the States, and I'll say something, and that's something that's very strange. I've seen you guys as Christians, you act like Muslims much more like we do in Muslim countries. Like,
because you have a message.
You have something, when you walk in the street.
And
I'll tell you something, that was in my experience.
Please, and just kick the bottoms over on these on this side.
Because we follow the true message. Love is
We don't know. It's just sometimes we have the religion, but we have the information, but some people doesn't know how to use it. Okay, and that's gonna be either you're a Christian, you're a Muslim. At the end of the day, as I was talking in the very first beginning of my words, I said the whole 3 religions, I care about one thing, that they are all have one thing in common, which is the Sirat al-Mustaqim, which is the 10 Commandments, which is the teachings of
the idea coming from is from Zoroaster. Just like I'll tell you this.
So Sirat al-Mustaqim, if you open Surah Al-Imran,
who believe in Allah, one day when they die, in the judgment day, which is judged by Jesus, who will go through hell through Sirat al-Mustaqim. I know exactly that concept.
No.
What makes
that's the general mind.
No, and I know that the Sirat al-Mustaqim
is wrong.
Zoroastrian religion. Congratulations, you just.
But that's what I was trying to tell you. It is not the right thing. It's not the right interpretation. That the Sirat al-Mustaqim is just a thin line that we're gonna walk on, and it's just gonna be a bridge. It's gonna be a bridge, and we're gonna fall.
My experience is very simple.
It's not gonna be a Olympic day.
Word of God. Why you need interpretation? Why?
What do you mean?
If Quran is the word of God, why you need interpretation? It's God.
Because He wants us to search for it.
This is the problem with you.
God wants us. It's the road to God. It's not just because He's not giving you a miracle to see it.
It's not
He's giving you a miracle in between your hands, so you can read it.
I read Quran twice. I learn about Hanbali, Maliki,
all those things. Sorry. Hanbali, Maliki, Hanifi, all these things are interpretations, but you have to have your own interpretation with your own belief and feelings of what it wants to tell you. And that's something that's not gonna happen unless you know about Arabic language and try to understand that there are many different words for the same word. Arabic language is very rich language, much rich than the Hebrews. It's very
always hiding that this language can be twisted left and right.
exactly like every kind of word language in the world, but the Arabic is a little bit more. Yeah, that's true.
Isn't it the same like you say
When
that
you're finished, may I read something, please, from the Bible?
His Quran has been corrupted then? Because
It's going to be corrupted according to what you're going to interpret. Because
exactly. So
exactly. So now, how you want to interpret? You have to be very. You have to understand something.
Which one
you know?
believe? Ismail?
You know?
Sunni? Hanbali?
May I read something real quick, please?
Your internet has been corrupted, buddy.
Let me read because he has his issue with it. Let me just read this real quick because someone says something that's not true. Timothy's 2, verse 11 and 12, it says, "Let the woman learn in silence with all subjects, but I suffer not a woman to..."
Right, listen, you're still not learning, are you, Resistance? Don't teach me my Bible. No, he's a fucking monophic. Listen, don't tell me shit.
I'll tell you something. You have to be powerful. I believe in one thing. The power you have is in your own belief. It's not.
Yeah, I have got the power. Why I'm on this stage and I'm not. I have the power to kick this monophic downstairs.
Yeah, but your Christianity is much stronger than your moderator to kick someone out. You know, he's just, if he's saying something, just let him say it, and as long as he's saying it in a nice way, that's it.
Mate, I'm not listening to this fucking nigger. That's it.
Okay.
It's disrespectful.
But believe whatever you want to believe, okay?
You're Indonesian? You're Indonesian?
You gotta realize that what you believe, the base of your belief is very shaky. You need to understand that. You need to acknowledge that.
It is shaky. Nobody knows the ghaib 100%.
Yeah. Exactly.
So you're blaming me that I haven't believed that shit.
You, buddy. I love you.
I'll tell you something. I'm 41 years old. When I was 30 years old, it's a different person talking to him right now, and I'm doing everything that God said not to do it, and I'm just doing it, and I'm bragging about it even.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to tell you that how I reached to this part in this life right now where I am is part of how God can prove himself existent in your own path, in your own life. So have you ever seen a lot of people that was not religious, became religious, or was Christian, became Muslim, or become this or that? It's just there's an event or a situation, let's call it an event in your life that presents God's hand that can make you, this is diwa before and this is diwa after. And this understanding between you and yourself, nobody can explain it other than your own self to your own self, which is, no, there is something wrong. Like I've seen in YouTube, some people like was in California, and one guy was, he switched from Christianity to Muslim. This guy's all face, all body tattoo. He was a drug dealer. He was the pimp. He did everything. You know, California, and everything was wrong. Or sorry, not California. It was Las Vegas even. So whatever happens in general, this guy passed through a lot of traumatic events that suddenly shaped him up and took him to this other side, which is religious life. Which religion? Islam. He tried to search in that time. He was just a plain paper. It was just a white paper, He just wanted to find the truth. He wanted to search for a God. So he was just he went shopping in the religious mark, by not having any kind of culture in his mind. When he deleted, one second. When he removed all the previous teachings from his parents, from his culture, from his people, community, when he went to the shopping for a God or he wants to know God in different religions, then he chose Islam. Why is that question? Is this happening for a lot of people? And I'll tell you something. Islam these days having a lot of question marks that a lot of people raising a lot of questions about it. And believe it or not, I'm happy with having this kind of question raised, because that means you started to get interesting to know something else.
I agree. And people like resistance actually destroying things like this, right? So this is what I'm trying to say is, in 1980s, 1970s, Indonesia's Christianity is below 5%. Indonesia has almost 300 million populations. Can you imagine? 5% is about 15 million, yeah? Half of the Catholics and Christians, about half and half kind of thing. Right now, if you look at the census, they're closing into the 20% of Christian. It means that every single year, between 1 to 2 million people converted from Islam to Christianity. And it seems like that happens in the Middle East. But it's not happening in the West, right?
It's happening in the West. It is happening in the West.
In the West.
When I was saying that, I was saying it because of the West.
A lot of people that do not believe in anything or Christian or religion, they move to Islam. That's what I've been seeing. In the other part of the world, it's the other way around.
So in the West, they have churches for Satan. Okay, so don't compare. I'm talking about the West. The West is opening. The good thing about the West, I'll be honest. The good thing about the West is the freedom of speech, which is enabling the right voice of the religion that's having its own right to be or have its own.
Do you want do me a favor? Take it easy.
Like, for example,
just try to take it slow.
Some actors getting into Islam and stuff like that, you know. Like Morgan Freeman recently. That's part of the West culture, you know. The actors are part of the culture, part of the. And believe it or not, if these people switch to Islam, so they have fans and people will be having some raising question about it, and they will search about it.
Sorry, Osama, just look at the resistant nuts there. It's a liar. I can give you exactly that data if you want to. I'm not talking to resistant because it's just it's not right. It's not representative.
Well, I didn't have anything against them. You just guys. He have each one have his attitude. I have in my own way. He had his own way, but what he was saying, he was saying it in a good way.
I don't want to deal with him. I don't want to deal with resistance. It's too negative. It's too negative. Anyway,
have you seen some Zakir Naik?
Wait, hold on.
Zakir Naik is a liar. I can actually debunk him really easily. But anyways,
how? Okay, how?
No, there's a lot of topics. We can do it one by one, Muslim, if you want to. If you want, it's just you and I. We can discuss it together. Because I learned Islam. I'm from that culture. I'm from there. I'm Christian now, and I feel much more peaceful here. And you're right. The Christianity that they show in the West is no longer Christianity. I don't know what the true Christian is, but I have to tell you, no one actually follow what Jesus said. And that's the most important thing about Christian is to follow Jesus said. Right?
Well, I'll tell you something. When I mentioned something about the West, having some Muslims more than in Arab countries, but the thing is, we do have still the Muslim culture is there, and but the problem is the capitalism. That's the problem. Now this is the main religion. The dollar is becoming
capitalism problem.
Capitalism is
capitalism.
The main devil. It's what the devil was gonna play on our own instincts, which is the seven sins, the greed, the pride. You buy things to feel prestigious. Prestigious is part of the human
So is that
sinful.
so what is that? Okay, well, I know you say capitalism is a problem.
And I'm talking about the extremes. I'm not talking about the general. I'm not talking being like just communism is the solution. I'm just telling you that the result of the capitalism is raising the bar for Satan to have a very good door to enter to human psyche and human nature to control, which is the greed. Now look about everything what's happening. Money is controlling everything.
So should we follow Islamic economic then?
I'm not talking about. I'm not like.
I'm not sure why you're talking about capitalism.
I'm not economic. I'm talking about the problem that we are facing as a humans against good and evil.
There's a lot of problems in this world, buddy, and capitalism is, in my opinion, could be one of them, but not the most.
Exactly. Thank you. That's it.
The most pressing.
But there is. But I'm not coming here to give a solution.
You know, the most pressing one is I think people who doesn't learn history and don't want to know history and want to erase history. That is dangerous. Twisting words, creating a new history, claiming things, don't want to discuss things. That is dangerous in my opinion.
But by the way, the West is the number one nation in the world that they control history. They play with history so you can believe in whatever you want a story to believe in. And by the way, I was in the States in 1999. I was in junior high school. I was in a school. I was the only Arab Egyptian in the school. And in that time, one of the kids came to me and asked me something. Are you Egyptian? Oh, yeah. Oh, really? So you do have cars in Egypt?
It's like people in US that have this out of their country. Okay, it's almost like you ask Somalian or Indonesian that never get out from their country. They don't know. You don't know that room today.
Yeah, but that's the point, which is I'm trying to say. Is with this way,
Indonesian, we always look at Hollywood movie. We know what American life is, but they don't know about us at all. But now we are in the melting pot. The world's become because of internet, which is fine, which is good.
Exactly. What I was trying to say, and that was 1999. We're talking about 25 years ago. That's not very far. If we're gonna go back, let's say 50 years ago, so imagine the human brains that being controlled. So are you in the matrix of the world's capitalism that's creating your own decisions and your own opinions about life and about things?
Like the Muslim live in their own matrix. Yeah, you're right. I agree.
Because life shouldn't be that much suffering if we follow Christianity or Islamic or Jewish laws, but we don't. Either in Christianity you'll find bad Christians and good Christians. In Islam you'll find good Christians and bad Christians.
If you look at
what we're doing right now is trying to find a common ground that we can stand up in together, better than just push each other from the edge of the religion island. You know?
I do. Yeah. That's our common. I think is where our common points is that.
Exactly, and you have to understand something that the Muslims, as much as we have kind of propaganda about bombs and violence and all this stuff that's happening around the world is because of the Muslims, blah blah blah, and even in the movies, in the Hollywood, everything, the terrorist is with a beard and having the Allahu Akbar sign behind him. All these things, with all due respect, is just part of the matrix.
You say that it's not real, that one.
I don't see that this is an act of Christian actors or Jewish actors doing it. I'm just saying it.
In Egypt, did the Muslim bomb the church over there? In the year 2001, there was 200 bombs in the church. One of them is in mine. When I was there during Christmas, they bombed the church, 200 of them, around Indonesia. Back in 2001, you can look it up.
Yeah, but that's not happening from the right Muslims. You have to understand.
So
that's not coming from the right Muslim.
They're not the right Muslim. Okay. So
exactly the same thing. The same thing. What happens in the Christian who went to the mosque and he went frenzy with his shotgun in Alabama, or I don't remember which state, but he went inside the church and with the gun. Do I see that this is the right Christian? I'll be stupid if I see and I judge Christianity is all about violence and stupid people.
I've had enough now. I've had enough.
I will never think about it this way because Christianity and Jesus is in a higher level in my own beliefs and
Patricia, did you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I've been enjoying this conversation. I am a Christian, born again Christian. I'm Pentecostal, but I used to be Catholic when I was Mormon for 30 years. Just to let Hassan know, I enjoyed listening to you. And then I go to the Assemblies of God, Pentecostal. And, you know, there is good and bad people. I agree with you. The other night, I made friends over COVID. I made friends with a man, and I haven't heard from him in a while, but he lives in Gelma, Algeria. Fareed Fedadawi. Now, Fareed, you know, was trying to tell me about his country. I was asking questions, Christians, Jews. The only thing that makes me nervous, and I was thinking about him, I guess, maybe the other night, and I was watching on YouTube the issues of Christians in Algeria. Now, they had, you know, in 1990, they had a civil war and so forth. To break away from France, the Muslims felt mistreated, so there were murders. But the Christians did stay, the Catholics. It's mainly the Christianity is like 2% there, I think. It's very small. But they chose to stay. They entered I had to find the Eternal Word Network, EWTN network, so that which is here in the United States, but it's Catholic run. But you know, they sent some people to Algeria to interview the Catholics that were there, the bishop and the archbishop, and you know, it's hard. The restrictions are horrible. I have to say, thank God for America. Why? You do have those rights. I know that just doesn't. I felt very. What the fuck you? That's sad. This, that. And you know, I think we have those rights here. That there it was horrible. You know, to the Muslim, you know, the Catholics, the Christians that have left. You know, they have students, but they under Islam. It's very
Algeria, right?
Yes, this is in Algeria, and yes, they kind of watch them and protect them, and they ask the bishops questions. They ask the priests that were there, sir. You know, how did they feel like when the camera people were, and there weren't that many, believe me, maybe one. And I wanted to share another story very quickly when I get to that, because it was interesting. I had not watched anything in a while on Algeria. And because of my friend that lives there. And what they did, you know, they had people following them, you know, security. Now, they were told to make sure they were safe, but also they feel like the government is watching and so forth. So it's a mixture. It's very, very restrictive, very, I was in tears. It brought, you know, I could feel the Holy Spirit. I'm so sad for the Christians there. They can't share the gospel. You're not allowed to proselytize. and they go to jail, they go to prison, and
That's
things like that.
in Indonesia and Pakistan, Patricia, around the world. Just people in the West, they don't realize that Christian around the world has been persecuted for so long.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I agree with you. And you know what? I wanted to share real quick. So one of the cameramen that was helping the man from EWTN was actually lived in Algeria, and he converted he was one of the only ones they could find that would share their story of conversion from Islam to Christianity. And he shared the story, and they said, well, how did it happen? Did were you going to the Catholic Church? How did it, you're not allowed to proselytize. He said he started to have dreams. And I've heard this in other rooms. I've heard this, on other channels and things of Muslims having dreams of Jesus Christ. And this cameraman, said this young cameraman who still lived in Algeria, he had, it took him years to get back, his parents weren't talking to him anymore, his community. I got this feeling, man, he could have been in jail. Something else could have happened. Thank God it didn't, but he said he had a dream of Jesus Christ, and it slowly started.
And that's happening everywhere, and I just noticed this. And actually, in the last couple of months, I've been talking to this young man. His name is Ali from Indonesia, right? And basically what he's saying is he got visited by Jesus himself. And he doesn't know, and he asks, who are you? And I'm Jesus. And believe in me. And now he's in the process to be baptized. But he's so scared because his mother is very religious, Islam religious. He's so scared. And I said, don't be scared. You don't need, don't be scared. Because Jesus is with you. You saw him in your dream. And when I look just for fun, look on the internet about this, and it's just recently, it happens around the world. It happens around the world. It's crazy.
Well, you know what Jesus said, they hated it. It's the Holy Spirit, the one that they think, yes, Saxon. By the way, Saxon, I did a little quick research, because that gentleman, that other guy was telling you, women in church, hey, there were deaconesses in the church, there were, historically, now as the church moved more to the west, it became more liturgical, and women didn't do as much, but in the scripture, it'll say, thank you, Junia, thank you, this one. They are working in the church. So women, were just sitting back. Now, there were issues about uneducated, with people, women, and men too. And I think there's a scripture, I can't remember where it is, I'll be honest. However, it says to have your men be silent also. So I think it's about causing confusion. It's more confusion.
See, the thing is with resistance, Patricia, he likes the idea of I had a phone call. He likes the idea of oppression when it comes to women. Women should be seen, not heard. That's resistance kind of style. I'll tell you what, you're not going to get that from a fucking Saxon Viking. You can go fuck yourself, motherfucker.
You guys just...
The husband and wife of pastor.
I'll tell you something. You know that in Islam, when it came, it tackled two main things. Slavery and putting women at a higher level to be treated better. Like, these two things was something that in that culture, when Islam came, was like out of the question. What? Slavery is the number one thing that's just nobody's thinking about canceling slavery. And women was just either slaves or either just servants at your palace.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. No, it's fine, brother. But listen,
I'm not taking the bait, but
no. I'm telling everyone else to not take the bait.
Oh, okay.
No, it's fine. You're allowed to.
Well, the main thing, because I know what the media is showing, that the the husband can marry four, and a woman is just underneath the husband and doesn't have any kind of personality. It's nonsense, because Prophet Muhammad, in his journey of his marriages, it all had a reason, and it's had specific reason for its own message that he's giving us. And part of it, one of his marriages was Khadija, which is older than him, more money and much profitable business that she was owning as a trading business. So he gave him all her business, and he was able to take care of his business without any kind of manipulation for any kind of self-profit, It's part of his own things that shows how a man can be for a woman in different pictures. He married to a Jewish. He married to a younger woman. Okay? At the end of the day, it's part of his own messages to show that how a man can be for a woman. And we tried our best to be that kind of man, but women these days are becoming walking in a different road, which is the independent road. And this kind of it is kind of giving you more power. And
Well, it's true. Women deserve just as much power as men. I'm married to a Muslim. Listen, but I'm married to a Muslim, and my Muslim husband would never, ever change me, who I am as a person, for no one. In fact, he loves it when someone's cursing and insulting me and I'm cussing them back. He tells me to cuss them back.
Exactly.
They deserve it.
I would tell you the same thing, but I would tell you to be good in your judgment and don't let a donkey take you in his own farm, Just be like, I'm not saying that Muslim women or any woman should be weak, but should be using her own weakness as a part of her power sometimes. Because a woman physically...
in my eyes, a man should not have more authority over a woman. But I think everyone should be equal. I mean, if Muslims got a problem that women are becoming a bit more of authority or more independent or whatever you want to call it, that's their problem, not the woman's problem.
No, that's a different thing. We're gonna talk to social studies about the relationship between men and women.
But do you know, actually, there's actually studies that show that women are actually more intelligent than most men.
I'm not against that. I used to say that to my friends. If a woman the same age to a man, I'm sure that she's much better brained than him, because that's nature. Because you guys, you can think logical and you can think emotional as well. But sometimes if your hormones is a little bit overriding your logic mind that moment, you're gonna attempt to decide.
Ain't no woman smarter than me, though. Ain't no woman smarter than me about that shit.
Well, she can.
Maybe my wife.
She can lure you out. Any woman,
My wife is smarter. That's it. My wife's smarter than me, but that's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, that's enough. That's all.
Not Saxton by any means.
That's the only one.
Megatron, shut the fuck up. He does this
Saxton's
all the time.
definitely not fucking smarter than me.
You guys, how long have you been friends here in Clubhouse? Because
He does it all the time, man. Listen, I'm his favourite person on here. He just don't like to admit it. He just likes to troll me all the time.
I can feel it. I can tell that from the beginning.
We were friends. There's nothing wrong.
He's my brother from another mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But where are you guys from? Sexton?
The UK.
UK, yeah, I can tell from the UK. Let me tell you, from Essex?
No, Nottingham originally.
Nottingham, okay. I was just gonna say Liverpool a little bit with the accent as well.
Mate, don't put me in the category of stars, so I can't stand there.
I used to be in Dubai. I used to sell the green belt of the M25, around the M25. I used to sell lands there around. Yeah, it was good. That was my connection to the UK. And Megatron? US?
Yeah, man, he's just a fucking Puerto Rican, Mexican foreigner living on the land of New York. He's a nobody. He's a refugee.
Okay, watch ice these days. Then. Watch the ice these days. Stay away from ice. So yeah, it's just it's the dilemma that we're just going into, and it's just, I believe in one thing. If you're born and you have a belief in your heart and a faith, it's much better than just an atheist who's just believing in nothing. That's at least a good thing.
I don't know about that, bro.
I thought you believe in Islam or something.
Yeah, I don't know if I can agree with that.
I don't want to, because in Quran there is a very clear verse. Lakum dinakum waliya din. This is Prophet Muhammad when he was debating with Quraysh, his people.
When he said practically
Lakum dinakum waliya dini, which means you have your religion, I have my own.
Just my religion, I know that.
Exactly.
You don't use that when you use that when you were minority. Once you're majority, you don't use that scripture. You use the other one.
Why are you talking to him like that? This guy's gonna go in the audience. You gotta go in the audience. You need to go get something to eat. I don't know if you're fasting or something, but you got too much attitude today. I don't know what your problem is. This guy's super nice, and you want to sit here like a fucking asshole. You can start your own room and be mean to Muslims when they go into your room.
I know, it's a pity I'm not. It's such a pity.
Well, guys,
too much. He's like accusing you for shit you didn't say.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say that, but I thought, you know what, you were happy because he was.
No, I don't even know him. I don't even know the guy. I don't even know the guy. They come into my room because there's people that come in here who want to take over the show.
He's one of your, troops.
No.
Again,
I'm not gonna blame him. I'm not gonna get blamed for this shit either. He can go to another fucking room if he wants. I don't give a fuck. I have my usual people that hang out here.
Thanks, man.
He's not one of them. He wants to get to know me. He's gonna have to get to know me. He's not gonna just come in and start being rude to people.
Seems like I'm doing something right since I'm still on stage. So
no, you're fine. Yeah, I don't kick anybody out.
That's good.
I want you to stay here. And this guy, people like this will make you leave, so I'd rather kick him out.
I'll tell you something. My religion, as in Islam, is a little bit big in a way that it can involve different opinions, because I've been in Dubai. Dubai have a lot of cultures there, a lot of nationalities there. I've seen Americans, Europeans, Asians, Africans, different in the world. And I've seen atheists, and actually I was living in an apartment that was sharing with one atheist, Iraqi guy. He was from Iraq. He was Muslim, and he switched to be an atheist. And we were drinking together. That day was a weekend, and we're just in my room. We're having some drinks, and we just start talking about religion, okay? And don't forget, I'm Muslim, I'm drinking, okay? But I still have my own faith. I'm standing on my own solid ground. Doesn't mean that I cannot do wrong. And I believe that God is merciful, and He will send us, all of us, either you're a Christian, you're a Jew, you're gonna go to heaven or hell. You're gonna go to heaven out of His merciness, not out of your acts. As much as you can do the best thing in life, being the best citizen, best person, best human, but still you're gonna go to heaven not by your own choice or act. It's just gonna be His own merciful. So do good in life in general. Do as much as you can do in general. So anyway, so I was doing wrong. I was drinking with him and I was talking, and then we talked about atheists. As an atheist, he doesn't believe in God. He doesn't believe. He just believes in nature. Mother Nature is. We are, as a human, we are an evolution of the one cellular bacterial being, and then became a human being at the end with this kind of conscious, with this kind of knowledge, and with this kind of civilization, and all these things is happening out of
nature. This is what I want to talk to you about. You see this verse that I have here? This verse that I have on the top? 381. 381.
I'll tell you something, but about
381. I'm just going to let you know, because this is primarily what I want to talk about today. So whether if you're in here or not, I'm going to talk about this all day today. Okay.
Is a result of Islamic.
I just want to explain this to you.
Shalom, Saul. Shalom.
I just want to explain this verse to you, right? Give me a minute. I don't care about the rosters and fucking laying them off. I don't give a shit. Anyway, so these guys, right? 381. Don't you realize, like, even theologically, especially theologically, this is a lot of problems if this is Muhammad. This causes a lot of problems in the Quran if this verse is talking about Muhammad. And I'll tell you why. Because it creates such a theological tension in the belief, in your belief. It can't be Muhammad. Because then this verse contradicts the entire Quran in and of itself. Because if I ask you, do you believe in the scriptures Isa was revealed to Isa? You're going to say no. You're going to say it's corrupted. The verse specifically says you have to believe in what he's revealed. Well, if this is Muhammad, Muhammad is giving contradictory views to the Bible, then this can't be about him. This has to be about Isa. Because even in the Quran and in the New Testament, this is consistent. He's confirming the Torah being revealed. But Isa is confirming the Torah being revealed in the Bible. Isa is the one, it literally says, right? It literally says, Moses wrote about me. Muhammad never says this. He never says this. But in the New Testament, Jesus is saying, Moses wrote about me. So, that's the reason why this verse fits in, which the 5, John, chapter 5, 45 to 47. This is in the Bible. This verse matches this verse perfectly. If 381, you want to circumvent this into the Quran, just basically it's a lot of problems. It really makes the Quran look like, I don't know, somebody tampering with it or something.
Megatron, it's coming from the same source. Allah, God, the soul, the spirit. And you will find some things can match here or there. It's not a big thing. It's not a big thing that you found. It's actually, it's a plus point. For both of them are coming from the same womb, or coming from the same source, so same spirit. You know what I mean? Don't look at it as, I agree. Don't look at it as, oh wait, hey Muhammad, how the hell from where you got this kind of words? This is coming from our side. That shouldn't be coming from you. Are you just copying things What the hell are you doing? You know what I mean? Don't look at it this way. Look at it as like, wow, there is some kind of things that can, click, that can let's call it like leaks. Let's call it like a leaks. That's like a leaks from a divine leaks between the religion. Because yes, they are. Let me tell you something. There are a lot of things in Surat al-Mustaqim. And the Surat al-Mustaqim, these are also in the teachings of Buddha. I don't see Buddha as kafir or like God take him to hell. No, Buddha is one of, maybe he's one of God's Nas al-Talihin, because he mentioned in the Quran that the old prophets that I mentioned to you, it's like around 164 prophets mentioned the Quran, and those are the only ones that I've mentioned to you. And there are others that were not mentioned. And it's stated in the Quran exactly like that in that verse. Means that there are some other holy people with kind of anointed by God's, like been touched by God's light, that's been sent to some kind of communities that we're not aware about, just for the mercy for God to take them to the light, to His light, with His own message, and we don't know anything about them. It's like exactly, what about the people in the Eskimos or in the North Pole and the South Pole that doesn't have any kind of religion that reached them? No, there are people inside those Eskimos will have some kind of touch from God that will lead them to this kind of life. That's what I believe in. This is how God is seeing everything, even the ant in its own, it's all part of the plan. At the end of the day, if you found this kind of thing as mixing between what's Muhammad said and what's in the Bible, so I don't see it like, so what? You want to see it as Muhammad is liar? I can see it that this is a common thing between the two religions that's more as an evidence that they are coming from the same source. It's a two different way of seeing things, or the same thing that we're looking at together. You see it number 6, I see it number 9. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's the thing. I mean, they look identical if you look from other perspective. But here's the thing. I mean, if you have to pay, let's say $9 and you have only 6 and you want to buy it, you can't, it's not enough. So, I mean, it's better to be sure it's 6 or 9.
Habibi, if at the end of the day, it's not a buying thing. If you're gonna buy it, if you're gonna buy a religion, I understand what you're saying. Now let me just explain to you. If you're gonna buy real religion, if you're gonna be a good Christian, good for you. But if you're gonna be a bad Christian or a good Muslim, no, be a good Muslim better. But if you're gonna be a good Christian, then that's good for you and for the message that's been sent from God to Isa to get you to this kind of goodness. Then the message has been received, mission accomplished. Thank you, Jesus, for sending us a good Christian. But if you are going to be a result of a stupid kind of culture, kind of political, radical kind of vision of Christianity that's going to look at Muslims as bombs and this and that, then I'm so sorry, but you don't understand anything about Muslims then. Because what you're seeing is the bad Muslim that you're judging, and you're judging the whole religion. So the whole kind of thing is fucked up, because you're not a good Christian because you're not having judgment on another religion. You're just judging the whole religion for human actions.
Yeah, but my friend, here's what I'm saying. Let's say I'm not talking about you. I agree with you that in every religion there are like good people and bad people. Okay, but I'm saying, if the religion, offers you something almost good, like imagine you need to buy something and you just almost bought it. I mean, it doesn't mean you have it.
We're all almost. We're not.
Yeah, no,
Nobody's
but here's the
100%.
thing.
Nobody's 100%, Saul.
No, yeah, I know. Like, yeah,
We're all
that's
almost.
why. This is why Jesus.
I'm promising you with the heaven, the same promise that you're having a promise with the same heaven, the same promise that in the Jews are being promised with the same heaven. So we're almost.
No, here's the thing,
But you're afraid about something. You're afraid about at the end of the day. I know, but at the end, the difference between the belief that we're talking about 6 and 9, the one that you're gonna decide to buy and the one that you're gonna go for, you need to have more guarantee that this is the right way, right? That's what you want to say.
Yeah.
Correct. Very good. So what I'm trying to say to you, I'm answering your conclusion in a head, because I understood what you're trying to say from the beginning when you want to start saying. But the end of the day, I'm trying to tell you is being on the Sirat al-Mustaqim, which is mentioned in Tawrat as 10 Commandments, and being on the right teachings of the Bible and the Prophet, peace be upon him, Jesus and Muhammad, if you are on the same way that each one of them said, then you're on the right path. And I wish you all the best. And I'm sure that I'm your brother from another mother. But if I'm looking at you according to my own culture and my own teachings and my own grandpa's teachings and stuff like that, then you're from where? Israeli? Jewish, astaghfirullah, kafir, go to hell. That's not Islam. There's a difference between Al-Qaeda and Zionists.
Wait a second. Do you mean this one? Do you understand Arabic, right?
That's not the difference between ISIS and Israel and anti-Zionist or Zionist is not the same comparison between Jewish and Muslims.
Hassan, do you understand Arabic? بحكي عربي.
أيوة بحكي.
اسمع.
What this ideology is about.
Wait a second.
Listen, stop it, please. You know this kind of people with this kind of tone when they talk? I don't listen to this kind of people. I'm a Muslim.
Do you know what he says? That only worship,
I don't
worship God is through the killing the
exactly. That's why this kind of tone of a human talking religion with this kind of way, this means that there are other people will be weak souls that needs to be controlled. Don't forget about something, that religion, part of it in the history, if you go to the history till the pharaohs, okay, religious people were part of the tools of the politics to how to control people. So the bishops, and even in the Vaticans and stuff like that, and the history can tell you that the Vaticans was part of Europe's big shots in taking a big decisions of elections and stuff like that. So what I'm trying to say, politics are dirty in general, and politics can use religion for their own benefits, 100%, definitely. And can twist the religion to its own verses that can serve its own agendas, 100%. Is it being used? All over the history of the human mankind, since the pharaohs and the ancient humans. knowing about religion.
But here's
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
At the end of the day, the pyramids have been like there's a lot of culture being the reason of building the pyramids is because of the gods of the kings of the pharaohs was giving them the eternity in heaven if you build for the king this kind of eternity life. So they were doing this for their own salvation to build this monuments and this kind of things. So imagine how you can control a human mind with a belief of eternity and afterlife happiness.
So now tell me something. What should we do with those people when we hear this, and actually they represent Jesus, that actually you see Jesus preach about love, your neighbor as yourself. And then, wait a second, let me finish this, let me finish my point. And then they represent Isa, okay, that he is going to come back to this earth, okay, he is going to break the cross, kill the pigs, and he's going to do like the same thing, like the same way this guy was talking, he is going to talk to every Muslim. So every Muslim would obey him and go this is what it talks about our Jesus. I mean, if you look, 6 and 9, here's the problem. I mean, which Jesus should I follow? The one who loves or the one who is going to kill?
Well, the thing is, it's in the revelations of Jesus coming in the afterlife, fighting with the Antichrist and all these things.
Yeah.
I don't believe that I will live in it. I will be dead before that things happen. So will be Jesus coming or not coming is something that I'm sure that the end of days will be having a lot of horrors and things that's gonna be part of it. Jesus will come back as a revelation, or how it's gonna end. It's just, I believe in Judgment Day, Yom al-Hisab. I believe in this is the main thing. I believe that al-Aqab wal-Thawab in punishment and being gifted, like the opposite of punishment. So I believe in that. So I believe in you do a good deed, you go to heaven. You do a bad deed, you go to hell. And hell is not just an oven of fire, people just burning there and just a barbecue night. It's just it's how your transitional of your soul. It's just gonna be the translation of what you are doing on earth. It's just gonna be the same soul that its own GPS was hell. And you're just following the GPS on earth, and you're gonna continue the same GPS in the afterlife, which is your destination is hell.
Okay, so now
because hell can be on earth still. You can live in hell on earth.
You're talking about the moral, moral and religious compass. Now, what is going here? What's happening here? That, can you define what is good and what is bad?
Now, what's happening on that kind of sheikh I was talking, I'm not God, so I can know what's his intention and because God will only be judging each one of us according his intentions. Inna al-a'malu bin-niyat. Everything God will be judging people on his own done and deeds and things that have been done. And forget about God will judge you. Which was your religion in your social security ID? What was written in your passport? Are you a Muslim, or a Christian, or a Jewish, or you're a Buddhist? Or God is not gonna be standing at a passport gate waiting for you just to show him your passport ID that's gonna show him, Muslim, just, okay, I'll pass, next, Muslim, next, Christian, wait, come on the side, please, I need to talk to you on the side, now tell me what's the problem? Why didn't you believe in me? Did I send you Muhammad? He's not gonna do this kind of thing. It's just gonna be your actions. The main thing, if you're gonna believe in God and you're gonna believe in His prophets, that those were holy prophets sent to us for our own guidance, for the better life, as like a traffic controllers to show you some traffic light guides for the afterlife. Because if you're gonna live in this life without kind of guide like that, our own nature gonna be controlling, which is starting from Cain and Abel. The humankind is killing. We are without a religion or a faith. We're just gonna be switched into basic instincts, animals, and basic instincts.
Right, so hang on a second. The only reason you don't kill people is because God told you not to.
No, but I will kill you if I'm in a room, me and you, and we're not having food and water, and we're gonna die. And I have a knife, and there's one knife, and we're starving to death. I'm not gonna kill you that moment.
You will do that. You will do that even if you are Muslim. If you are starving enough.
I'm gonna do that. Listen. I might do that even if I'm a Muslim. I'll do that. I'm a Christian. I'll do that if I'm a Jewish. At the end of the day, I'll do that according to my humanity.
Your poor people don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it at them. You have no military. Listen, you shouldn't be talking about killing people or nothing. You guys should be the most humble people on this fucking planet. Honestly, you guys are not in a good position. And you want to know something? As long as you believe in that book, you're never going to be in a good position. And it's not just going to be the book that's going to prevent you. It's going to be the people around you, like every Christian and every Jew. Because if your ultimate goal is to break the cross and kill the pig, then you're never going to prosper. And I will guarantee it. I'm not trying to be rude. But until you change these things about your religion, you're never gonna be part of people like us.
Who says?
That's what this says. That's what it says. It says that this is from cast down from your hadiths corpus and your isnads, and it says that's what he's going to come back to do.
But I'll tell you something. I'll look at it this way. It's the same 9 and 6.
Tell me you never heard that? You never heard that before?
I'm talking about myself. Talking about my own belief and my own understanding of Muslim and Islam and the difference that we're talking about now. Because I've been in the States, I have, as I told you, Christian friends, Jewish friends, atheists, so I'm a little bit different than the stereotypes that we're talking about, because that's what you're talking. Again, I'm not saying that we as Muslims have a lot of stereotypes that you can mention the whole night today. But if you're gonna mention those, and I'm not one of them, but I'm still standing my ground as a Muslim, so you have to understand that I might be a different path that Islam is talking to you to listen to, you know?
The Islam will not be established until the Muslims...
But I'm not here to break any laws or everything. At the end of the day, if you know where a neck...
rock or tree, or the rock or tree will say, "Oh Muslim, oh servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him."
No. I was just mentioning this example that was someone talking.
That's your religion.
No, but my religion is still saying that "Lakum dinakum waliya dini," which means you have your own religion, I have my own religion. But at the end of the day, look and walk in the earth and try to meditate on this kind of sky, what's in the skies and what's in the ground and the earth and what's in the seas and what's around you, and how all this food and all this life around you is given to you.
You want me to look up in the sky?
That's the kind of verse in the Quran. That's what the Quran says also, guys.
Oh. You want me to look around so he could shoot me in the back of the head? No, it's not gonna happen. Yeah, look that way. Look that way. So you don't say
I'm Iranian, and I also want to share my viewpoints whenever you
Go ahead.
Yeah, share it.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Iranian. So about the topic of the room, I mean the question, the sentence that has been written, Iran had a huge Islam problem. I would say Iranian people wouldn't have any problem with any particular religion so long as you keep your religion to yourself. If you're Islam, your Christianity, your Judaism, just tells you whether or not the God exists, or how you should pray when you're alone or you are in a mosque, or whether you believe after we die there is another world or not. So long as your religion tells these kind of things, we are okay with it. But the moment you start to say how we should behave in the society, what should be the ruling system, how should the banks operate, when you start prescribing things about these matters, we will have a problem, yes. And I would say Iranians have an Islam problem. And about the point that Hossam was sharing about two people being in a room, and if they're serving, they would kill themselves. It doesn't matter what is your religion. It is a pure instinct. If you are starving enough, if you have been kept 100 days hungry, yes, at the end of the day, you will kill them yourselves, whether or not you are Muslim or Christian or atheist like me. Lots of Iranians are atheists, including myself. And I had another point to share.
Why the religion? That's why the religions are having one main backbone. Salat al-Mustaqim. The main backbone is don't kill, don't cheat, don't treat your parents good, and
we have morality to prescribe. We don't need religion to tell these things. We already know. We already know that stealing things from other people is not good. What do you consider us as human beings? Why do you insult other human beings? I don't want to be rude, but why do you think people in general and by their essence are some kind of killers, inherent killers and stealers? No, they have morality to tell us. So I am an atheist and I don't believe in Islam or any other religion, but I consider stealing a bad thing. I consider lying a bad thing. I consider killing innocent people a bad thing. But guess what? The Muslims, whenever they have, so that's the third point I wanted to share, and I forgot previously. Let me make my point, and I will land in 1 minute. Why on earth? I mean, when I said Iranians wouldn't have a problem with Islam so long as it is your personal belief rather than the thing that you want to impose on us, I was too gentle and too kind. If you go inside Iran and ask ordinary Iranian people, sorry, but they hate Islam. Sorry, but that's the way they think. Because why on earth should we bother to differentiate the so-called quote-unquote true Islam from what has been imposed on us through 47 years of occupation? They arrest and lock people in Ramadan if people eat and drink in public. They imprison women for not wearing enough hijab. They stone women to death for act of adultery. They execute gay men.
It's a radical Islam.
So how on earth and why on earth should I differentiate what you believe to be the true Islam in all those different branches and stereotypes that you were mentioning? Why should I bother? Wherever Islam has gained power, what happened in Afghanistan? What happened in Iran? What is happening in Saudi Arabia? Women, after so many years, just are starting to get their driving license right back. Why on earth we should bother with these things?
Well, as I'm telling you, Iran is having a problem with Islam as being a radical Islamic. You know what's happened in Egypt when the Muslim Brotherhood controlled the regime and being the president? That was 2013. Okay, it just took him 1 year, and we just fucked him up, and we just did a coup, and now become a military kind of government. So what I'm trying to say here, Islam can be used against the communities in a way to be controlling as a policy tool to control nations. That's not going to be a good way. That's totally not going to be a good way. And even it's going to be Christianity, it's not. A religion shouldn't be part of politics because politics is dirty, and religion shouldn't be putting under this kind of pressure to be used as a dirty tool to control someone against his own will. Because at the end of the day, you should be free of your own. God gave you this kind of precious gift to be free. You're not an animal, okay, because you have a mind that can be choosing a religion, a faith.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You said very nice.
Other than that, if you don't have a belief and faith, let me just finish one last thing. The difference between you and an animal is between a human and an atheist without having a belief. I'm not saying an animal as being as to be put him low in the level, but an atheist, he chose to put himself out of this kind of great that been given to us by God, and by supporting it with the religion to make sense out of it, because without the religion we're just going to be instinctual animal.
Assam, this is really bad. This is really, I mean, this is fucking horrible. I mean, what are you talking about? Are you alright? Are you drinking Assam?
Okay, let me make sense to what let me just untangle what I just said. So what was just Velvet saying a while ago about Iran and what's happening is an Islamic regime that's happening in Iran? I totally understand what he's saying, and I totally agree in what he's saying, and I believe, I'll tell you something. I've seen a lot of Iranian people coming to Dubai, and the women, especially the women that are married, they come to Dubai to have wild nightlife and just go out of her own nature, okay? And have even sex with a stranger, one night stands. And why is that? It's because of the people in Iran are a little bit tough in a way of the religion culture, the radical religion culture for the previous decades has been creating a result of people who's having this kind of double faces. Like, yes, they are Islamic countries, but these individuals, if you put them out on a different place that doesn't have this kind of radical Islamic rules, they will go crazy and fucking wild like shit around every kind of...
Including Iranian women, we have nothing as radical Islam or moderate Islam, as you are saying. We have nothing as radical Islam. We have nothing as radical Islam or moderate Islam. We have either your personal religion or a religion that you are trying to impose on other people. We have nothing as radical. So don't purify Islam by saying that what is happening in Iran is radical Islam. What is happening in Afghanistan is radical Islam. ISIS is radical Islam. Al-Qaeda, radical Islam. Boko Haram, radical Islam. None of them are radical Islam. They are just religions that are not separated from states. They are not separated from society. You should keep your religion to your personal beliefs. The way you think about whether the God exists or not, or another world after we die exists or not. That's just it. The moment you start to say, no, Islam says you should be honest, Islam says you should be kind to other people. Sorry, we don't need Islam to tell us these things. We already know that.
How do you know that? Who told you that? How you knew about morals?
Well, we understand.
Other than what came from religion?
Decency. It's really
Can't say
Decency is coming from where?
Can't say Islam, bro. That's the thing. You can't say Islam.
Can you apply those morals you're talking about to your prophet?
Morals doesn't have to come from religion. We have years and years of teachings from our grandparents, from our ancestors, there's a lot of like, what are you talking about? That we don't have to get our morals from religion. What the fuck? Like, we have a brain, right? We have a brain. We are able to understand what is right and what is not right. I know if somebody is stealing from me, that's gonna hurt. I have enough common sense in me to understand if somebody is robbing me, that's gonna hurt. So I'm not gonna do the same thing for someone else. I have fucking empathy in me. I don't need a book telling me that this is right to do or this is wrong to do. What are you talking about?
But what if the book doesn't disagree with what you say?
I have fucking logic in me. I don't need a book to tell me what to do for my morals.
Okay. But I'm just telling you, I'm just giving you an example. If I told you that, Yasmin, there is a book called Quran, and it's saying the same kind of morals that you're agreeing to. So where's the problem against it?
When I already have information in me, I would say, why the fuck would I need that book?
Exactly. Why would you need it?
I'm not asking you to need it or not. I'm not telling you to need it. I'm asking you if there is a book that you need. That's good. Then
Muslims will use it to sell to other people as a kind religion, as a religion of peace. That's the problem.
You're telling me there is a book that agrees with my morals? Okay, cool. I already have the logic. What am I gonna do with a book? What is the book gonna do?
It's giving you a little bit more than the morals. It's giving you it's giving you an introduction about
Okay, look at the countries.
This whole life. That's it.
Okay, that's your claim. Let's look at it, huh? Look at the countries that are following the book's moral. Look at those countries and compare it to the rest of the world. What do you really see? Do you see that moral happening in that countries? Do you see that moral, morality, a nicer life happening in Afghanistan, in Iran, and countries who are following Islam? Do you really see that?
No. I don't see that, but I'm not seeing that.
I'm glad you're logical.
But I'm not seeing that because of that's the nature of human, and that's what's telling me in the book, by the way. That told me that you will face that either there is a book or not. The book told me that this is the human life in this dunya. This is our fate. So expect it.
In this dunya, other people are living happily.
So
other people are living happily.
Let me ask you a question from Hossam. Because you were asking us a scenario, just assume it. I know you consider it to be impossible. Just assume a scenario. Just assume. Assume Quran says you should kill every child behind 10 years. Younger than 10 years. No matter. Just imagine. Assume. I know this is impossible. What would you do if Quran actually says you should kill every innocent child? What would you do? Just tell me what would you do?
I would tell you. Corn, like the White House. Okay. So what I would do the same what my ancestor did, but if I have a brain.
Sorry, I don't know your answer, sir. No. Quran is imagine a scenario, an impossible scenario, that Quran says you should kill an innocent child. What what will you do as a Muslim, as a believer in Quran? What will you do?
Kill an innocent child?
You will do it?
Yeah. Maybe this child was...
So I have nothing to discuss with you. You haven't proved yourself. You haven't proved yourself. No, it's not about morality. I just tried to give you a common sense scenario which Quran would say something horrific, but you will do that. That's what Islam does. That's the problem. That's the problem.
See how you are happy? That you took the answer from me and you just closed it and wrapped it up and okay guys, that's it. Man, slow down.
Because we understand your mentality, bro. We understand.
No, Yasmin, you don't understand. Don't say I understand. Trust me, I don't understand you. I'll tell you something. Let's agree on one thing. I don't understand you still because we still didn't talk enough so we can know each other. And you have to agree on the thing.
I've been listening to your mindset for quite some time to have some kind of a judgment on.
Well, going deeper in my own belief, it takes different mentalities and take different way of answering because each question have a different path to answer it. Because what Velvet is asking me, if the Quran is just gonna ask me to kill a 10 years old, which is already a hypothetical way of giving an example, but I'm so sorry, but if you want to real my answer, I'll tell you that if the religion, I'm talking about myself, okay? I'm talking about Hussam, me. If my religion, if my book, if my God is going to ask me something that's out of the logic, doesn't have a logic, I'm not going to believe in this God. And I'm so sorry to tell you. I'm so sorry to tell you that. I'm so sorry to tell you one thing.
To be following logic.
I'm happy that you didn't logic for answer.
Logic. So let me ask you something. Now,
I'm a bit confused. Sorry, I'm a bit confused because you gave two different answers. You gave two different answers. You should give one answer.
I'll give you an example. No.
Just stick to my example.
You said enough. Let him talk. Go ahead, go.
Yeah. So you gave me two different answers. Okay. If you are going to say I would do
a joke. The first one was a joke.
No. What is your answer?
Make you happy. Just to make you happy.
No. Give me your answer. In this scenario, what will you do? If Quran says you should kill an innocent child, you might change your answer. That's okay. But don't give me two answers. Just give me one answer. Whether you will go and kill that innocent child, or if your second answer, which was different from the first one, was that if it is not logical, I will not do that. So which one is your answer? Whether you will kill that child, so Quran, in my scenario, because I am giving you the scenario, in my scenario, Quran is not giving you any reasoning or any logic. It is just telling you you should kill any innocent 10-year-old child without any reasoning, without any logic. What will you do?
But where is that in Quran, and why are you saying that about Quran?
It is not in Quran. It is not in Quran. I'm not claiming it.
It's in Hadith.
I'm not claiming it.
It's a
No. Okay, even if it is, I'm not arguing about that. I'm imagining it is not in Quran. I'm just imagining. I'm assuming because I want to question your logic. I'm questioning your logic.
It's a moral dilemma.
But Velvet, I'll tell you something. In Quran, there is the story of Abraham that he.
Again, I'm not speaking about true Quran. I'm not speaking. Okay,
you're talking about the
imaginary scenario.
Or if God says to one of the prophets, for example, you're talking about the Quran. The Quran. You're talking about the Quran. It's mentioning to kill 10 years or an innocent child.
Forget about Quran. Let's talk about Bible. Imagine a true believer in Christianity because you are letting your prejudice and letting your preconceived opinion to stand in your way to respond to my question. So forget about Islam. Imagine a true believer in Christianity opens Bible and Bible says you should kill an innocent child without giving any reasoning. What should that true believer in Bible and Christianity do? Whether he should kill that child, or whether he should say, no, there is no logic behind this. Why would I do that? Why would on earth should I kill an innocent child? Which one is your option? Which one is your answer?
Any religion, either a Bible and I thank you for taking the scoop. It's not just about the Quran. It's about any religion or any kind of book that's saying something that's out of the human logic, and it's involving killing a human soul, an innocent human soul. And if any kind of human will be following that, I don't think that's the right.
Okay, thank you. I'm so happy that you gave this answer, because it is much better than your previous answer that you said, I will kill that, I will kill whatever Quran says I will kill. Okay, I consider you might have made a mistake. But now you have confessed, now you have acknowledged that there is a human nature in us.
Mate, I'm a Christian jihadist. If God told me to go kill someone, I'm going to go kill him. That's it.
See? See? Exactly.
And you have this story in the Quran, Hassan. You have it. It's the Kidder story.
Guys, oh my God,
It's
that's
the Kidder.
stereotype.
It's
That's
the
the
Kidder.
stereotype of
It's not the stereotype.
mind about the Muslims.
I don't care. You have the story about Kidder. That's not even an original story. That story is in the Talmud about Elijah walking around Moses.
In that time, جاهدوا في سبيل الله, jihad في سبيل الله, this is what's also taking against a lot of Muslims, that Islam was spread by the sword. Believe me, the least religion that was spread by the sword is Islam. Okay?
All right. And
so if we're gonna talk about
no, it's not anything about the sword. We're talking about the innocent life of the story in chapter 18, 60 through 82, with Kidder walking around with Moses. The kid did not commit a sin yet. Did not commit a sin. And he was
exactly. Now, can I tell you my own interpretation for this kind of thing?
Does that make sense with the logic that you just said? You said nobody should do this.
That's another 6 and 9. That's another 6 and 9, guys. That's another 6 and 9, and you have to understand one thing. Because I totally understand your point, and I totally understand how you can see that. Because at the beginning, Khidr, when he walked with when Moses walked with Khidr, told him, "You will not gonna be, وَلَن تَسْتَطِيعَ مَعِي صَبْرًا." You're not gonna be patient with me, because what you're gonna see, he's gonna make you out of your mind. He told him this because at the beginning, God told Moses that He will send you to someone who have ilm.
Who's Kidder? Tell me, who is he?
As a person?
Yeah.
He was someone that Moses went to.
Who is he? That's a long story, my friend. Oh, so you don't know.
Is it Igno?
So now, you're defending a person and a story that you don't even have definitive proof or understanding on who he is. And you're going to sit here and defend it.
No,
you don't have a consensus. There is no consensus.
You're right, but I have a belief.
So why are you defending it? Why are you defending it?
I'll tell you why. Because the reason I'm defending it is because it's not about the killing of the innocent child. as much as it was mentioned, it was just, don't forget, first of all, he broke that, there are stories of Khidr with Moses. There are 3 stories. Okay, one of them is the boat that he broke.
Brother, I know the story.
You know the story,
Just as good as you. All of it. I know every single story in the Quran. You cannot tell me what I don't know.
MashaAllah. So now, what do you get out of those stories that was in the trip with Moses and Khidr? What the message was, what was trying to give you? Is you focused about the killing of the child only?
It depends on who you think. It all depends on who you think Kidder is. That's the
Exactly. I believe
that's the one point. That's the point. That story in Quran is justifying killing an innocent child because someone named Moses cannot understand that killing a child is morally wrong. That's what that story in the Quran is trying to justify. I don't really, sorry the language, but I don't give a shit what would have been the future destiny of that child 20 years after. With such a logic, any atrocity can happen on earth because there is nothing more brutal and uglier than killing an innocent child. And someone coming and saying, no, that child would have been a murderer or some criminal in the future. That's what that story is trying to do. And it's brainwashing you.
Osam, don't worry, bro. Listen, we'll both be jihadists together. The first people to go will be the LGBT. Then it'll be the trans, and then it'll be the atheists. Off you go. Hurrah.
I love you. You're right. But I'll tell you something. LGBT, I'm not judging religiously, but personally, I love being straight, and I just don't I don't understand it. But I have friends that was gays, I have friends lesbians, so it all comes to something happened in the childhood that's led to that thing. So I feel religion is out, it's just away from those kind of things. It's a different story, but in general, religion is kind of like, when you go wash your soul and you need to wash your hand with a soap. If you're an atheist, you just gotta wash it with some water. Bro, if you're gonna be a religion, you're gonna have some soap with it. So you're gonna be clean.
Assam. Yeah. I know, but right now the atheists are winning right now in Iran. Being an atheist is better. Being an atheist is better than being a community.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So you can't talk about atheism. It's better than being a community. Okay?
The atheists are the lost sheep. They're the lost sheep.
Go ahead, sweetheart.
Sorry. I live in the US, but I am an Iranian. And the idea, I think what people are missing is that everyone's going against religion. I don't think that's quite what is happening in Iran. What's happening in Iran is a lot more about the fact that the Islam that was portrayed to us, whether you agree with it or not, the Islam that came to Iran 47 years ago, right? That is the Islam that people don't want. When people are forced to dress a certain way, act a certain way, speak a certain way, when you're categorized and you're not allowed to have freedom of choice of I want to be this, I want to follow this religion, I want to follow that religion. I don't follow a religion at all. When you don't have that choice to decide, that's where the issue begins. It's when the whole politics are based off of religion. If they were separate, it would have been completely different. If they were separated, Iranians wouldn't care who's what. That's not the issue. Iranians are pissed off right now. They're traumatized by Islam, which is why you might get a lot of aggression from them, because they're literally traumatized of what the Islam that they live through. It's traumatizing. It's really traumatizing. Imagine like 40,000 of your people just dying. Because they say, the leaders of Iran, supreme leader, says that the Quran states any enemy of mine deserves to die. Right? It doesn't matter if they're just expressing freedom. I'm like, dude, like, we don't want you here. We haven't been wanting you for a long time. So I want to make this clear. This isn't like I know people come in like really heated, but I hope that you guys can understand that whatever religion that they're coming from and they're heated about Islam, it's not necessarily the fact that like, oh, we hate all Muslims. It's the fact that no Muslims stood by us in this transition, in this state that we were really, really like struggling. All the Muslims were like, well, you know, we love Khomeini because he's funding us. That's the issue. Sorry.
See, that's the point I made. My own grandmother practices Islam. She's a very nice woman and I love her. As all of us love our grandmothers, of course. She is a believer in Islam, but she keeps her religion to her own self. She just makes peace with it. She prays her God through a praying. That's the point. That's the differentiation. That's the difference. So the moment you mix Islam or whatever your religion is, because as Hassan was saying about Christianity, I don't care whether your religion is Islam, Christianity, or whatever, what else. The moment you start mixing it with society or politics, I will be against you.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say that when you mix religion with politics, that's what makes it dangerous. I'm going to be real. So I think that all religions could technically be peaceful, but like I said, my partner's a Muslim. He lives his life as a normal citizen, gets up, goes to work, just concentrates on his family, providing for me and my son. But when it becomes more political, that's when it becomes dangerous.
Just wanted to say something to the young lady that lives in America. Yes. That is speaking for the people in Iran.
Yes.
You know, you made it out. So you're good. But I don't think you can speak for the people in Iran and say that it's not the religion. I don't care. You're not over there right now. You're here. You're in America. Your interest is in America.
Okay, no. My entire family.
Go back.
You don't get to. That's the beauty of America.
That's it.
You don't get to choose.
Why would she go back? Why would she go back? What do you mean? Hold on 1 second. So then you don't get to choose to speak for the people of Iran.
I do. When all my friends, all my family are telling me what's going on.
Why wouldn't she? She does.
I have the most information out of probably
you're not living through it.
Are you in Iran? Are you living through it right now?
You know what? And I'm not speaking for them. I'm not speaking for them.
But I can speak for them.
But she's Iranian.
She's Iranian, but she lives in the United States. She's in the Kush.
But I also live in Iran. Right now, I live in the United States.
With the cushy internet and your heat or your air conditioning, and you have the nerve to say,
you also didn't experience. Listen.
Don't do that.
You also didn't experience what we experienced, not being able to contact our families 2 weeks, 3 weeks, not knowing if they're dead or alive.
Fucking who?
That tells me that you're blinded, and that's just.
No, I'm not blinded. I'm not blinded. I'm just not foolish enough to make the moves that you're saying. You're blinded from what?
You're blinded.
From you telling us and speaking for people that are actually living through this?
Yes, because I have my entire family that are living through this. Are you insane?
Don't speak for them.
Speak for them.
Speak Iranian. We're very lost. Iranian. They are Iranian. What do you mean? What difference does it make?
If they send me messages telling me these are boys,
speak as the Iranian from the United States.
No.
Not from the Iranian that
When
says,
they tell
oh, I
when they
hear what they're
message
telling
me, when they message me and
That's
say your
unfair.
internet connection is shit,
You're part of
be
the
our
problem.
voice, be our voice.
You're part of the problem.
I'm not part of the problem.
Oh no, you are part of the problem because you're sugarcoating the shit too.
I'm not sugarcoating it.
Worse. Yes, no, you are, and you're not hurting your own people by doing it. Don't say it's not the religion. Don't say it's not.
No. I'm saying it is the religion. Listen. I am saying it is the religion that was practiced in Iran. That's what I am saying. I did say that. I say that it is the Islam that got mixed with the politics that ruined everything. But what I'm trying to make other people understand about other Muslims who don't want to back Iranians at all, I'm trying to make them understand that, like, hello, like, a bunch of us, we're also Muslims, but the reason why everyone's like, fuck Islam, is because of the trauma that we're facing because of the government. So
as long as you remain a Muslim, as long as you continue to support this, you will have the problem. That's the bottom line.
I'm not Muslim and I don't support it.
Exactly.
But I have the clarity to know. I have a clarity to understand and know. I have the clarity to understand and know that just because the government, the place of power, has mixed religion, government, and created a shit show, doesn't mean that everything to go against everybody. That's my point.
Yeah, my issue is that there's too many people on this app that want to speak for the people in Iran while they live in America. It's a fucking shitty.
I was there like 2 years ago. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, literally. I was literally living there 2 years ago.
Oh, you're 2 years too short.
Guys, just chill. She's having traumatized and she's explaining.
She's not traumatized. She's in America. My life is not threatened.
At the end of the day,
it's not America. She's safe.
Bro, you don't have a single family member in Iran right now. You don't have anybody to worry about. I do.
She's in America for a reason, and she has friends in Iran that's suffering, so she's saying that what she's suffering from. And I'll tell you something. If Iran gonna give her the same kind of safety and everything that can be provided in the United States, she will not gonna stay in the United States a minute. Okay? So at the end of the day, we are all living on this.
I'm happy she's in the United States. I'm happy that
and we're living in each.
And I'm happy that her life is not being threatened and she doesn't have to go through all that shit.
Well, you don't sound like that.
I am. No. I'm happy that she made it out. Yeah, no.
You weren't there in 2019 when I was raiding the streets. You weren't there. I was there.
I'll never be there.
Exactly. I was there when I was raiding the streets in 2019 where they set stuff on fire. They were killing me. I was there. I was physically there. Right in the middle of it, I was there. Okay? So you don't get to say stuff like that. So I got to see it firsthand. I got to see it firsthand.
I don't feel bad. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I'm going to be honest. I don't really feel bad for you people. I really don't fucking feel bad. I just don't. And that is the Christian American in me that doesn't fucking care. Okay? You guys made your bed. You're going to sleep in it.
That's true. That's true.
That
makes
it.
sense.
That's it. Why should we put our troops in harm's way because of the mistakes that you made?
The only reason why you would do that is if it was beneficial to you.
No.
Hasi, let's respond.
First, we are not asking for your troops and we are not begging your support. We all are telling this regime wants to destroy your country. If you don't act now,
they're not gonna. We got F-15s.
If you don't act now against that regime, they will
now you're threatening
the nuclear language later on.
Now you're threatening me. You don't want to threaten me.
Not threatening you. The regime is threatening you. Iranian people love America. Iranian people love the Western world. But that regime is your enemy, and you don't see that.
And I'm gonna start moving people down if we don't stop with this song, okay? Abe. Don't. Listen, I honestly, Alright, I'm gonna have to put this guy in the audience then. Listen, honestly, the more times you guys keep simping, because I know how you guys are. You guys keep simping for this ideology. Oh, but it's not that bad. Oh, but we have nice holidays. Oh, it's this, it's that. No, it's all bad. I don't give a shit what you're saying. It's all bad.
You're talking about Islam, right?
I'm talking about what exactly?
I agree. Listen, I agree with you, right? But at the same time, I'm smart enough to know that I don't want to implement my beliefs onto other people, which is what I'm asking for everybody to understand is please don't implement your beliefs onto other people.
Look, the point is this, anyone who wants a secular society, that is literally what we've developed through evolution and modern day times. Anyone who understands anything about the way a government works wants a secular society. You want a government that is free of religion, separation of church and state. The point is that the reason it's so important is because, like you said before, I don't think people should be religious, but if you want to be religious, you're allowed to go do that. As long as you're not forcing it on anybody else. The problem with religion, so which is sad, is that people can't keep their beliefs to themselves. They hypnotize themselves in these like delusional systems, and then it's not enough for them that they believe it. They want everybody else to believe it too, and that's where it turns dark.
We're having another crusade soon, and we're going to force Christianity. And if you don't convert to Christianity, you're all going to be jihaded.
Oh my gosh. You're going to have
honestly, that's what I feel like doing. That's what I feel like saying too. Honestly, that's what I feel like saying.
Oh, you're going to pay the Christians in the eye.
That's it.
Hossam, are you a believer?
Yes, I'm a believer. But
It's not. He's a kafir. And I'll tell you why he's a kafir. Because if he doesn't follow the Quran and the Sunnah, then that means he's a kafir.
Well, let me just kind of ask him.
Correct.
You believe in a God.
Go on, Abe.
I'm a Muslim. I wasn't very religious. Recently became a Quranic, like more into the Quran itself, and I believe that the central belief in my belief of Islam is related to the Quran itself.
Okay.
And I'm wiping around it all the cultures and the teachings that's been given by the ancestors and the Sahaba.
Okay. Because why do you think that God exists in the first place? That's my question to you.
No, I believe in God. I'm a believer. It's just that it's like a built-in in you.
I know, but listen, I said, what's the main?
And it's something that, like, you know, I'll tell you something.
Oh,
I have my own doubt.
Wait. You have your own doubt?
I have my own doubts. I have my own questions sometimes. And yes, is there a God? I had this kind of question, but I had my own answers that came to me in different parts of my life. That God was showing that this thing, it's not called just destiny. Sometimes it's just God is teaching you things in life.
What's the main reason you think God actually exists? Because I've looked all around, I don't see any God here. So
that's the difference between me and you. That's the belief that I told you, that it's a built-in, that my God, I have an image of God that's different than your image, so maybe your image needs to be having some kind of dimensional.
I don't have an image of God. I don't have an image of God.
Or you don't have just a blank. Well, mine is not just a dimensional, and it's just not blank as well.
Okay, why do you think God exists, though? Why?
God exists in everything around you.
How do you know that?
Just look at everything around you and how.
I don't see God anywhere. I see things.